to Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lambda.
They have fought for pride, for prestige.
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
And for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick! Zera does it again!
New stars will rise. And champions.
Oh, Copper! He looks so good on this Winston right now.
Will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the OWCS Stage 2 playoffs, everyone. Myself, Jake, and Johnny will be walking you through everything you need to know today. And we got some elimination matches on the horizon, which is always fun. Jake, Johnny, how excited are you for this one?
I mean, this is the moment for teams that, you know, maybe had a more moderate or a weaker regular season to show what they've got, right? Like, this is your final chance. It's elimination games. You've got to win to move on. You got to win a couple games here to qualify. And I think that's going to make the competition very fierce here. So
it's also the moment where, like, the teams just say, like, okay, it's this or nothing. Like, everything, just throw it at the wall. Whatever we got, the best we have available. It's nothing about, oh, we're trying to figure out the meta. You know, what are we gonna play? We're trying some stuff out. No, this is it. It's win or die. So you just pull out the best saves you got, and
win or die. It could have been win or lose, but in Johnny's case today, it's win or
I'm just setting the
die.
stakes appropriately.
You know, I like that. I like that.
Serious.
The stakes are high, also for the people watching, because if you're not connecting your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, you're done. So you're not gonna get any of them. Quite frankly, our teams yesterday tried to speed run it to give you the least amount of hours watched humanly possible. Today might be a little more competitive.
look, you've got time. You got time to get these drops. We got days coming. We got another week. You know, there's more opportunities. Just got to stay linked up. Get the account connected. If you haven't already, come on now. Get on that. Get these drops.
That being said, if you want the rings, today's the day. And so we hope for a long day. I hope everyone's, you know, they've given their gifts, some of their energy, everything required to manifest a long day of Overwatch action, so you can get all the drops you need. Which
regional ring would you rock if they were made into a real life item?
I like the purple. I like the golden purple. I think it's a nice color combination. So
it's a classic.
That's North America. So.
Yeah, well, we're covering EMEA, so you're on the wrong call link, Johnny, for this one. Let's take a look at our bracket. Okay. We will get there indeed. That's right. EMEA is up first. Of course, today we will be following along the lower bracket matches. The Ultimates, as well as VP, fell down on the hands of OWCS as well as Twisted Minds in two very, very, very one-sided games. We very much hope to see more evenly matchups in the lower bracket here today.
And I think we're going to get it, Zoe. I mean, honestly, Gen G versus the Ultimates, this one could be spicy, as the Ultimates had a slightly better regular season, but honestly, Gen G has been improving towards the end of the season, where the Ultimates it's been a while since they've tasted victory. It's been a while since they've had like a solid match against a good team.
I think it goes for both the lower bracket teams, actually. I think Peps as well, they've started committing more to the Brig BAP, which we've seen a lot of in both regions so far. So both Gen G and Peps, they're no slouches in the lower bracket.
Yeah, but both the Ultimate and Peps, they suffered tough losses at the very end of the regular season. Also, of course, an opportunity here today to redeem themselves and to get their hands on the prize pool. Here's the prize pool distribution. And of course, we have 3 direct tickets to the Midseason Championship on the line as well, not just 2 like we had in stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, that's what the teams are all competing for, right? To come compete on LAN, to play with the best teams in the world. And I think that's what their focus has to be on here. You know, that being said, right, you have a couple matches to go here in the lower bracket if you want to qual. You need to be locked in. You need to be building up. As you said, Johnny, like, what's the best look for your team? What you've had this whole regular season to prepare. You've tried all these different things. What is your best look, your final answer here? And it's going to be tested, right? Only one of these 4 teams now in each lower bracket is going to be able to qual and survive.
That's right, because we already have established the top 2 teams of both regions who already got their ticket for the Midseason Championship. But of course, while we're only covering NA and EMEA, we have all of our other regions, and they already are having teams coming through as well. So here it is. Thoughts, Johnny?
Yeah, so in Korea overnight, of course, AGG, they qualified after beating Seta Division in their lower bracket final match. T1, Crazy Raccoon, they already qualified from their matches previously this weekend. Crazy Raccoon, of course, they qualified because they won the Champions Clash already. But because these 3 teams, they qualified from Korea, that means, of course, Falcons will have to go through the last chance qualifier, which is coming up in July. So if none of these teams, they do qualify this weekend, or of course next weekend, they still have one last chance in the last chance qualifier coming up.
Man, I fear for
like
everyone
this is
in
a
the last
big
chance
arc for
qualifier.
Falcons if they come to the LCQ. Like, that would be crazy.
I just hate it for all the other teams. Like, that's not the team you want to face in a last chance qualifier. You really don't. Like, disregard what kind of stage they had. They're still an insanely stacked team, right? And NA and EMEA and everyone else will have their work cut out for them if they have to face off against them.
There's also Team Vision, lurking with Violet in the mix as well. I'm just keeping my eyes
throwing it out there.
Falcons,
Yeah.
Falcons, if they go, should be the big favorite, of course. But there's a few teams in the mix there vying for that.
Zeta probably going to compete. I mean, that's going to be a very competitive last chance qualifier. Like, I don't think even the top teams can say that that's going to be easy. They're going to have to fight it out for that one.
Yeah, and they will. It's going to be a good one, but we're getting ahead of ourselves for now. Let's take a look at what's on the line today. We are in the lower bracket for both of our regions, so it's elimination time for all of the teams you're seeing on your screen right now. It's do or die.
Honestly, we have big matches today. I'm especially excited here for EMEA. I think the Ultimates versus Gen G is going to be interesting. The Ultimate, they need to get it together. I mean, I hate to say it, but that's honestly the Ultimates, it's been painful watching them, right? Like, things have looked very awkward, very uncoordinated. And Gen G, as much as they haven't had the best season, and people have been dragging various players on the squad, wondering can they compete, they've kind of been building something here towards the end of this of the regular season. I feel like Who Are You has been hitting a new level, which won't be enough on its own, right? He's going to be going toe-to-toe with Kepster. It's almost like a given. You need to be on another level to compete with this guy, Kepster has also been a bright spot for the Ultimates. But I feel like team play-wise, Gen G maybe could have an edge here. I mean, that's kind of wild to say. The Ultimates, they should be the favorite. I'm something in the air for me right now, Johnny.
Yeah, both of you said that today. But hey, you're getting ahead of yourselves here, okay? We're gonna break down that match in just a little bit, but we do want to give the players a little bit more time, and that's why we're filling the time with a little game of our own. It's gonna be Overfeud, another rendition, so it's gonna be a good one because our community, they have opinions, okay? And we're collecting said opinions. We're polling over 600 OWCS fans on a variety of Overwatch-related prompts, and now our analyst's job is to guess the top 5 most popular answers.
I got my fingers on the pulse. I've been dominating Overfeud for quite a while now.
Johnny has been sandbagging you, though. Johnny has been sandbagging you. That was tragic.
Talking a little bit of trash about my Overfeud gameplay. Now look who's leading the team. Look who's leading the charge.
That's right. So they are in the same team, although it doesn't sound like it. Yeah, 3 wrong guesses and they're out. You can sidebar though. You can discuss, okay? You can work together because teamwork makes the dream work.
How does that? I don't know. Teamwork?
Yeah, I don't
think so.
Never knew her. Never knew her.
Happily be a sous chef, I'll slice the onions. I'll do the dishes.
Get cooking, Johnny.
I'll clean up the cutting board. Jake, I'm setting you up for success. You do the sautéing, okay? And I'll just do
all right. Let me cook.
Okay. Well, and here is the prompt for today, and then we're diving straight into it. Name a hero most likely to be a crypto bro. That should be within your wheelhouse,
good.
Johnny.
That's a good question.
As a fellow crypto bro, you should be in tune with this one.
All right. I immediately, as your sous chef, I have a suggestion for you, Jake. Okay, I'm just feeding you ideas here. Okay. Sombra hacker. Come on.
Yeah, maybe you're right. It's social. I'm thinking crypto bro. So
right,
but
of course.
But I think you're right. Sombra is too on theme to miss. I think I think you're right. I think we lock in a Sombra. Yeah.
And it's the top answer, Johnny.
There you go.
This is just like your prompt, basically.
That's my prompt.
It's your prompt.
I'm still just setting up
This one
Jake
was
for
made for
success
you.
here, so
I'm just like, what Overwatch? I feel like Overwatch is not a crypto
You're
bro
not
type vibe.
setting him up for success. I feel like you're shifting responsibility solely to
I'm
Jake,
gonna
so you
say,
can claim that he
how about like a Reaper? I have fun with a Reaper.
He doesn't seem like a tech guy.
I'm grasping at straws here.
Yeah, clearly. Well, that straw wasn't it. Johnny,
Genji?
your turn.
Because he's a cyborg ninja. All right, this is. I'm not seeing that at all, but
No,
sure. It's like tech themed characters. Is the question.
Okay, we're locking in Genji.
What do you think, head chef?
Nice, great. This one is so
I
hard.
think
I literally
Genji
have no idea.
sometimes it's just
Funny.
like a bit. I don't want to say childish, but like a younger brother, immature, just like.
That is true.
Yo,
That is true. Lil bro
just
type
want Bitcoin.
vibes.
That's crazy.
He'd be the first one to collect trading cards and then also invest because Hanzo told him to, you know.
Yeah.
Hanzo be like, yo, have you heard of crypto? And Genji be like, sick.
All right, head chef.
Cook.
I'm thinking Lucio here.
Lucio. I like that.
Some
I like
tech,
that. It's
you
on
know.
Lucio's
in
a
the
good kid. He would
EDMC.
never.
Yeah, no, Lucio
He would
probably
never.
Lucio should be number one actually, low
He
key.
would never.
For Sombra.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, you're
Oh,
wrong.
sorry.
Sorry,
Chef.
it's okay, Chad.
My bad.
No, that was a good take. That was a good
No,
take.
it wasn't. That was
it's
actually
the people
horrible.
who are wrong, Johnny. It's the kids who are wrong.
Kids who are wrong.
We're asking for the people's opinion.
All right, we got
many-
two
how
more
many
errors
deaths
though.
did
We
we-
got two more failures to go
Okay,
with.
No, you have one more life. What are you
No,
saying?
because I went Reaper. It was
Oh,
wrong.
right,
So
you did. I'm trying to make up lives here.
One more life and three more
I'm
to go.
feeling like what about like you ever think like a hazard vibe? Like, what about a Sigma? It's kind of a which would you say?
Well, I know. I don't know about that.
What does that mean?
I don't.
You're cooking on this one, Johnny. Maybe you should take the wheel.
I should take the wheel.
I trust you. Chef, you got this.
Okay, I think I like.
Maybe you could open Twitch chat.
What about like a
they're
bat?
saying.
I'm in between
bat?
two
Okay.
or three. Okay, we can add BAP to the mix. Okay, Hazard, BAP, or there was a third one. Ram. Maybe not Ram, but maybe Ram.
It's hard. I mean, all right. I kind of liked
But
BAP. Maybe
lock
I'm
an
crazy.
answer. Lock an
Let's go
answer.
BAP. I don't think it's BAP, but let's go BAP.
Way to shift the blame. Yeah,
D,
no.
honestly.
I had
No,
nothing on this
not
one. I'm not gonna
great.
lie. I had nothing on this one. I was useless here.
Diva would never. But yeah, our community has.
Doofus.
Wrecking Ball.
Wrecking Ball.
Junkrat. Oh, I can actually see Junkrat.
You know, I kind of thought.
Junkrat probably doesn't even have a phone. Like he doesn't even. Like, I don't know. Also,
He just has bombs. Or he just has grenades.
that's right. Like he's
I don't think
more
Junkrat
of
has
a
a bank
crafty
either,
guy.
so, you know,
Yeah,
maybe.
exactly. I don't think he puts
True.
this.
He doesn't strike me as the type of guy to have a bank account or any connection with society of any kind.
All right.
Yes, our community, they went places with this one. Alas,
Wrecking
you
Ball.
guys
It's
lost.
the kids who are wrong on this
The
one. I
kids are
swear.
wrong.
I swear, it's the kids who are wrong.
You know, that's all right. They're right so often, once in a while they can be wrong as well. Well, I would love to hear their opinion on our upcoming match because I feel like the opinions on this one are definitely split. I expect an even split, actually, if we are looking at predictions for this one. Let's talk about the two teams. Starting with Genji, the team we haven't seen thus far in the playoffs. Genji, also a team that we were very critical of throughout stage 2. They have not seemed to be on the same page for most of it, and it really just came down to, can Exodial and Who Are You have a good day?
Jake, I think we're bought in, right?
You guys are bought in. Why are you bought in?
I think I might have predicted Gen G to win this
in the
Okay.
bracket,
when I made
actually?
my bracket. I could be wrong. I think I might have, but maybe I'm crazy. I just think
thought about
this
it.
is Gen G's moment. I think they're heating up, and I think it's just been. I haven't been confident in what I've seen from the Ultimates, and rather than not confident, I've been like despair is what I've been feeling watching the Ultimates play. Despair only.
I'm bought into Genji too. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from them. You know, the Crispy Canale, they're playing the Bat Brig, like they're playing the right stuff. Who Are You leveled up the last couple of weeks. I think that match specifically against One Diff versus 100 Gorillas, I thought they looked really good throughout the entire series, playing, you know, SIGCOMs and all kinds of stuff. So I'm actually quite bullish on Gen G here. I think they've improved massively from their first few weeks where they were kind of, you know, shaky and made fun of it and such.
Made fun of. We were just pointing out that they lost their matches in horrible fashion. It has nothing to do with fun. It's also just not really been their meta. I don't think the meta was quite right for them. I think we discussed that already yesterday with Cassidy back in the meta. Maybe Exodial is going to have a better performance here in the playoffs as well. Now the Ultimates, judging on what we got to see yesterday, well, there's not much to take away here because they got rolled over. Let's be real. Heesang's Winston just evaporated. He just melted. Even on the best possible dive maps, they could not get anything going, get anything started. Who needs to step up? What needs to change? It's such a short turnaround. Should they change anything?
I really, this seemed like they're trying to play the Twilight Lucio. There's some very desperate picks going on. I feel like Kevster has been having big games and he needs to continue that. But it's almost asking too much, right, for Kevster to do more. He's been playing quite well in my view. I feel like this is down to like a last-minute adaptation. The Lucio Kiri for Sky Twilight feels really awkward. It doesn't feel like, you know, their style, like what this team was made to play. And I don't know, maybe the Bat Break, maybe they can take that mirror and look really good in it. I think technically from like a hero competency standpoint, they have that. But honestly, I've just been seeing tons of disconnection when they play. I think it's more than one player. It has to be a team effort to revitalize that. And that's a very hard problem to fix in a few days, right? Or one day, 24 hours.
Yeah, I think the thing that makes me kind of feel hopeless is that they've obviously tried a bunch of different compositions and play styles and tried to figure out what is best for them. And the fact that they've kind of settled into this Twilight Lucio, that just like sits wrong with me. I'm just like, did you not really have more success playing something like a Bat Brig, for example, when, you know, Heesan can't play the Orisa? Like that would have just made way more sense to me. I think that could have worked out for them. Put Kai on the hit scan, and, you know, Kevster can cook on the Tracer and Genji. So the fact that they're committing to the Twilight Lucio, that just does not make me feel good. And are you really gonna change up your compositions like 180 from one day to the next? Like I
have some copium for you, Johnny.
Okay, all right.
It's Gen G, brute force it, baby. Just kill them. Just shoot them with your guns and like we'll win. We're just deathmatch. Like honestly, there is a world where the Ultimates just deathmatch them out of the server. I don't know how many possible universes that takes place in. I feel like it is achievable for the Ultimates. They have strong players if they can bring it together and look good as individuals. Maybe they can. Like, it's not that Gen G's this juggernaut. So, I mean, the viewers are big TU believers. I think this is very... I think this is very 50-50 though, actually. I think this is a really winnable series for either team.
I'm loading up the Twitch.
Okay, today it's really Jake and Johnny against our community, isn't it? Like, I kind of low-key love the storyline unfolding here in our pre-show. Yeah, okay, the viewers have a lot of faith in the Ultimates. I usually would call that recency bias, but that can't be it, given what we've seen from the Ultimates yesterday. That's a take, you know? But you know what? You're not alone on this one. We do have... We do, in fact, have the world's biggest Mac fan on the mic for this one. So I'm very glad we have Avril joining for some emotional support. So we send it over to Matt and Avril for our first match of the day. It's elimination time.
Open up the Preds again, please.
Thanks so much, Zoe. Are you the Mag?
I think it's fan? You, Matt.
It's me.
I think you're the Mag fan, right? Surely.
Bro, the chat is hating Gen G. I don't know, like...
Where are the Mag fans in chat? Why didn't they show up? Why didn't the Mag fans show up and chat a little bit? You know, get behind the team.
70% is crazy, man. I mean, this is one where you know, both sides. You know, TU yesterday obviously didn't look great. I think Gen G has been, you know, disappointing throughout the entire stage, but. You know, both teams. I mean, somebody is going to have to kind of end up taking this. So Gen G gets the first ban here. It'll be the Gen G map pick. So they'll get rid of Lucio, and then okay, actually, I think this is flipped, Avril. So
yeah,
it looks like
TU have banned Lucio because this is. I wonder why. By the way, real quick one about the chat. 73%. Of people out there are real believers in the Twilight Lucio. Tell you what, Ultimates, they're not a believer in Twilight Lucio because they banned Lucio. They don't want to play that at all. So get ready for the Genji Brig ban at some stage. That's going to be Genji's most valuable ban on a future map in this series. Brig ban's going to come on through, and then Twilight's going to have to play some Lucio, put it on a Lucio map like Runasapi, and watch the tears fall down, to use face. Potentially we'll get into a future map, but for now, at least you get to play, if you want, the Brig BAP. But both teams highlighting Juno BAP, actually.
Yeah, so Juno BAP potentially for both sides. Genji Exodial has been really nice on this Cassidy as of late. And then we've seen better things from Who Are You? And look at this, Avril. We're actually going to see Genji. Hey, it's working for everybody else. We may as well do it, right? We're going to put Who Are You here on the sim. I think this is a great look, especially against TU with how they looked yesterday against this.
Well, we're not going to get any sort of weird composition for ultimate so far, but Skygun Exodial, nice on the cast. I think Exodial's been a little bit funny on the Freya so far, so maybe playing something more comfortable like a cast is going to be exactly what Genji need.
You just can't lose the Kiri right off the bat, right? I mean, how do you even kind of make anything work here for the ultimates? Nobody is on the point. No, now somebody drops here for Genji, just trying to put some pressure on it, but it looks like actually it was Who Are You has to back up to the high ground. Heesung is going to be on the point. Actually, the ultimates may end up stealing this here as Keps are putting some pressure, forcing Genji back, as a lot of the players on Genji quite low.
Stacked together for the lamp though. Kepsa unable to go in for the kill to Exodial. No ultimates to come through just yet as well. Cap is finally on board, but it's for the ultimates, and that's a nice shot to Exodial.
Avril, how does this happen here? Like, Genji, they get first pick on Sky, right? And they never even move on to the point to be able to try and take it. And somehow, even with losing their Kiri first, the ultimates end up taking the point.
You know what? Rakatak asks the same question every time he watches Genji as well, as he slides down into his chair. Ultimates get that first cap. They get that kill as well. Not even the first kill. It's actually the second kill. Like you said, Magna moving over towards the Orisa. Not a bad look. I think they play the better comp. You know, Jake has said this as well. The Symmetra Orisa is probably the default comp right now globally. Oh, they lose Who Are You on the cross.
Yeah, they try and drop that immortality field to save Who Are You, and he's not inside of it at the time. Everything just kind of ends there. So another blowout fight there. I know the ultimates end up taking this one. I know you did the Korea finals. That just a little warm up for this one.
Whole time I was like, dude, can this Korea final just be over? I want to get the Genji ultimate. That's the real.
Yeah, let's go to the big dogs. Let's go to the EMEA.
I'm tired of casting tier 10 Korea. I want tier 0.5 ultimates Genji, top of the world, Overwatch. This is how good ultimates look, by the way, when they don't have to play Twilight Lucio. Genuinely looking like a reasonable squad at the moment. Double flex support's a good look for them.
Yeah, it'll be an Ant Matrix here used in by Kanale. It's going to be the Immortality Field as well as this Kasune Rush from Sky, and I think they wanted to push on through it, but there's just nobody in position. Look at this, Avril, though. They end up using both support ults here, and like, where is this Ant Matrix from Twilight? Like, it was so far away. They weren't going to push back through the Kitsune Rush, so you don't really get much value out of the Ant Matrix here from the ultimates. You get a better use of the rally there from Crispy, able to kind of move on forward, and keeps Genji in the game.
Every single fight is kind of like a reigns of pause type of situation. One team just, except for maybe the first one where it just comes down to a singular pick. Kind of domination. One pick falls one way, and then suddenly that team that gets that pick just completely dominates the fight. Kai now OC time. And just out of the TP, Kanale's gone.
I mean, he just predicts exactly that, the TP is there. I would have been like, oh, maybe nobody's going to actually go through it. And Kanale pops up right on the opposite side of it, and that's a huge pick. No BAP on the field here for Genji. It's going to be a Terror Surge from Mag, trying to get a big connection. Nice Suzu there from Sky. It's going to keep him and Kai alive. And Avril, they should be able to work their way down to the point now.
Yeah, for sure. Genji at least got the flip onto the 42%, but this is going to be last fight. Pulse Bomb available again. They got an opening pick for Kefsa a little bit early on. Genji should have no issues touching, given that they have a teleport. Exodial coming back from spawn with the Tracer. Might be a little late, though. It's already recalled, I believe. Yeah, they got the touch.
All right. So, yeah, you do have, Who Are You? Jump on, get a touch here.
And they don't have a touch anymore.
Not able to make it back, though. I mean, that was a brutal first round there for Genji, right? It looks like they were getting off to a pretty good start. Playing the sim, getting that first pick, but nothing.
I hate to say it. I think chat was right. I think that 73% might have been justified.
Well, hold on. No, we're here early. We're here early, right? I know we haven't seen we haven't seen the Twilight Lucio yet, so it's all calm down. But I do also think that, oddly enough, Gen G getting rid of the Winston. How many times yesterday did we see Heesung just go a little bit too far, right? Maybe playing the Ramatra and playing a little bit less aggro potentially helps the ultimates a little bit, but right now hovering the ball.
I think getting rid of the Winston is something that Ultimate shouldn't be playing anyway. We are in Fight the Brawl meta. Ball is going to come on through. To be honest, Ball is decent into the Symmetra, but how drill the ultimates on a Ball composition as a team? What I saw yesterday, particularly when Winston was on board, when Dive was on board, too disconnected as a team to make Dive work. I don't really believe in the ultimates Dive, and I think the Ball Dive is one of the more difficult versions of Dive to actually play.
And you're going to see the Ultimates also have Twilight here end up playing Liana as we take a look at the bracket for just a quick second. So it's going to be a bio grenade here on Nick Zodiel. He doesn't really care, though. It looks like he's just going to kind of continue to push forward. And dude, I got to say, they're doing a great job when these TPs come on through of making them pay for it, right? Who Are You goes through it this time. Nice bio here. Crispy and Canale most likely will end up falling as the sim has not really worked for Gen G.
This is what I'm talking about, like the Biolands. Where's Kevster? Where's Heesung? Where's the connection on these plays? You have just disconnected situations where individuals are trying to make things happen. At least they're punishing the TP, right? Like, that's the one good thing they've been doing so far. 20% on board for Gen G. Zoning Deadeye. It's going to be enough for now. Where's the Ultimate's next approach? Still no Nano yet. Rush is coming on off of Sky.
You wonder if, like, just kind of this ball swamp, just, trying to play some dive, a little bit odd. They do end up getting Mag first, but look at this. Exodial just walks right into the back line, takes out Twilight. You're going to have the Kitsune Rush invested here for TU, and that should be enough, though, Avril, right? The Kitsune Rush used here over the point. The point will flip. Okay, so you do have a window being used by Canale over on the side. I mean, you had Who Are You here on the point, and Exodial by as well. Maybe this means they're going to do a little bit more swaps.
If not, then they've just kind of wasted the window. Yeah. It was so late. You guys already lost the fight. You don't really have good teammates around you anymore. You've lost the point as well, so you're not even using a situation where you're kind of just holding on to point control. And now Mag's playing every Gen G's fans' favorite Mag hero. It's the Diva. Ding, ding, ding for production. This is it. This is the Mag MVP hero. We all know about it.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make it work. Mag, I think, is
well known that whenever Mag goes Diva, they win, right? What's the Mag win rate on Diva again? Someone tell me.
It's probably not great. It's probably not ideal.
Captain Planet, give me the stat on that one real quick.
You'd love for him to be playing the Winston, right? But it's a nice ban. The ban comes in from Gen G, right? Kind of takes it off the table, but also takes it away from Heesung. But it'll be the rally from Crispy. You're already down, Who Are You here? It's going to be a Nano onto Kai. It's going to be Twilight getting the benefits of it as well. And this is Gen G, really in a tough spot, Avril, as the Ultimate's pulling away.
And Kai, even with the confidence to not fall through the OC, understanding the Nano was just enough for them to be able to win. Save an OC for a future fight. Of course, definitely will be able to trust Kai to deliver on that one as he did on Mecha Base. Heesung with a decent amount of scouting. Mines, even on the, I was going to say, on the rotation, to stop the rotation could be really strong.
Look, Twilight is just behind them, just taking them out. Now he gets to sleep on the Mag. You're going to get a D-Mech here, Avril, as we get to 90% here for TU, while Mag's going to have to go back to the spawn, try and make a change. Not even going to be able to make it, as this second round, we were like, maybe the dive, not the way to go here for TU, but so much better. We'll see if anybody gets a touch. It looks like not able to do so. It looked like Sky, it looked like actually for Gen G, there's a player on the Juno going around the outside trying to get a touch and doesn't actually make it.
Personally, I'm just glad Mag's keeping his win rate on Diva perfect right now, Absolute perfection. Keeping it at 0%. You don't want to see it any higher than 0, so amazing choice by Mag again. I think maybe Gen G should ban the Diva next. But, the real cope is they should ban the Brig, right? Ban the Brig, force Twilight on the Lucio. There's the actual Gen G cope for you, for Gen G to start bringing themselves back in the series.
I also think the sim didn't look great for Gen G, right? We've seen Who Are You play Tracer Genji, at a pretty high level throughout the stage. Obviously, we've talked about yesterday where we think the sim is probably the way to go. And then look, Mag, is not a Diva player, right? I wouldn't expect him to come in and play the Diva. I think the first round, though, playing the Ram and the Orisa, that is, a scenario where him versus Heesung and those type of tanks, where, Mag could potentially come out on top as, you see there, nobody ends up getting the touch. Exodial was looking pretty good on the cast, though.
And that's the thing. Overall, if you're playing Gen G in this sort of BAP brawl matchup. Mag on the Orisa, Mag on even the Ram. Keep him on those two heroes. I think Exodio on the cast is actually really strong. Both Kai and Exodio have, to me, been okay Freya players, but when you think about, can you actually deliver the top tier of Freya and be consistent on it? Probably not that look. I think EMEA, NA as well, they've largely moved away from Freya. Korea is still the big Freya region. Lip and Proud are just playing that every single map if they can. EMEA want to play more Soldiers, they want to play more cast. It's probably better for Exodio, probably better for Kai as well. So for Gen G, the question then becomes, can they actually execute on the Symmetra? And they, to me, also still look like a team that are just putting the Symmetra in, being like, well, other teams are playing it, we just do the Symmetra. And I don't think that's enough. I think you need to be way more prepped to understand what you're doing on this sim. You look at how OWCS and TM play the sim, it's like masterful. They know exactly where they're going. They're baiting you as well. They're doing fake TPs. They're TPing into all sorts of interesting spots and able to get off angles and approach you from just really crazy positions. And then you see who are you just sort of teleport across the map and die. And it's like, okay, that's not quite the same as what we're expecting here.
And these teams have had multiple weeks, Avril, to figure out or try and play a sim comp, right? We've seen it from TM and OWCS throughout the entire stage, obviously used at a really high level. You have some time to be able to work on it. And we haven't really seen anybody else kind of dive into the sim meta, I guess, in a big way here in EMEA. The map selection will be Gen G's. With it, all these maps available, Avril, where would you want to see them go? I know where they're going, but I want to ask you, where'd you like to see them go?
I think I don't know where I'd like to see them go, but if we want to just play more the Brawl, Brunasapi is probably a great call for this one. Something flat, maybe a Midtown, Circle Royale even. Again, Gen G, I think they need to just bring the Brigade ban out as soon as possible. Actually, maybe not Circuit then, because teams are likely to play double flex support. Maybe go to something like a Brunasapi where you're not going to see double flex support, where you can force the Lucio in there by just banning the Brig, and then whether you play the Symmetra or not, maybe not. Maybe just who are you back on a carry hero like a Tracer. You want your star players in terms of the carry potential to be on the biggest carry heroes. It's the same argument you would look at TU and be like, could they play a sim? Yes, but then who has to play it? Kevster, do you really want your biggest carry on the sim where you need him on a fragging position like Tracer instead, right? We know sim is the meta, but right now, every other team that's not TM or OWCS probably not good enough on the sim, and that includes VP. That means for Gen G and TU, they probably just need to beat each other and try and win this one, not by trying to force something that the team isn't comfortable on. Play who are you on his best heroes, and that's how you're going to be able to win. New Junk City, okay.
Yeah, so they obviously we look at the map win percentages there by game mode. It's just up on the screen where not the best game mode win percentage for Gen G, but maybe they feel like there is a path here. If you're going to go to New Junk City, I fully expect them to play something more like that Ramatra or Orisa wheelhouse. Like, they can also continue to play the sim here, but no subs for either side, so everybody kind of staying pat. What does the New Junk City pick tell you?
It'd be really funny if somebody played Malga. I'm not lying, and only because we saw a little bit about that in Korea earlier today, with Dongek and Burner kind of pulled that one out. There was so fun fact: 3 of the top 4 teams in Korea pulled out Malga just in this past weekend. So it's like kind of alive in Korea right now. But it's got to be, what was that, a Kiriko and a sim ban?
Yes.
So who banned the sim actually?
The sim is gone. The sim is gone from the ultimates, and Gen G gets rid of the Kiri. So
right.
You get rid of the Kiri. That also makes it a little bit odd for
a team that scared of sim. Like.
Well,
I don't
honestly,
think you did enough on the sim to warrant a ban. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that would be kind of the thing that I would say potentially, right? Is that was who are you that impactful on the sim that you would get rid of it? I think the Gen G ban on the Kiri is interesting, right? Because Sky plays that a lot for TU as the gates will open. You'll have the ultimates. They'll be playing a hazard-based composition here with a Juno BAP backline, and then Gen G. Are going to work that Brig into the mix. Who are you on Tracer, though? I think could be a big difference.
I think so. I think this is a good look for Who Are You. Exodio back on the cast. Will be playing very well into the Heesungs, Hazard, and Mag over on Orisa. This is what we want to see. This is a good Gen G comp bringing through. Ultimates, Kevster on the Genji. We know he can carry on that hero as well. I'm not too sure if I'm fully believing in the Juno staff. I think maybe if Sky could just play a Brig, would be a better look for them.
We'll see. Exodio, he's going to be sitting inside of the Immortality field already as TU. They'll drop down onto the point. I think also, Exodia was good on the Cassidy in the previous round. But with Kai being able to play so long at a distance here on the Sojourn, I mean, you already see he's almost up to an overclock already. A crazy rate of charge here for Kai, but it's going to be Canale actually using an Ant Matrix up here on the high ground. Is everybody from TU, they run. So they're going to, yeah, they don't end up capping. They'll end up giving up that for now.
I mean, for Gen G, they're using window. They have no targets. They're zoning ultimates off and using that. Got to get control of the objective, which they eventually will be able to do. They have mostly ult advantage here. Twilight's about to match over towards the Ant Matrix. Should be coming through now.
Yes, oh, Heesung actually finds Crispy. It's going to be Exodial using the Deadeye, but his team is just crumbling around him. You're going to lose Heesung, but you're going to have Twilight up on the high ground, Ant Matrix if need be. Kevster dives on down low as Mag will end up getting taken out here towards the end. So even though the ultimates, they give up a little bit of percentage here to Gen G, they're set up fantastic, Avril. I mean, you see just about every ultimate to work with coming into the next fight.
It's definitely incredibly fast for Canale to be able to get that window up. In fact, if Twilight doesn't use it soon, Canale might even get a lap on the ult through. But for ultimates, they defeat the Deadeye as well. They sort of just disengage away from the window. Okay, that means we have to give up the cap short, but then they'll come back in and get their own cap in. Now moving over towards 5 ultimates. It's going to be a strong ult economy for ultimates coming in now.
We'll see though. It's going to be Gen G. Who are you? Maybe I was going to say maybe who are you is actually just going to get like a touch onto the point and then try and drag them back. But the ultimates, as we see, they're set up on that high ground with just about everything to work with here. As look, for TU to bounce back, after their pretty brutal loss yesterday, I think that says a lot about them. They did this in kind of stage 1, Avril, right? Where they ended up losing early in EMEA. They kind of make a little bit of a loser bracket run and just fall a little bit short, where it's real easy after a loss like they had yesterday to just kind of pack it in and, go home and end up losing here. As we jump right back in a game. Look at this, where Twilight is potentially set up with an Ant Matrix here. He can use his up on the high ground. I mean, this is, you also have a downpour here, so Who Are You went down. Yeah, he's going to touch the point, but I don't think it's going to like garner enough threat here. As that's going to be a nice Terror Surge there from Mag. It's going to be a few players being able to stay alive, but actually while Twilight's jumping back up to the high ground, he actually gets hit with that pulse bomb. Downpour here for Heesung doesn't actually connect with anything here, as Gen G is able to flip this point.
Very late. Sky just drops that one after the fight is basically over already. So we're just seeing map after map. Last map was Canale just dropping in the window when the fight's lost. This time it's going to be Sky, unless Sky's swapping a Brig. It's not going to happen though. Anna now out for Twilight, so he's on his signature again. And to just say it as well, Canale has officially lapped Twilight, even though Twilight's changed heroes. Canale dropped in an extra window. That was a second one to push. One Kai falls, Exodial, the deflate comes through.
Yeah, they try and play up close to the door, and it's actually Kai who ends up popping the overclock. He gets taken out right away by Exodial, but Kepster comes through with the blade, ends up cleaning it up. Even though it's going to be Gen G taking that first point. So that forward press there from Gen G ends up working out as TU. I don't know about this Ana, Avril. I think playing this Ana, especially now with a Ram, it's just a very odd setup where you would love to see the BAP in place, right? Maybe they feel like Sky can't exactly play that Brig, where it's just another kind of example maybe about some of the support limitations.
Juno BAP is probably better than Juno Ana here. I think the Ana really is just Twilight's signature. It's his comfort pick, but we'll see if a comfort pick is going to be enough for you here. Really, the meta kind of dictates the BAP in. Terror Surge from Mag, but things don't happen all that. Heesung, he gets caught by the Deadeye damage.
Yeah, puts down enough damage on the Heesung to be able to just kind of finish him off, right? So the Terror Surge doesn't result in like massive kills. I mean, you see here, right? A double bio connection there from Twilight, and there's no Curie, right? So there's no cleanse on the opposite side, but there's no follow-up here as Gen G just upping the pace, pushing right into TU's spawn.
This is good. Don't want to overcommit too far, but decent from Gen G so far. This killed that first point. Moving into a good position for the secondary. Allow ultimates to make the mistakes, and part of that is maybe they're just not playing the right comp. Who are you can take down what Kai? There's an opportunity now. Window response from Canale. Don't know if he's really able to see much, but it will stop ultimates from pushing up.
Yeah, I think that's it. They're just trying to deter them from pushing on up, right? As They lose Who Are You early. It's going to be Kepster getting the benefits of the Nano, and he just gets taken out. So the Nano goes for nothing, and now with Gen G getting that kill, it kind of evens things up a little bit. They're going to back up as TU tries to push on in. Mag gets hit with a bio, but Heesung, look at this. I mean, he is caught out pretty far, Avril. He's going to get taken out by Exodial. So a lot of the issues we saw yesterday, yeah, most likely last fight on this flashpoint coming in today.
Ultimates, they're gonna have to go for the touch right now, but the team is under pressure. Twilight's been found, a few more in spawn. Who's even gonna go for it? Really, Kevsa, right? Where is he? Not gonna be there. As soon as Heesung dies at near 80%, Matt, you just don't have any more good positioning to be able to get back in. And Twilight knows that he's gonna go back to the BAP. A little confusing why he even went to the Ana in the first place.
And this is an odd scenario here. It's going to be an orbital ray used here by the ultimates as Crispy ends up popping the rally. It's going to be a Deadeye here. Zodiel just kind of using it to just deter players from pushing on through. So a few ultimates here used on rotation. TU, they end up using the orbital ray, and I think they end up getting the better of it because a lot of ults used by Gen G.
Okay, it's OC into the window. Canal finally finds purchase. A couple of windows now with Canal's not able to see too much this time with Sky down. Ultimate's about to drop everybody else. Heesung not going to end up ulting here. And Gen G get themselves another fight win.
And I said it was actually looking pretty good for TU, right? They just end up giving up their orbital ray and they get a few ults out on the other side. But an Ant Matrix, they end up finding Sky right away. And then Mag gets right into the mix here. Okay, so Twilight going to play Lucio. So we're going to see Juno Lucio, Avril. I mean, this is obviously, you're going to be able to use this speed to close the gap. I think you're just going to have a tough time surviving.
Well, Sky's already down, so now it's just up to Twilight, who doesn't fare much better. I was going to say, pack it up, Gen G. I think Ultimates have unlocked the win conditions. Twilight Lucio, baby, but 47% and counting. Gen G, look at the 3-0 this map. This is Ultimates completely lost. Now Moira for Sky as well. We're back in, like, the old zombie comp days with Dallas. Yo, this is some Lucio Moira work.
I mean, yes, the zombie comp, though, had the Reaper in play, right? So you're able to just kind of, like, brawl, use that lifesteal to a big advantage where... You know, it's going to be Kev trying to track down Canal here with the blade. Nice immortality field there from Canal. Going to drop down to the low ground. So Kev just trying to find out where everybody is. It seems like they've all kind of rotated over towards the point because 90% in favor of Gen G. It's going to be an annihilation used there from Heesung is the ultimates. They'll get 2 players on it. They'll end up getting a flip, but is this just going to be, they're just going to work their way back in here for Gen G as Crispy has to get healed up. Heesung is going to go over to the Doom, so it does feel like, okay, you've gotten it in your favor. You're going to trigger OT here. Yeah, I don't know, though. I don't really love the ultimate win conditions.
You need Kai to get that OC again. He needs to deliver on it as well. Final fight, the flip's gone over. Heesung on the hazard. Hasn't been able to do enough with the swap and no further touches. It's all over. I don't know if we saw the OC at the end there, but Matt, oh man, I don't know what to say about that map. That was a good turnaround from Gen G, honestly, and a lot of it just came down to the fact that, like I said, maybe move away from the Symmetra. It was banned anyway, probably a good thing. Ban it again, keep banning the Symmetra, keep Who Are You on a carry hero where he can absolutely pop off. And you see Gen G just playing a standard comp as per where we are in the meta, maybe just without the Symmetra, and they look stable. Whereas TU are just swapping stuff out all the time. Every other fight's a new swap, and you're just not sure what their comp really is at the end of the day.
I'm curious to see the stats after this one as we take a look at some of the highlights. As this is where Kev pushes in with the blade here. I know, but the point's still in favor of Gen G. Map 1 was just a blowout for the ultimates, and then map 2 just on the complete opposite spectrum. Just an absolute blowout in favor of Gen G. Just a really odd first 2 maps to kick off the series, and here towards the end, it's going to be that Deadeye to secure it.
I just don't think Gen G are that sim team. I think they need to understand where their strengths are and where their weaknesses are. So again, stay off the Diva, get away from the Symmetra, play a standard Orisa or Ram Brawl, and then you have a much better... I mean, you just see it right here, but then there's a difference as well. As a TU are then starting to play maybe weirder comps for themselves. I just didn't really understand their backline choices at all. It just seemed weird. Like, couldn't you play Brig Bap there? Maybe, Twilight, you're prefer on the Bat, and then at the same time, if he's the one that's better at the Brig, maybe put him on the Brig, put Sky on the Bat, and just sort of make that comp work. It's just the safer, making more sense type of composition to play. And I think Canal made a huge difference there. I said it at the beginning, he got that very early ultimate. I checked the stats when he actually got that early BAP window, and he was like somehow like 2,000 healing ahead of Twilight. I didn't really understand how he was finding so much extra healing. So it was like 4.1k healing to like 2k something healing from Twilight. So he had like double healing somehow. I'm not too sure what happened there, but he ended up lapping Twilight on the initial windows. He had 2 windows deployed to Twilight's 1 before Twilight then swapped to Ana, which then didn't work, and they swapped back to Bat.
You can
waste of time going the Ana.
You can see it even in the overall stats that we bring up, right? It's a 6,000 healing advantage for Gen.G, and the damage is pretty even across the board. So is still, I think, some of the kind of where this series may be ended up deciding is where with the Ultimates backline, can you put together enough backline combos over the course of a series that you feel comfortable with and are able to win with, right? Because you're seeing they're trying the, you know, Moira at the end. I mean, that's kind of last ditch effort, right? But you're trying like Juno, Lucio. I mean, you're trying a lot of different things. So the Ultimates, it'll be their map selection. They take it to Circuit. Avril, thoughts?
Circuit would have probably been the map that I thought Gen.G would have taken us to. They just want more of a flat map. But I think for TU, the reason why you would want to go to Circuit is so you can get into that double flex support, which means TU need to essentially protect the support straight away in the bans, and Gen.G, well, if TU don't do that, then Gen.G need to target like a Bap or a Lari straight away. So I believe both are available to ban. They are both available. I think TU, what do you do? Just get rid of a Life Weaver for fun, just in case a Life Weaver ban
comes. Teams play Life Weaver here. Teams play Life Weaver here, so maybe there's.
Yeah, so, I mean, so it's not a terrible ban. Get rid of the Life Weaver just to protect your double flex support backline and just get that going. And maybe if you're Gen.G,
I think you could ban the Sojourn. I know it's really been a lot of Sojourn versus Cassidy, where Exodial's wanted to play the Cassidy, so maybe, you know, with that longer sight lines here.
Kind of one-tricking the so far, so that's maybe not a bad call. I was thinking maybe targeting Heesung a little bit. But then again, I think Heesung might just look towards a Ram here. I think Ram is pretty standard on this map, but if you are playing like a double flex support, Orisa or more likely Sigma seems more in place. Neither of these two tanks are super well known for their Sigmas, but I have seen them both pull it out. It's just not going to be... You're not going to see this extremely good Sigma like you would from an off-tank player, but it'll be workable. So if Gen.G don't want to deal with the Sigma, knowing that's going to be double flex supporting the other side, then maybe just get rid of that one to weaken the poke comp.
So it'll be the ultimate to get rid of Baptiste here to kick things off. So they get rid of like a flex support per se, right? But they end up kind of protecting that support pool. And then Gen.G, they get rid of Genji, which is interesting, right? Because Who Are You can definitely play the Genji, but this is probably more targeted at Kevster and potentially trying to get him to play something else.
Yeah, well, Kev's has also been playing Genji. We saw him play Genji on that last map as well, so it is a little bit targeted. And Who Are You will just move over to, I guess, Mei. Mei will be a pretty strong look on this particular map. Maybe the Sim, but I think for Gen.G, probably best to stay away from it for now based on how they played on map 1. With the Bat ban, that means they're going to move over towards Ana instead. I think this is going to be another situation where Twilight just wants to play his comfort. So could be Ana, a Lari or something like that. It could it actually might even be, it might even just be something entirely different. Like you see all of this and then it ends up just being like, I was going to say Lucio Kiriko, but that doesn't sound good for TU. Something without a Lucio.
Yeah, I mean, I know a Lari is definitely an option. We've seen teams play Juno. We've seen teams play Life Weaver here. With Baptiste gone, I think definitely going to have to get creative in terms of the support line. I also think, though, if Twilight ends up bringing out the Ana this time, the Kiri is available, right? So you're going to have, I know, more ability to kind of get those cleanses. Gen.G, this seems pretty close to standard, right? We've seen them play like the Baptiste with the Brig, but obviously with the Bap gone, you're going to just sub in the Juno, and then we'll see Who Are You with the Genji gone going to pick up that Sim yet again.
We'll have to see if the Sim really works, man, because I wasn't really loving what was happening on that first map, but maybe a bit more of a linear map for Gen.G to give Who Are You opportunities to work some Sim strats with the team. It's still a decent poke here. They're not going to really, well, for Ultimates either, or certainly for Gen.G, they're not going to play the poke. We're looking over towards Ultimates to see if they were going to look towards it. Unsure if Twilight was going to stay on the Zen. Unlikely. Kevster will go for that opening Widow shot, just for a bit of scouting.
Oh, get some damage on Mag there at the start, but then goes back down. We're going to get a Pharah. So we haven't seen Pharah really recently in the meta, right? Pharah was played a little bit at the beginning of stage 2, but this is an interesting look, especially into the Sim, right? As Mag gets hit with a bio grenade, gets very low. He's going to be able to keep his life, but this is a really nice kind of potential counter, Avril, to what Gen.G is pulling out.
It certainly is going to put pressure onto Who Are You. That's number one. I think Exodio might lack a little bit of the range damage to be able to tank down a fire as well at long range. Kai even just going to add a little bit more pressure with the Freya for long range as well. So the full poke outside of Sky also going for flex support. Everybody else is looking pretty poke heavy on ultimates.
Yeah, Gen.G doing a nice job, though, holding the corner for now. So you'll see these sim turrets start to get around the corner, as it feels like once Kevster, I was going to say, gets enough damage, then you're going to start to see them go. And as soon as he puts that damage down on Who Are You, Heesung uses the spear spin, pushes on up, and this will be the ultimate's a really nice fight win there. I think this Pharah has made a huge impact, being able to just chunk down damage at range. There's really no response to it, right? There's no immortality field to kind of keep Exodio alive when he's turning around the corner trying to fight, and this will be the first point for TU.
But they need to not play too passively up against a heavily poke composition. So when you have a Pharah there, you have to get more active on the TPs or be in a position to at least challenge those angles, challenge an off angle perhaps, but Exodio in a position to succeed. Mag's gonna go D.Va to deal with the Pharah now. At least the D.Va here does make some sense for the Pharah specifically. There's Surge early.
They TP out of it, though. It's going to be, oh, nice interruption there as that Deadeye was coming through. It's going to be Kevster, though, with that nano boost and barrage moving over the top. But it's actually going to be Mag and Exodio coming through with kills in the feed. So Mag now on that D.Va. We were, I know, Avril was throwing some shade at the Mag D.Va a little bit earlier, but they're coming through with some big kills.
Yeah, well, it is there to shut down the Pharah specifically. Kevster's going to move away now, understanding what the game plan is. Probably don't want to stick onto a very heavy poke composition for B. That's a good A strategy. Now for B, going towards their own brawl. By the way, Heesung on the Ram, brilliant matchup into the D.Va, which means Mag needs to look for an exit ramp as soon as possible to get rid of this D.Va. Maybe go back over towards his Ram or Nerissa instead.
Oh, it's a nice use of the rally. Crispy actually just uses that bash, gets right into the back line, and they do end up getting Sky. So we'll see, though, they can keep anybody else alive. The rally not good enough to keep Mag in mech. That's a huge loss here, even with Who Are You using the barrier of the Civ, even trying to like mitigate some of that damage. Mag left out of mech here. Exodio in a really rough spot. I mean, I don't know how he's not going to be able to make it out of here. I mean, you see Kevster in his face. Maybe, ooh, he almost able to take out Sky there. That would have been quite huge. Yeah, the cart will continue to move, though, here for TUs. I think with this Mei now, you're going to get close right up to this door. It's going to be very difficult for Gen.G to even get out. You're probably relying on the TP.
Well, Mag's got mech back at least, but need to be able to get that touch enabled right now. They have a TP to play through, which is the good news. Can they have the staying power there? They don't really have anything to play through. Self-destruct is not going to quite be enough here, and the wall's going to lock out the rest of the members. At least Mag gets the touch, which is good.
Yeah, he does have a self-destruct to be able to use, so he'll be able to get back in mech. Just needs to survive this amount of damage coming on through. Nice protection there from Crispy as Mag just gets around the corner. So at least it gives Gen.G an opportunity to potentially fight this. Yeah, you do have Annihilation available and Blizzard. We'll see if they decide to use it, though. It's going to be Heesung evening it up. Yeah, now Twilight pops the rally. They're going to use the Annihilation, and this is going to be good enough for that second checkpoint.
This is where, again, you need to see Mag swap because Kevster on the Mei plus Ram, both of these heroes really good at just shutting down a D.Va. Marissa's going to come on through. Smart choice. Gen.G ready to actually brawl here. Freya now online for Exodio to challenge that range. We're still not really seeing much from the Symmetra in terms of kind of just justifying it for what kind of plays they want to be able to make. What array is going to be here. I'd love really to see move off damage from Who Are You onto Heesung or anything. You know, you don't see these massive level 3 beams melting the tanks.
I'd love to see the move off of the sim. I think it's wasn't really effective in map 1. I don't think it's been that effective here, as at least for Gen.G they've been able to kind of get some of this high ground here, gain control. But it's Who Are You? He gets picked at range. It's the benefit of the Discord orb there that comes through from Twilight. They're going to use that orbital ray because I think Gen.G, they kind of feel the pressure. They know this is almost a must-win scenario in terms of fights, as Mag will end up pushing up. He will end up falling, as Kanale just kind of making it a little bit interesting here towards the end. He will end up falling on the cart as well, just stalling it. But this has been a brutal defense here for Gen.G.
It's a lot of time as well for ultimates. Twilight, by the way, moving on to Zen, has a little bit of range to play through. Juno Zen is not a composition you see very much of, if ever. It's like almost doesn't really exist. But if nothing can punish Twilight, then he's going to just be chilling.
we've seen them use a Zen potentially on defense at times for TU. And also Zen, one of the heroes that Twilight is really good at. This is going to be difficult, though, to kind of get through this choke of the area. It's going to be the bola shot there. It puts down a little bit of damage. I know nothing significant. They do find Kai, though, so this is a huge pick. They actually use that Sim TP that time to their advantage. They get Crispy and Who Are You in position, and they get the kill onto the Freya. So this is going to stop TU for a moment.
That's a good way to punish. Managed to get that Kai pick off, pushing into the 4v5, but Who Are You picked again. This long-range damage from TU is just so still strong. Twilight floating through the air. Using that Zenyatta perk. He's got Transcendence ready to go, though. As soon as Who Are You comes back from spawn, he's not thinking about the wall, because things are getting tricky now. Wall might have to be deployed here. They're on the back foot.
I mean, I think it's too late. I mean, you're waiting so long to potentially use some of these ultimates. Crispy ends up popping the rally. It's going to be Terror Surge here from Mag, but it's going to be... Ooh, the Transcendence doesn't actually end up keeping Sky alive, so you end up losing your other support. You're going to lose Twilight as Who Are You starts to get going with the beam. The Annihilation, though, for Heesung is going to be so difficult, impossible to take out, and that's going to be the ultimates completing the map with 1:29 in the time bank. A fantastic offense from them here, Avril.
Overall, not too bad. Given, though, that they did walk in with over 3 minutes, it is a decent amount of time bled off by Gen G. But a lot of that also was coming down to early pickoffs from Ultimate, still playing somewhat poke in there. A couple of early kills from either Kai or Twilight, putting Who Are You down. We're only starting to see some of the Symmetra coming through with TPing into Kai to get that first kill. And in response, very slow on the wall deployment. I think as soon as you lose one player, you're known to 4v5, you need to kind of think about that wall before you lose another player. Once that secondary player went and it's 5 versus 3, ultimates have just about capped.
And looking at some of the stats here, I think it's quite telling, right? Exodial, pretty high in terms of damage, right? The 8,900 compared to, kind of counterpart Kai on the other side. But Kevser, playing, whether it be the Pharah or the Mei, out damages the Sim, where in a lot of these scenarios, right, the Sim ends up with a ton of damage, being able to just kind of farm it up with the beam. But just whether you're not able to keep Who Are You alive long enough to let him start to ramp, and then also getting picked off quite early, eliminates any of that from happening. As Kanil gonna play us a nice little tune here. Is the ultimates, what do you think here, Avril? They're gonna go with like a double, I mean, a lot of poke, right? Freya Sojourn with the Illari.
I thought they were gonna play the Illari. I mean, it was meant to be Illari BAP, but they banned out their own BAP, so that's the strange thing. Otherwise, they could have gone for like a full poke composition. Also not going to see Who Are You go to the fire here because there's just too much range damage on the other side. So Crispy's going to move over to his own Illari. This is where the Sim TP is going to be important. First move across the map. It's good for the rotation.
Yeah, we see Alcatia use that TP a lot. Most likely, though, what they usually do is they get Ziad in that position. It does not seem like they're going to put Mag up there on the high ground. As the ultimate's giving up a lot of space, and I think they're fine with this because they have so much poke damage that force them to come around this corner and fight. I think that's where you have a huge advantage here if you're TU.
They just have to hold this corner. That's the important thing. You need Heesung to hold position. Get that pylon healing in there as well. Seeing what ultimate's going to come through. Kai's been doing a decent amount. Look at that, 78%. Bowler, not always the most impactful ultimate, but could be a decent timing here. Potentially just get them an advantage.
That's going to be the Sim TP. They're just trying to get rid of it here, preventing some type of off angle as Mag uses Spear Spin, gets close up. We'll see if we're going to see the Bola shot come through. Exodial gets hit by a little bit of damage here from Kai. Gets hit with another source of damage as well, but yeah, okay, so you're going to have basically almost everybody here with some ults. Canale with this orbital ray, though, could be pretty crazy around the corner here. Is Who Are You gets him and Exodial up to the high ground, but they find nothing there. It's going to be a Captive Sun here over the top from Twilight. Not able to finish it off, though. So although Sky in the feed going to end up getting some kills, you missed with the Captive Sun there. They got quite fortunate. That could have maybe opened up a little bit of a window of opportunity for Gen G to fight back.
Now, and Sky not even having orbital ray, ultimates are still able to hold on to that one. Heesung holding strong, getting the last couple of kills to push Gen G back. And they still maintain control of this main corner on A. And again, with good economy in boot as well, Kef's long range Exodial. I'm not too sure if he had a role available, but he just kind of stood there, drifted a little bit to the side, and gave an easy shot over to Kevsa, who you don't commonly see on the Soj. But for this comp,
no,
back on the Soj for Kevsa. Kai to back him up on the Freya. The damage has got to be immense. Exodial needs to be able to respect that.
And this is a comp that if the Ultimates was going to pull it out, Gen G would love to have the ability to put Who Are You on the Genji, right? The Genji could be quite good into this. It's going to be an overclock here from Kev up on the high ground. Connects with Exodial. It's a big shot there into Who Are You. He will finish him off as TU bullying Gen G back to the spawn here. Avril, I think I've seen enough, at least in my opinion, of this sim that I know maybe swap off of it at this point. We talked about it in the first half, but still committing to it now.
I can tell you in Korea, they would probably play some Venture in here just to sort of push up into the Ultimates type of composition. Would have to depend on how good you are on that particular hero, but beyond this, right now, we need to see this wall come through from Who Are You to at least buy them the opportunity to push on up, because we're less than a minute now. They still the cap.
Twilight was going on a flank there, maybe trying to get a bio in, and gets caught out, and you're going to end up losing Heesun, Kevster, and Twilight here. So pushes on up. Twilight kind of like hiding over where that mini health pack is in that U-shaped room, trying to maybe get a bio there. Kevster going to go over to the sim, so maybe they feel like there's an opportunity for them to touch here, as I think they're still going to be a bit light, as the TP does not come through. Yeah, they're going to play for this corner, so you're going to get... yeah, Kevster goes back. So I think they were deciding, like, okay, can we get up there and touch? They probably realized they couldn't there. We'll go back to the Sojourn. Still a pretty decent defense, though, on point A for TU, as Gen G trying to take some space here.
Not too sure if I believe in Twilight really making that sort of play hiding behind, trying to go for the nade. In this particular fight now, it's the ball is being exchanged.
Oh, nice
coming
shot.
Down, but Crispy dies for it.
I mean, that is a sick shot. We see it's going to be Kai up on the high ground there, as Heesun goes with a Terror Surge. There's nobody there to be able to kind of help him out. He's like so out of the way, as it'll be Mag actually who's down there in the tunnel. So we don't actually see it. He connects with a Terror Surge as well. So it'll be they'll push up to this spawn door here. Is okay, Twilight going with this move again, Avril. do you like it this time?
Yet. Well, he hasn't been spotted yet, so that's actually going to catch one. Nearly called the secondary. They get solely off of it, so decent workaround. Misses the sleep dart. That's a bit embarrassing, but maybe the Ultimates can still recover this one. Sky with an orbital ray. Not a bad time to put it down. They might just be able to win without it.
Yeah, no, I think they're gonna hold on to it. There's no reason to end up using it here. Is that time it worked out for Twilight? You did mention end up missing the sleep, but ended up getting like a double bio. They push up, they get the kills out of it.
Just one actually.
Yeah, so I love the decision here. Okay, so the Ultimate's gonna back out. We've seen a lot of teams in the EMEA play really close here. I would have loved to see them decide to do that. It looks like Gen G just kind of working how they're going to go up here. A little speed ring into that. Oh, Mag gets knocked down. Yeah.
They want to be able to use his orbital ray, but Kevster's just going to rail them through everything.
Oh, they end up using it anyway.
From Heesun. Heesun just spare spins everybody off from the TP, so they can't get the TP in. Now Kanale's got a late orbital ray, but they've got 3 kills off the back of that one, so Gen G could have turned this one around. Speed ring for the rest of the team. Got to punish Heesun now.
Yeah, I mean, Heesun has to stay alive, has to get back to the rest of the team, but Kanale goes quite huge there. He's able to pop that orbital array. It looks like it was going to be a bit of a mistake there, but he finds 3, then now finds Twilight off of the spawn. So Kanale just trying to keep Gen G in this. You're going to have this Deadeye potentially make it costly for the Ultimates here. Come around the corner. Heesun does have a Terror Surge here. Spear spins just trying to knock each other back. This is going to be the Deadeye. You see, he tries to go, actually interrupts it. So a nice play there from Heesun is it's going to be the TP here to the back line. Mag gets 1. It's going to be a nice sound barrier there from Crispy, and that's going to keep Gen G alive in the map.
Yep, huge wall coming on through. Deadeye just to buy some space. I mean, I don't think you even need to really get the Deadeye off. The threat of the Deadeye pushes Heesun forward, makes him want to burn that spear onto you, but then he's really far forward ahead of the team. You've already got yourself in a position to maybe get Heesun back, despite not getting the Deadeye through. The Who Are You wall really is the game changer, and then you drop the beat. Just put the cherry on top to make sure Ultimates can't contest you. The issue here now is Gen G don't have time. They got to finish the map,
yeah.
And even if they do finish the map, they cannot match the time bank for TU. If Gen G finish, it's going to be an OT.
Right, even when the second point opened, right, there was no possible way they were going to finish with a better time bank than the Ultimate. So, okay, yeah. Oh, actually, Twilight misses the sleep here. He's going to use the Nano here just to be able to kind of keep himself alive there with Sky. It's going to be Mag ends up using a Terror Surge. They TP up to the high ground as both teams have kind of switched sides in a crazy scenario.
If this is Twilight's comfort pick, I hate to see what he's uncomfortable on. I'll tell you that right now. Ultimate, though, they're still winning this fight regardless of that. Sky will find himself an orbital rate to match Canale in short order, but this is a time problem again for Gen G. 30 seconds.
I mean, that is a wild scenario that we just saw play out. A Mag just kind of tracing down Twilight, the Nano, the TP, then both teams change size. Now Mag is back to the Diva here. Obviously trying to use this Matrix, trying to get them through the door as we are going to be into OT here shortly. Benefit for Gen G, though, is they are going to have this orbital array. They have to get a great use of it. Ooh, TP comes through. They bola shot it right on top of it. The orbital array comes down, but they lose Canale as well. They lose Crispy. So this one is going to go in favor of the Ultimates. They put themselves one map away from taking the series.
Wow, this is not bad from the Ultimates. Again, they get to sort of move away from looking at Lucio. Hey, might be a couple of missed leap darts, but overall still got the job done. Didn't end up having to see any Twilight Lucio just yet. Sky made the Juno work. I think Juno's mostly fallen out of meta, but both teams ended up playing it here with the BAF ban. So just seems like EMEA wants to default to the Juno if the BAF is not available. Ultimately, though, when you look at TU, it comes down to the poke composition, specifically on that 8-point defense. It was just so rough for Gen G to play against, but even the other way around that, I think the fire from Kevster on that A-point, again, dominated. So the A-point, both offensively and defensively, was the difference maker for TU, and that's where Gen G lost the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Gen G thought potentially, right, you can get Kevster off of Genji, and that would result you in some compositions like maybe Kevster goes and plays Mei, right, and you can do some really nice things with the sim, but Kev and TU seemed like they were pretty ready for it, right? They end up playing the Pharah on offense. It worked out in a big way. And then playing some more double like hit scan stuff, right? With the Freya and the Sojourn. Really, there was no opportunity for Gen G to get like really good use of that sim TP, right? The TP would get burst down right away by some of these players. Maybe a bola shot in the way is Kev, you see here, goes to the Mei towards the end as Twilight uses Transcendence there, playing some Zen for some extra damage. But I think TU just had a way better setup in terms of comps on this map.
One map away. Decent look for the Ultimates Gen G. It's a struggle now. Still is the capability of, I don't know, maybe take this to a map like Arunas RP, get that Brig ban in place, maybe put Twilight into a weird situation where they have to start thinking about that Lucio. Again, I think Lucio BAF is still the default. We've seen where Gen G succeeded. You go back on the New Junk City, playing a standard composition, nothing strange in there. I think maybe one thing that kind of lacked here as well, we talked about Sim already, but the cast as well for Exodio, I think he just got outranged. I think Circuit is just not the right type of map where you're up against a Sojourn, you're up against a Freya, you're up against even Flex supports who can outrange you so easily. And you see one pivotal moment for me, Exodio got left to his own devices on the B side where the bend is as it goes up, and he's on the high ground. He's free shooting, uncontested, but he's not really hitting shots. He's not really doing damage. This cast just can't operate at that extreme range. So I think it's a good pick in the meta, but not a good pick for that map.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think you see also with some of the damage stats that we put up, just the difference of having like that Pharah and the impact that like Kevster was providing and all the different heroes that he was playing, where you're still just not getting the best use out of the sim here for Gen G. Gen G, though, still has a chance. They got a map selection. They gotta win it to stay in the tournament. We'll see what that map is right after this quick break.
Shall we play in my world? Selecting upgrades to match new user. I think a level up is in order. How did you get in here? Don't touch that. Hey, this is not part of my programming. Class dismissed. Overdrive activated. Final upgrades inbound. You have unlocked the privilege to annihilate. Leaving so soon. Game over.
Man, everything awesome there coming in season 17, right around the corner. I'm a sucker for some nice skins. It's Matt Mr. X Avril here, bringing you the EMEA lower bracket where Gen G needs a map to stay alive. And look at this, Avril, they ban Ana here, so that'll be pretty impactful for TU in terms of what like Twilight can play. It still leaves the Brig available though. And then on the other side, they actually get rid of Cassidy, which I think is really nice because it targets Exodial.
So first of all, going to Runesapi, I think great map choice coming through from Gen G. You want to get to a flat map, go towards the Orisa and the Ram again. Make sure that we're keeping it within the confines of that type of matchup. If they can bait Who Are You to stay on the sim, that will, you know, make it even, well, rather the other way around. If TU can bait Gen G to stay on the sim, that'd be good for TU. But looking up towards the cast ban, absolutely. The Exodial has been kind of one-tricking this hero throughout this entire series today. And despite me not being the big fan of Cass on that last member circuit, just because of sight lines and the long ranges, on Runesapi, it's a lot shorter range. You're playing more medium, sometimes close range. That's where Cass can definitely get advantages. Now Exodial, gonna move over towards the Soj. He's still good on this hero. So we'll see how that goes for him. Kevster also playing the sim now. So both teams want to play it. No, actually, I like Kevster was doing it just for the spawn.
Yeah.
Okay, that's different.
Yeah, just a TP out of the spawn there for Kip because they don't have the speed, right? They don't have the Lucios. They're trying to make up a little bit for it, where Exodial will be on the Soj. So gonna have a little bit of a range, disadvantage, I would say. Be at a disadvantage in terms of the range here from, Kai in terms of that Freya, where Exodial has not really gone to the Freya really since like early in this stage. So it's a good read here for TU on getting rid of the Cassidy. We'll see. He's trying to take a little bit of an off angle, finds Kai and able to finish him off. So a big pick off here. Exodial, though, so weak as bow supports going quite huge here early on for the ultimates. A few players. Oh, Heesung actually gets rid of Mag. This is huge. If Heesung can kind of get back to the rest of the team, it's really kind of been the issue with the ultimates at time, where if Heesung can actually, he does a nice job of pushing up and causing some chaos. It's just the survivability, right? And whether you pin that on him or the supports, this time he's able to stay alive, and the ultimates will get control of the bot.
It will, and Gen G now swapping Mag over towards the Orisa. It is still a bit more of a strange type of lineup, given that Sky is gone to Kiriko here. It seems like ultimates, they also sort of just understand where their strengths and weaknesses are. They know they're not going to be able to really play well on the Brig or the Lucio, so just force this double flex support as much as you can and see if that ends up working out for you. Twilight is going to be a little bit behind compared to Canal. We saw that in New Junk City as well, but Sky, doesn't matter, he'll make up for it. Early pick off on Exodial to give them 5v4.
Yes, Kepster just kind of getting out of the fight for a second. Doesn't want to burn the recall. You got the immortality field here as well. This is going to be checkpoint for the ultimates. You could not have asked for a better start from them. As now they're going to push up. They're going to have all 5 ultimates here after all. I mean, there's a possibility they just speed run this one down. Mag makes another swap, right? So 2 times into the respawn room, 2 swaps here for Mag early on. Is Gen G has not looked comfortable throughout this entire series. Kitsune Rush plus Annihilation used here. It's going to be an Ant Matrix from Canal just trying to push them back or prevent them from pushing on forward, and it does not seem to matter. The ultimates push right on past it. Yeah, they're going to lose Canal. They're going to lose Crispy here as well. A few big ultimates used there by TU, but still, I mean, look at the progress they made.
Yeah, they're about to hit 100. They're about to hit triple digits here, and Gen G, they're struggling. They need to start picking up the pace for at least the sound barrier, something to keep them alive. Now Twilight's going to play through the window, giving opportunity for the team. Kai not going to be able to end up using that, but spots the flank on the way through. Crispy now into the tempo beat, trying to get some movement for Gen G.
Exodial doesn't get the benefits of it. You see a few players here on Gen G getting quite low, and you're gonna lose Canal. This could actually turn here as for TU. Is look at this. I mean, Twilight up on the high ground here. I mean, he's able to get 2. He's gonna drop down, put that immortality field. He's gonna try and keep himself alive. Kebster directly behind Mag, putting down some damages. This one, so Gen G, you're not necessarily gonna lose the fight as we go into a pause. But you're not going to be able to push the bot back here towards like mid-map, right? I believe Ultimates is still going to be able to play around that corner with the close spawns and keep an advantage as all that. Somebody has turned the lights out here on us on the broadcast. So yeah. Hey, you cast during that. It looks like actually just maybe a DC on the side of TU. So we'll get that player back in the lobby. But right now, the Ultimate's in complete control.
Yeah, they have to respawn. That looks like Heesung, actually. So I can't remember if Heesung was still alive or not at the end of that fight, but when he reconnects, I assume he has to come back from spawn. So either way, TU, they lost that fight anyway. Pretty sure Gen G got that fight locked in. Finally found their ultimates. The problem is 117 to 5 meters. Now, certain theories could be invoked here, but I'll refrain from that now because I want to give Gen G a chance just for the sake of Gen G out there in the game.
What is the theory? I gotta know because everybody loves the the passive aggressive Avril on a Sunday morning. Well, what's the theory here?
First of all, it's a Monday morning for me, and I'm being pretty positive right now because I think I'm giving Gen G a shot. I'm giving Gen G a shot. I'm going to say that they have the capability to maybe, I think they generally have a more stable looking comp. The only issue is Mag Diva, not even just Mag Diva on its own, but specifically into Ramp, it's just not a good matchup. It's just really a poor matchup for the Diva specifically. So Orisa probably was better. It's also just when you see a tank within like 3 lives play 3 different heroes just on literal Mystery Heroes mode, that's just, it doesn't give you a lot of confidence. So Orisa is probably the best for him in this particular matchup. They're playing the Lucio BAP. It's a stronger backline than what Sky and Twilight are doing. So I don't think I have a major issue with their comp. Like on paper, the Sim should even be good. The walls are at least going to be doing some real work for Who Are You, regardless of anything else that he's doing the server on that hero. So it's not like they're playing the wrong things. Maybe just on the tank side to go back to the Orisa and they'd be fine.
Right. It's a bit rough, I think, because for Gen G coming into EMEA in stage 2, it felt like this team made some upgrades, right? It felt like they were actually going to be even better. They were good in the regular season or regular stage portion of stage 1, but they kind of faltered in the playoffs. But then they just kind of, it never seems like, even in this series, I think it's a great example, right? You see moments of it like on New Jung City, but they're just never comfortable, it seems like, really doing just about anything. And for the Ultimates, they've just been, up and down pretty wildly, right? Yeah. It seems like clearly like against the Peps and Gen G of the world, they can definitely just kind of blow them out, steamroll them. It seems like at times, so they're just missing a little bit against like that next tier, right? Against the VPs, against the the Twisted Minds, against some of those teams where it at least feels like to me TU is like in the ballpark, where Gen G, on paper, right? You think this team made upgrades, but it does not seem to have worked out that way in stage 2.
And you know what? Listening to what Jake was saying about Gen G, I kind of agree that Gen G look like on recent performances, Gen G have improved. I think they're generally, again, playing better type of compositions, trying to unlock their plays in a better way. They sort of have a better understanding of where their strengths are. You're not seeing Exodo play as much Freya because I think he understands his comfort is more going to be on the cast, more on the Soj, which is why I think the cast ban is like one thing. But sure, he'll move to Soj and he'll look good on that hero. And I think he has. You just have to be careful on a map like Runasapi of getting so heavily snowballed in a situation where ultimates win fights in a row where they don't have to use ultimates, and then they get to snowball you to 117 because they've now got 5 ultimates that you haven't been able to draw out. You haven't been able to sort of get these necessary trades to even slow them down. Because if you're the defensive team and you're losing, you get even 1 trade or 2 trades, forcing respawners to catch up. Suddenly TU can't just push into your base. They have to wait for respawners. So Gen G just not able to pull through with singular types of picks yet.
And we see the mode win percentages for these teams through stage 2. Push, I mean, you see typically a very good game mode here for Gen G. The Ultimates, look, I think the Ultimates, they started off like trying to play dive, and then they kind of like molded into something else. I think some of their stats you can kind of start to throw away as it got a little bit better towards the end of the stage. So we jump right back into game. So Gen G, they do kind of come out on top in this fight, but the Ultimates are going to have those close spawns here, April, so they're going to be able to get back and fight this rather quickly. I don't think you're going to be able to get this back towards mid-map. You see Kevster get on, get a touch, slow them down some more. So about 3 minutes into this game, a massive lead for the Ultimates.
Exactly, and Gen G are going to have to win a fight just to even get 1 more meter. So TP on to take a little bit of that high ground on the right side, and instantly it's double DPS Ultimates. Wall's going to be good value.
I mean, they need to get something going, right? You know, even just kind of investing both of these Ultimates on top of each other. Typically, you don't really love it, but in this type of scenario, you kind of have to do something where
good delay on the bot.
Yeah, gets right onto the bot. Going to use the block there. So just going to stall out a little bit as the bot. Going to make it, you know, probably to this first corner here where you're going to round and go closer towards that checkpoint where the Ultimates will have another fight to be able to defend that position.
This is an important one now. Gen G win 1 more, they can threaten the cap, but they did use 2 DPS Ultimates there, including the big one on the wall. Ultimates have been saving. They delayed the bot as well, just to slow things down further. What can we find here? Importantly, TU need double support Ultimates. They don't have a single one. Canale looking over towards window. Exodial, how does he get sniped out? Can't allow that to happen.
You know, he's probably around the corner just trying to actually farm up some charge. And look at this, the bot is running away. Canale uses the Ant Matrix on the opposite side, but Kevster and Coach, they've just cut right through the building and they're not going to take the bot. So you end up using your Ant Matrix in a position you think they're going to be attacking from. Nobody home here. You have the Kitsune Rush potentially available here to use for the Ultimates. Kevster with a Pulse Bomb doesn't connect with anything. The Kitsune Rush plus getting the Ramatra inside of there. I mean, that is a wicked combo. He's able to just punch so fast as you see Gen G maybe just trying to build up towards this sound barrier, right? Knowing that Kitsune Rush is going to come down. Here comes the rush. Mag goes in, puts down some pressure onto the back line, but they're going to lose Crispy Sano getting the sound barrier in this fight. Mag will use a self-destruct just to get back in. And actually, this doesn't turn out that terrible here for Gen G, Avril.
Well, Mag has managed to get one because you say pressure, but he wasn't doing it that much. He lost his mech, comes back in, finds Twilight. Now this is the opportunity for Gen G to be able to convert it a couple more. Keysung feels like the game is still winnable. Pops Annihilation. Needs a little bit of support here. How many teammates does he have alive, though? Because members from TU are dropping around him. Now they got to get the bot back into action. That one payload steal from Kevster, which ends up wasting Canale's window. Very well played from TU. Canale, though, in this meantime, has farmed up another window.
Yeah, I mean, Canale just trying to keep them in the game, right? You know, back-to-back windows pretty much. Sky will go over to the Brig. I like this, especially against the Diva. We talked about how good Brig is. Yeah, against the Diva, where it's going to get right down onto the bot here. Is going to be an Ant Matrix up on the high ground. A nice TP here from Who Are You puts them in position, but guess what? The bot going back in that opposite direction yet again. This time, though, they're going to prevent the Ultimates from dragging it extremely far away. It's still going to make a little bit of a trek back towards mid-map, but Gen G going to be able to get closer to this first checkpoint. Most certainly will get it. So they're battling back into this one.
It just has been a meaningful number of delays because you saw the butt scratch that comes in now because Kevster pulled the bot away before the cap. That's more delay. Who Are You than dying means, as I said earlier, just a singular death on this attack means you have to back out, wait for respawners to rejoin you. 55, they made it to halfway, Matt. It's starting to look a bit more possible for Gen G as we round out the 3 minutes remaining. To me, they need at least another 30 minutes before we hit OT, before Gen G can actually be in a comeback situation.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It looks like they kind of back up a little bit, Gen G. They don't want to play like that aggressive around that corner, so it's going to be a rotation here from the Ultimates, and on the opposite side, you actually see it's going to be that wall drop from Who Are You. Pulse Bomb hits Canale, but it's going to be the Immortality Field that keeps him up as Kai will end up taking out Canale in the end. So look at this, Exodial tries to finish off Kev. Railgun shot goes amiss. Recall still available here for Kevster, not going to chase Exodial. Kai will end up finishing him off on the Freya. So you did actually get a little bit more meterage there for Gen G after that fight, right? You go from 55 to about 63, but still, any fight for the Ultimates that they end up winning, Avril, is just going to hurt so bad, right? This bot is just going to keep going deeper and deeper into Gen G territory. And now with 2 minutes on the clock for Gen G, you're going to have to win 2-3 fights in a row to have a chance to take the lead.
And perfectly as well once the ultimate, or rather once the overtime hits. If TU managed to shove this bot all the way into Gen G spawn territory, I'm not even talking about extending the 117 further, just even putting it towards the Gen G spawn means that when the OT hits, it's a super long run back. They have to win way too many fights in a row perfectly to be able to get it done. And every single time Gen G want to fight for bot, they're gonna have to use resources like this. OC now in play.
Yeah, overclock, and it'll actually be Canale falling at the hands of the Bola shot before he gets the benefits of the sound barrier there. Sky will end up using the rally. This is going to keep everybody topped up for TU, and you're already down your BAP. So Gen G in a really difficult situation. They have to play quite aggressive. It's going to be a self-destruct here from Mag. He's going to try and get himself back in the mech as Twilight ends up falling. So trying to even it up here. You're going to actually get your BAP back in the fight earlier here for Gen G. It doesn't matter though. I mean, dude, Kevster has been on a tear now. I mean, Avril, he's 17-1 on the Tracer here.
And I'll tell you what, we've seen amazing Tracer performances out of Who Are You as well. He just hasn't shown it yet. He's basically one trick the Symmetra.
They locked him on the sim. Yeah.
117. That might even get extended now. This is nearly a nightmare scenario for Gen G. As I said, if they have to start pushing from their side of the map, and we're extended to 120 now, by the way, then Gen G in the OT just have way too much of a run back, and they need perfect gameplay. They're not going to get it just yet. 4 ultimates on for TU. TU could even threaten in the full cap.
Oh, I mean, a lot of players in this clumped up area here for Gen G. It's going to be the annihilation here for Heesung. It's going to be an Ant Matrix up on the high ground from Canale, but where are the targets? I mean, nobody is poking around the corner here for the ultimates. Is Who Are You does get a TP into the back line though, so you do end up getting some kills here. It'll be an Ant Matrix used by Twilight as they still want to fight it. Kevster with a double pulse bomb here connects onto the supports as you're also going to lose Who Are You. This is a brutal way to go out if you're Gen G.
Zero coming in. The OT barely touched. Crispy sacrifices his life. Mag coming out of the ball. It's Gen G's last hurrah, but even if they win this fight, Matt, they have to push all the way, and I don't think they're going to do it. Canale's down. No supports. Just a wall up from Who Are You to try and save the day.
And I don't even think they have the damage to kill some of these players on the ultimates around the corner, right? So they got to stay on the bot and contest, but not enough offense to get around the corner as Heesung will push up in Nemesis form. I mean, Mag nowhere to go here as the body's going to have to fly on to the bot, and they do not get there to touch. It is the Ultimates taking the series 3-1 here against Gen G.
And honestly, I wanted this one to go to 5. I think Gen G had the capability to push it a little bit further, and there were questions coming into this. Who's actually going to be the better team? We saw some decent amount of progress for Gen G in their last couple of matches in the regular season. TU looked very weak yesterday. However, they have to play against OWCS, potential tournament favorites here, potential stage favorites. Everyone's going to look pretty rough versus OWCS unless your team is Twisted Mind. So maybe we just couldn't read into that loss too heavily. Ultimates didn't look great yesterday, but up against competition that's close to their level, maybe below their level, Ultimates, they know where they can find the win condition. I respect that they didn't go back to the Twilight Lucio that didn't look good yesterday, even though they can't play the official meta of the Lucio BAP, maybe even the Brig BAP. I think it's a good enough call for them to say, you know what, let's play to our strengths anyway. Just lock in the double flex support. Who cares? We know what we can play and what we can't play, and we'll just play what we can play and still win this one. Gen G, unfortunately to me, didn't get that memo. They failed to play Who Are You on his best heroes, and we just didn't get to see the best out of Who Are You today. Mag still playing too much Diva. It's unlucky. Gen G, been a rough season. We'll have to see how they come back in stage 3, I guess.
Yeah, Gen G, a little bit of a rough go here at the end. I agree with you. I don't think they put Who Are You on the best heroes to be able to succeed. But TU, they stay in the tournament. Their lives are still active here, going towards that MSC at the middle of the season. Let's go to the desk to hear what they think about the Ultimates performance today.
Yeah, what a way to close it out there from Kevster with a clean Tracer performance on Runa Zapi. Tracer also has been the win condition when Gen G was in the driver's seat. Alas, they decided to die on the meta hill and shoehorn that Symmetra in, however humanly possible. We understand why, but I'm not a fan of it. I wanted to see something different here from Gen G. I feel like doing it on one map, you can excuse. Doing it on 2, then 3, I don't know, Jake, what do you think?
Look, I mean, the thing for Gen G that you have to think about here is that this match, I mean, it keeps you alive, right? But you really, for both of these teams, need to be looking for the chance to win the next couple series, right? To beat what seems to be likely to be Virtus Pro, right? To be able to qualify. And maybe that's a match that you need to be winning on the sim with. And so I think if you take that sort of bigger strategic view, I think there's a good argument for going for the sim. I mean, it falls flat today. I think it was the exact opposite read from the Ultimates, who said, you know what, screw the meta. We are going to play what we're gonna, what we're effective on. But you know, time will tell, I guess, how meaningful that is if they're able to actually qual or not, right? If you win this match and then you end up just losing to VP because you can't keep up on the sim, you know, maybe it looks silly to invest into this match as Tracer now. So I think there is like a sort of a bigger picture theory here behind Gen G going for the sim. But nonetheless, it's the Ultimates who get the win and some solid play from them. I talked about the possibility that, you know, the death match is really on point. I feel like Kai had some big moments this series too, which is super, super important. You know, the rest of the team was kind of stepping up, especially that double flex support, just looking so comfortable, maybe making a little bit more out of Kevster's opportunities.
And I really think that Gen G were in this series, but it all kind of fell apart here in Runasapi, where it was a map they couldn't afford to lose. I just want to go through the first 4 fights here quickly. The first fight, Sky gets a first pick, you know, with the help of his team, of course. Second fight, Sky finds another first pick, and Gen G, they're like, well, 4v5, we gotta push in, they feed Ultimates. Third fight, Ultimates have Ultimates now, because Gen G have lost 2 fights in a row, and so Ultimates win a third fight. And then the fourth fight, Twilight just goes crazy on the Baptiste from like the high ground. And so, all of a sudden, like 2 minutes in, the Ultimates are up like 117 meters to 0, and it's so rough to come back from a spot like that, that the first few fights in Runasapi really determined the outcome of Runasapi to begin with. And so, Gen G, they couldn't afford to slip up. They did slip up at the start of Runasapi, and that was just the end of the series right there. In a matchup where I actually think that they could have forced a map 5, they just got off to a really bad start on Runasapi as well.
Yeah, it did snowball quite badly from there on onwards. Kevster was, of course, a walking, talking highlight reel. Once again, we love to see him popping up on that Tracer. Kevster's just one of those big win conditions for TU, right? Whether they want to play meta or not, Kevster needs to have a good game for this team to come out on top.
You glaze him, Jake. Look, I've done enough.
Kevster always has a good game. That's what I mean. That's what's crazy about this TU team. They've been struggling, but Kevster has not lost a step. Even in the matches that they've lost, I feel like Kevster, you know, has been making a lot of plays happen. And I think maybe it's just the double flex board lineup is kind of the key here. I agree with you know, what the casters were saying about, like, look, Twilight on the Lucio is not doing it for me. It's not doing it for me. You know, you wish you had a good Lucio on this team, because I do think Lucio is a very strong hero right now. I think you really would love to be able to play it. For the Ultimates, again, it's going to be bigger questions going on further into the bracket. Can they continue to succeed without that Lucio playing the comfort double flex support? Will they work against a team like Virtus Pro? That's a little bit more scary. I think VP is a team that's very accustomed to the double flex support matchup. It's one that they're very comfortable with. And well, almost all this is assuming VP beat.
I was about to say, wait.
But I will say, like,
it is
if
I am
the Ultimates or Gen G, that's what I'm thinking, right? Like, I'm going into this thinking about the next match, because it's the lower semi that puts you in top 3, right? Like, that's a huge match here. And this one is really just buying time for that, of course, more significant one next week.
It just makes the whole thing so awkward for TU, right? Because it's very easy with the bans to make them uncomfortable, just based on what the backline can and cannot play, Johnny.
Yeah, but I mean, I think a lot of these teams are in that kind of position right now, especially here in the lower bracket. If you haven't found your playstyle yet and you haven't really found that composition that works for you, you most often are just going to hedge towards one type of composition. And for the Ultimates, it's like a double flex kind of variation. That's what they'll try to do. But that also allowed Gen G to pick a map like New Junk City, where they were just clearly the favorites, because it didn't allow the Ultimates to play that double flex support lineup in the same way, right? And so I think for a lot of these teams, they have one preferred play style, and then it's up to the other team to come up with how can we limit their strength and maybe promote the way we like to play the game. So when we get these matchups, it's really fun because we have different styles a little bit all over the place, and we'll see how the next matchup fare with maybe some more differencing. I'm not gonna.
You're doing good. Differences, yeah. We love variety. That's right. We love variety. We love compositional differences and clashes, because they make it all the more interesting. Of course, we do have another elimination match coming our way. Team Peps will be trying to stay alive, going up against VP. The winner of that game will then have the utmost pleasure of going up against the Ultimates in the lowers final. All of that and more after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Want to control the POVs you watch on the official OWCS broadcast? Choose and switch between the mainstream and up to 4-player POVs, or watch them all at once. Join the chat and earn drops. Watch it on your mobile. Or cast it to the big screen with Chromecast. Watch it, control it, face it.
That's right. For the max Overwatch 2 Stim experience, head on over to faceit.com/watch and watch up to 4 different POVs. Who would you have up on your screen for this one, Jake? Which 4 players?
I want to watch
in your top 4.
The Symmetras and the Cassidys. I want to watch the DPS. I want to see them teleporting around. High Noonan from all sorts of wacky angles. Love it.
That's right. Love it. Love it. Do it. Head on over there. Try it out. Lots of nifty features to take a look at. Also, you can be earning coins whilst doing so as well. Yeah, that's right. Overwatch coins. We love those. We also love an elimination match, and we got another one here for you today. Team Peps will be going up against Virtus.pro. I think there is a clear favorite heading into this one, and that just has to be Virtus.pro. So let's talk about Peps first, because they barely kept themselves out of relegation, winning their very last match of the Stage 2 regular season against 1DIP v 100 Gorillas in a very close 3.
All right, Ken is in the starting lineup.
Series.
Ken is in the starting lineup.
Ken is in the starting lineup.
I'm self-soothing.
But that was the case. That was the case before as well. Ken had a phenomenal game on Tracer. Then they subbed in soon. Things were spiraling out of control, and then they brought Ken back in for that last map to close it out. But I think, if we want to keep it on a positive note here, Tread has been a massive win condition for them. Tread's Orisa has been everything for them in that last series.
Yeah, I think Tread, like on an Orisa meta, this is the dream scenario for Team Peps, probably their best case. Like we said, it's still an uphill battle, but I think Ken, I loved hearing from him in his interview, the way he talked about that, because that's a delicate subject, right? To be the one who's playing super well and getting subbed out is like, it's sort of a challenging topic to address in public to people, as you know, as much as we're going to bring it up because we have to, of course, it's the key story of the match. I really thought his approach was great, where he's like, look, it doesn't matter, like I'm just going to come in and play my best no matter what. And that's the kind of player you really need in your team in an underdog matchup like this, where to beat Virtus Pro, they're going to have to pull out all the stops. Everyone's going to have to be playing well. The communication's going to have to be very on point. And I think maybe Ken can be part of that solution. Maybe Tread can be the tip of the spear, pun intended. And let's see what they can do. Maybe there's a chance for them. I think
Didn't Ken say as well that he brings the energy?
Yeah. He's been good vibes when we got to chat with him in interviews. Now we're looking at Virtus Pro. They are coming off of a very tough loss from the upper bracket. They kind of got pummeled by Twisted Minds yesterday. It was a one-sided affair, and I think the main point from that match is just they were struggling with the Juby sim, right? They just didn't really get to deal with that. But is that something we can expect Peps to pull out of the sleeve?
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting for Virtus Pro, because now we'll get to see if they're adjusting overnight and maybe picking up more of that Symmetra. We saw Jay Wu pull out the Symmetra on that 1 point yesterday, but it doesn't seem to be something that Virtus Pro want to play or have practiced a ton of. And maybe you're just thinking that, well, we can actually qualify for the Midseason Championship without having to play the sim, without confident in our playstyle. But you never know. Maybe they feel like after that, terrible loss yesterday, that they need to change something up. So I think we'll have to see what Virtus Pro bring today. I don't think they need to change something up drastically from their loss yesterday. I think in this matchup, actually, it's the most straightforward, kind of like outclassing. You're kind of playing the same compositions anyway. Virtus Pro, they're just huge favorites in this matchup. Both teams, they play pretty much the same thing. If Team Peps upset here and actually beat Virtus Pro, it's going to be, sensational. The fact that they've just beaten Virtus Pro at their own game in that case, I think it's very unlikely, and it would be a massive accomplishment for Team Peps.
For me, I think a lot of pressure on the support line. That's when I'm looking at these two rosters, I'm really seeing, between Zerion and FD God, I've seen some nice plays out of Zerion recently in the last match they played. However, Virtus Pro, I think probably the heavy favorites when it comes to just the support line, their ability to play through these fights. And in such a high pressure match, support line is typically where people are going to start making errors. It's where most of the pressure of the match is put onto you to be super stable, be super consistent, especially with an Orisa on the field who, you take a step out of line and you just get absolutely dominated by the Orisa. So a lot of pressure on these supports to stay alive and fight well in the engagements.
I have a feeling, or a hope, let's say, that both of these teams will be just going for the comfort pick and not for the, currently losing strat of can't beat them, be them, and pull out the sim. I don't see that happening. I don't hope this is going to happen. I want to see them at their best for today's elimination match. So let's send it over to Avril and Matt for all the action.
Zoe, I kind of agree with you where I'd like to see them play comfort picks a little bit. Yeah, me and Avril here. I agree with Zoe. Want to see them play comfort picks. There is a little bit of me, Avril, though, that draws me into the chaos of both of these teams just throwing everything they worked on in the bin to play. So
you want to see Soon on Symmetra? Is that what you're asking for?
I
want to see subbing to only play Symmetra, right? Is that what was going on?
No, probably not. I don't think so. For me, so look, VP obviously you would have as the favorite in this series.
Right.
Peps has been really, I don't want to say really good as of late. That's like a little bit too, hyping them up. But like they've been good, and I think they're improving, and I think Tread is like a huge reason why. Tread's been like really impactful over the last few games.
Yeah, well, we even had a VP versus Peps game like not that long ago, right? They had a matchup in the final week. In day one, it was a 3-1, so Peps even won themselves a map To be honest, the 89 to 11 is not surprising, but the 11 kind of represents that one map that served us that Peps ended up winning against VP. So not all hope is lost. They scored on every other map as well. So it's like...
This is how we're going to assess community predictions now, that the 11% represents a map. Like how
I'm trying to give a little bit to Peps. I'm trying to like give a little there to like, you know, say, what can they do here? We're saying Tread is looking pretty good at the moment. Maybe the Soon Tracer pocket pick could be really good in here. We know VP is definitely the favorite, but you know, will this be a competitive game coming through from Peps in their survival game, right? Like it's elimination time, Matt. Peps have improved. So how much have they improved against now a team like VP they have to go up against?
In the last series, we did see Soon a little bit, and I think left a lot to be desired. So it'll be a VP map pick, Busan. They will get rid of the Lucio here, so that obviously is an impactful man at FD God. And then Sigma gone on the other side, which is interesting. I mean, I wouldn't say like Vestola is looking to play Sigma here. I would say you're looking at more like Ram Orisa in that regard in terms of tank, but also Avril, those are the things that Peps wants to do. So maybe that's why you see them not ban them here early on. I'd love to see, going back to Soon and kind of talking about that, I'd love to see Peps just kind of commit and play Ken the entire series. He's been really good. I know they've been bringing in Soon for some of the Flashpoint games and other ones a little bit later in the series. So maybe there's an opportunity to see Soon, but would love to see Ken get a shot at running the entire thing here in the playoffs.
Yeah, you have to be careful as well because you can easily target ban Soon, right? You just save the Tracer ban. Unless, of course, Peps are in a position where they get to choose the map after losing and then they get to protect the Tracer. So that for future map discussion, though, man, as we head on to this one. Lucio gone. We're going to default to Brig Bat. Both these teams largely playing the meta. The difference being Virtus Pro a lot more keen to play Jowu on the sim. Now, they didn't win with Jowu Sim yesterday. However, similar conversation. They had to play against TM. This time it's Peps. I don't know if Peps will be ready for the Jowu Sim.
No, and TM is just, just as good as Alcatia, right? Right up there. It's going to be Team Peps actually taking a lot of damage here early, Avril. It's going to be Zerion using the Immortality field, just trying to stay alive as the push comes on in from VP. But look at this. They're actually able to stay alive on through this. FD God helping Tread stay alive, and Tread just running around with that spear spin, finding a few impactful kills. So see if Team Peps can actually just gonna jump back down. Yeah, they're gonna give up the point here early on, but I think that's for them to just get healthy up on the high ground. Now they're gonna push in, try and get rid of Vestola and flip the point back.
All this conversation about comfort picks, and I think that's right. Jay was going to agree with that one. Swap immediately over towards the Tracer. Needs a bit more fragging power. Understand that Peps are not screwing around here. Tread is active already. Talk about this guy being maybe the star power of the team, the shining light for the team. In position now. Finding some low members. Tread just snipes out, picks some brilliant stuff.
I mean, he's been so good the last few weeks. It'll be a rally here from FD God. He's going to use it, just kind of pushing through, trying to keep everybody up, trying to deny the value that Amp Matrix is going to provide from Gala. And Team Peps wins a second fight in a row. I think, Avril, now you're in a position here for Peps, right? You can play close up to this door. You got the Terror Surge to play with, an Amp Matrix. As we'll see how VP goes about trying to get out of this. Shockwave, getting closer to a Deadeye. Not exactly going to be in a great position to use it. Spear here connection there from Tread. He's playing close that door. I think VP, they have a good idea that he's got this Terror Surge. They want to be very careful with everybody coming around the corner.
Just trying to get out of spawn here. The Terror Surge catch Carla first. The lamp has already been burnt. Vestola can only hit the lamp area. Now Cookie's going to just rail through in the OC best he can. Doesn't find too much, but they still win the fight regardless. A single extra headshot to push VP back. And looks like Peps are actually in a commanding position that VP could barely even make it out of choke.
They hold on to this Amp Matrix as well, right? Zerion holds on to this for this next fight. As you'll see, they're going to put some more pressure here on the Tread. It's going to be that Amp Matrix coming out from Zerion. He gets dangerously low. He's going to have to use that Immortality Field to keep himself alive. Ken finds Gala with a pulse bomb. No Immortality Field for Gala to keep himself off. As you see Ken just circling around on the point, trying to come around on the flank. Jowu takes out FD God. So VP still kind of trying to hang in here for now. It's a big kill there on the Tread. This may open it up, allow for VP to take the point, but with 95%, they're going to need to make something happen soon.
That's Tread's first death, by the way. The dude was actually flawless so far. Peps put themselves to 99. Jowu, now you see immediately the value on the Tracer. Swaps from Sim to this, and on the Tracer, Jowu can carry. It's what we saw at Kipster in the last map. Shockwave onto Cookie. More opportunity for VP. They still haven't got the flip. Jowu's going to find it.
So at the last moment, JU able to go pretty huge here for VP. Allows them to flip the point. Now the pressure will be on Peps, right? Can they make it out of this choke? It can be very difficult at times. So Ken gonna not go back to the sim, gonna stay here on the Tracer, just kind of lurk here, maybe put some pressure on the point, draw some players down. As you see Cookie coming on the Sojourner, and off angle, the health pack is gone here. Ken doesn't exactly want to burn that recall, but forced to, is JWoo doing a nice job kind of camping this health pack on the low ground, as it's going to be VP getting closer to 50%. Tread and Co up on the high ground, fighting a little bit of a different fight here. Scala's going to use that Ant Matrix. They're going to try and get rid of Tread. He's going to use, nice Terror Surge here. It's going to grab people in. The Immortality Field is going to keep Tread and Co alive.
J1's Zerion. It's going to be a late rally from FD. He might even just lose the rally. There's no one alive for him to really be able to help. Cookie trying his best. He's not going to use the OC, even though rally's got burned. Look, he knows it's unlikely for them to be able to turn this one around. Just wait for respawn as you have 99%. VP still have a bit of a gap to catch up on, but just unfortunate. Team Pep, similar to what we saw in our previous series, Matt. FD got just burning an ultimate a little too late to save his team.
I think he thought potentially he was going to be able to help Zerion there. It's going to be the overclock here from Cookie. Shockwave, and nothing with the Deadeye there. It's going to be up to 80% here. You may be looking at a final fight here for both sides. It'll be an Ant Matrix here, set up in a pretty good position from Zerion. Going to give Cookie a nice angle, but there's no help, no support there. As it's going to be Fixa moving up here with that rally. Look at the pressure they're putting on the Tread. Immortality Field bursts down quite quickly. This Tread not able to live. A few players jump down here for Peps, trying to keep it on the point. But just like I mentioned, final fight, as it will be VP taking round one.
Yeah, Peps, man, they just got so far ahead but couldn't quite hold on to the lead. At one point, they were even not quite spawn camping, but camping that choke, preventing VP from exiting. You had a situation at the beginning where Tread was flawless. He didn't die for like half the entire round there. Big change here. JWoo moving from the sim to the Tracer. This is why I make the argument that if you are not a good sim team, I think you need to go back to where your comfort is. You need to look at where you can actually carry. Put your star players on their carry positions. You don't want to see Kevster on that Symmetra. You don't see Who Are You there. You don't want to see JWoo there. Once he goes towards the Tracer, now they're starting to win. Meta's going to change next week anyway. I think learning the sim now, it's a risk. We don't even know if sim's going to be meta next week. Right now, do what you got to do to win this game right now in front of you.
Well, it's the same thing that we just talked about with Genji, right? Who Are You? We've seen have big, impactful games recently on like Tracer and Genji and different heroes like that. They basically kind of eliminated him from the series by trying to force that sim, and it doesn't end up working. So Peps moves away from sim as well, so you're going to see a Ken versus J head-to-head in terms of the Tracer. Same support line. It's really just the difference of Shockwave playing the Freya here for a little bit more long range.
I actually like that because this is a lot of high ground, and when I say high ground, I mean angles and geometry of Shockwave to play through, find weird angles, peeking over the sight lines above the rooftops and all of that to catch Cookie out and maybe some other members. Zerion down to JWoo early. And Peps now the back foot.
Yeah, you're gonna lose Tread here from his mech. Is you see the pressure that JWoo puts on, right? He's over here kind of battling Ken on the side. You have like 2 or 3 players here from Team Pips just putting pressure or trying to look at JWoo, trying to force him back. Doesn't exactly happen. Yeah. The rest of VP flood in from the opposite side in a very fast fight that goes in their favor early on. So we'll see if Pep's on the offensive here. They don't really end up working up towards anything here. FD God has to be very careful staying alive. Like you mentioned, the Sojourn, obviously, Sojourn's a great pick on just about any map, but here, for Shockwave, being able to use the verticality of the Freya, like look over some of these walls and, see right there, just kind of like hovering over the statue, can create some really awkward angles as Tread moves onto the point here. Trying to get control of it. You see, he just kind of looks at Shockwave there. Doesn't exactly want to fly in, but look at this. He doesn't have the jets to get back to the backline there as Visola pushes on in. Takes out FD God, but you do have Tread picking up a kill for Team Peps, but I don't think it's going to be good enough, Avril, as JWoo and Visola still alive.
The backlines are just being completely dismantled by our D.Va players, but once the dust settles, it's the Tracers that's going to finish things off, and JWoo, he's just proving himself right now, and just in case you didn't believe in him just yet, we saw on that previous Mecha base handling Ken sometimes with ease. Ken couldn't even really push the side angles, and now 70% for VP. JWoo still in control. Tanks back into play. Support ultimate's nearly online. Gala still further ahead than FD God. That orbital ray difference in timing could make it. Fixes also quite a bit ahead of Zerion as well.
Yeah, double support ult available here for VP, and you're going to be close to like 85% here. Bolo shot doesn't get anything. Tread taking a lot of damage here. Oh, they're going to lose his mech. He's going to have to use self-destruct, so he's going to get a mech back here, providing it doesn't get taken out during the animation, so he doesn't here. But it's going to allow VP to use this Kitsune Rush and use the Orbital Ray. They're going to use the Orbital Ray a little bit later here. FD God's going to have the second Orbital Ray, so might actually be beneficial here for Peps as we head into OT, is getting the mech back, getting Tread back in the fight in that later Orbital Ray. Lets them flip the point.
Well, the problem is Vistola goes down. Gala's just holding for a little bit too long, in my opinion. You want to press your advantage. It's possible that VP just didn't realize they were ahead in the support ultimates. Both Fixer and Gala got their respective ults ahead of Zerion and FD God, but VP still played that one patiently. Fixer, he was under pressure. Okay, drops down the Kitsune Rush when needed, but then Gala isn't in position to save Vistola. I think maybe even with a little bit of layering just to keep Vistola up could have been the difference. It doesn't feel good to double support ult at the same time, but it feels worse if you lose your tank and then you can't win.
Yeah, we'll see how VP tries to attack this fight when the overclock is in the works here, as Cookie ends up taking out one, puts some shots into Jwoo, gets him quite low, Fix it as well. The pulse bomb does not connect, puts down some damage, but you see everybody getting here to help Cookie. Tread there, Zerion too. So Team Peps, they only have to use the overclock during this fight, Avril, is they may battle their way back into this one.
Oh, Vistola. A remake there available. It's been a long time in Baby Diva. VP still have plenty to play through in terms of the buffering. 60% now for Peps. Getting into their own last fight territory. Look up for Jwoo again. He was able to get that 1v1 versus again. Doesn't have a pulse bomb. That's one ultimate that Peps will have. The VP do not. Not expecting too much from the bowler unless there's some sort of cleanup potential for him.
I mean, this would be a huge comeback for Peps, right? Now a real opportunity to end up winning the map if you can end up taking this here. Is Vistola pushes on in. Dude, they may have Vistola here. I mean, but he's going to have a self-destruct to get back in mech, but is he going to be able to survive? He's not, and they're going to lose Shockwave. So this is looking great for Team Peps. You have Jwoo, Fixa, and Gala alive here, but see Tread get right into the face of the supports, pushing them all the way back. They're trying to get this kill on a Jwoo. He's going to get onto the point. He's going to get a contested, so he's going to trigger OT, but he will fall.
Vistola's back. He needs to be able to fix this one and just be able to carry any way he can. Fixer's gonna drop in the final Kitsune Rush to help, but when Vistola gets caught on the sidelines, self-destruct or no, Matt loses Baby Diva, and then on another part of the map, Ken gets a catch on a Shockwave. It's a 2-for-nothing trade. 5 members online for Peps. Double support ultimates just about to be available. Pretty unlosable situation for Peps. So they make the comeback happen. Remember, VP hit the 99 first. This is what we're talking about when we say Peps have signs of life. They've made improvements in that last week. They were able to win a map against VP last week as well. And Peps are now showing that they can be a contender.
I mean, Avril, look at some of these stats here, right? The one I'm looking at, Shockwave 5 and 7 here. I know in comparison to Cookie 17 and 5 on the other side of things, is that you're going to have to see Shockwave come alive if VP are going to win this map, as a huge opportunity here for Peps. And I think with Peps, right, I think this backline, you know, if the Lucio is gone, you want to put FD God on the break here, an opportunity to do it here on this point. Vistola takes a ton of damage here. The armor gone on the Orisa, you're going to have to use that immortality field right away. This is a pretty good start to the round for Peps.
However, Shockwave on 80%, he's really farming up. He hasn't even got a final blow. This is just raw damage. This is not even the Freya passive. An early bowler shot could be a difference maker. Again, not the most exciting ultimate, but at this timing, when Peps are not ready for it, they won't even use it. Zeri and a Cookie just fall. Jwoo, absolute monster. You want to talk about stats, man. Jwoo is a good 3K, 3-point-something K ahead of Ken. It is not looking pretty. Actually, about 2.8K, still nearly 3K. Point being, the tracer difference here is pretty immense. Peps need to win through a different option, because it's unfortunately probably not going to happen in the tracer duel.
I think Shockwave as well, getting to the opposite high ground and being able to just kind of shoot down behind them, makes it very difficult for Peps to operate. As Jwoo with a pulse bomb, a lot of players playing in close quarters here, could get quite dangerous. As an Ant Matrix drop, they're going to try and put pressure down on the Vistola. Vistola not actually inside the immortality field there. Immortality field used here, going to keep Cookie alive because Gala uses the Ant Matrix here as well. So you do have Cookie falling though. Jwoo ends up getting that pulse bomb, and that's going to be both supports gone. A nice setup there from Peps at the start, right? Drop down Ant Matrix, trying to put pressure on Vestola. Losing both supports, Avril. Not going to be able to battle back after that.
I don't know if they read the cooldowns correctly because they dropped the window onto Vestola. He instantly just pulls through with the javelin spin. Not going to be able to kill him. Meanwhile, Gala on an off angle finds a kill to Cookie before Ziren can save him with the lamp. Brilliant timing there. And then Jaywu just drops the pulse on after he knows Ziren's already burnt lamp. Perfect from Jaywu and Virtus Pro. Getting their revenge now after losing that last round. They want to clean this one up perfectly if they can. Peps in position to rally. So is Fixer.
And with this comp for Peps, there's no way they can challenge Shockwave up on the high ground. It makes it very difficult. I mean, you're going to have to just kind of run down these players low. It's going to be FD got using the rally. Zerion really low, so going to use that Immortality Field. Terror Surge comes in here for Vestola just to put down some damage. We'll see if Tread decides to pop his. Going to try and grab some players in. Do get Fixa, but Fixa going to get healed up by Gala. So even with some of these ultimates used by Peps, you still have Shockwave completely free up on the high ground. As Peps, I mean, you're in desperation time. I don't know if anyone's going to get a touch.
This is looking pretty dire. They don't have supports. I think even if they do touch, Ken will find it. What do they really have left to play through? Trent's come back on a Doomfist. At this point, it's bowler shot into window coming through from Gala. With Ken gone, Peps will fall, and VP lock in the 2-1.
Yeah, not an easy map number one there for Virtus Pro, but they get it in the end. And for me, Avril, that final round, it comes down to, like, maybe you don't want to play the Freya if you're Peps, but you cannot allow Shockwave to sit up on the high ground uncontested the entire time and just shoot down on top of you. I mean, you mentioned really early on the amount of damage he was putting down, and already like 87% to an ultimate without even triggering the Freya passive. To just give him that free space, I mean, you're just not going to be able to win like that.
Yeah, and especially when you're outranged as Cookie on the cast. Now, the reason why you want to play cast is obviously you want to have that sort of power to take down the Orisa. So really in the Orisa meta, we're seeing a lot of players go to cast because you just want to keep headshotting Orisa and having that sort of ability. Maybe even shut down the Tracers as well using that flashbang. However, on a map like Busan, when there's extreme range and high ground to play through, you see what Shockwave can do on the Freya when he's unchallenged. No one can really shoot him. Cookie doesn't have the range to be able to do so. Maybe even Cookie moving even towards a Soj could have had a better option to be able to challenge his own Freya. Could have been a good choice as well. I don't know if Peps are that comfortable on Freya. Shockwave has been sort of here or there. Most recently, I think we've still just seen them play mostly non-Freya, but in situations where Freya can be good, he's locking it in, and when he's unchallenged, he's able to carry the game in a more passive way through just raw damage. You're not seeing him as often on the kill feed compared to, say, Jaywu, but I tell you what, when you see the damage stats, you know he's putting out some serious damage that allows players like Jaywu to get the finishing kills.
It's when Jaywu is not clicking though for VP, that's when they are beatable, right? As you take a look at some of the stats here, not a huge gap here between these teams. I think obviously you look at some of the damage, but the healing a bit better here for Peps, where both of these teams pretty evenly matched here through Busan. But if you're Peps, if you can control Jaywu and don't let him go crazy on the Tracer, you can find yourself in this series and potentially an opportunity to steal it, right? So the next map will be a Peps selection. Where do you think they would want to go here potentially, Avril, with obviously Tread being very good in the pool?
Last time they went to Circuit, this time they're going to go Circuit. Okay. So when you look at the previous matchup just a week ago, Peps versus VP, it went Ilios, then Circuit, then Suravasa, Runasapi. So Circuit was a Peps choice. Suravasa then was a Peps choice, but then they win the Suravasa, and then VP picked Runasapi. So maybe Suravasa coming through with a soon sub in could be on the cards here. We talk about the struggle there for Ken to maybe match up against Jaywu. It's possible that soon with the pocket pick Tracer could fare a little bit better. It's going to be a bit of old guard versus new guard if that is going to be the case. But for now on Circuit, this is going to be more long range battles. You're going to need to see Cookie really come through on a long range pick like a Freya to be able to compete, unless Freya is banned. But then you got to start thinking about the Sojins of the world as well.
As we take a look at the mode win percentages for both teams, obviously VP a little bit of a down stage obviously compared to their stage one, but still a very good team nonetheless. Spent a lot of the stage also working in Ice Gnome into the lineup, kind of building for the future. And Peps, like the desk mentioned, they barely scrapped their way on in that final week. So going here to Circuit. Circuit's usually typically a pretty good map here for VP. We see Jaywu being able to play things like Mei. They can play double flex support. I'm curious what Peps has up their sleeve. Potentially like well, actually the Lucio's gone here. I mean, you could ban Brig, for instance, here. If you're VP, that would really make it interesting, like force FD God onto playing a Juno or something else along those lines. That would be an interesting way to look for Peps. Not sure how you want to force the issue here.
Well, I think historically this would have been a great double flex support map for VP. We've seen Gala pull through on his famous Alari on this map. I don't know that'd be worthwhile to ban, because you look at previous VP games, they're more leaning over towards like a Brig Juno, although the meta's developing quite quickly. BAP will be a pretty interesting one here. I think if you are Peps, just potentially still targeting that backline first might be the priority, unless you're willing to deal with the heavy poke. Then you might want to target it. There's still a chance if Asola brings out his signature Sigma here as well. He hasn't really been playing it recently because it's just been full lock-in on the Orisa. That's the meta currently. VP know what they need to play here, so they don't have to play the poke. But for Peps, if they're not prepared to deal with the poke, it's probably safer to ban it out.
The bans actually come through, so I can give you an idea. Peps gets rid of the Freya. So we talked about how Shockwave playing the Freya was really impactful, especially that final round. Now gone off the table. And VP get rid of the Ramatra. So Ramatra is like one of the heroes that we do see Vestola go to time and time again. But an opportunity here now with Ram gone, right? It opens things up like Orisa, Sigma, probably the ones that we would see them go to here. Diva obviously always as well.
I think Diva has some potential, especially once you move away from A. Diva on towards B seems a lot more attractive after that. Ram in general, I think, is just good on circuit. With VP moving away from the Ram, they want to make sure that this one stays as an Orisa mirror. Maybe you play the Diva in there. We've also seen in Korea some Zarya come on through. I don't know if either of our tanks between Tread or Vasola are going to be looking towards that today. That's very much like a Max Crazy Raccoon pocket pick. With the Freya gone, I think it makes sense because Shockwave was performing on that first map as well. And the question I did pose was, how ready is Cookie to potentially pick up the Freya if the Freya becomes available? And Pep says, well, let's just remove that from the equation, that if Cookie moves to anything, probably more likely to move to the Soj.
Yeah, I like it here for VP, right? I think with that Freya gone, you can still have Shockwave play something like a Sojourn. I think Vestola feels really comfortable in like that Orisa head-to-head. Now a lot of the teams in EMEA, right after stage 1 and then I know performances at Champions Clash were like, hey, we got to like learn how to play a little bit more dive. You see kind of what the Ultimates did to their roster, and that VP adding Ice Gnome, but at the end of the day, it just kind of defaults back to like Orisa and Ram here in EMEA. So it'll be Gala on the Zen, so Zen BAP here to kick things off.
So the thing is, when VP and Peps met last week in regular season, Peps actually banned out the Zen. So Gala didn't get to bring the Zen out to play. Now that Zen is available, he's thinking about it. But as I sort of mentioned to you, more famously for Gala, based on his history, the Alari is actually his signature, or one of his specialties. Fixer, Gala, on the BAP Alari. Now you're playing against a basically full poke. You're just missing the extra Freya because it's been banned out, and Jaewoo's going to come through on the Sim, which actually still has a decent amount of poke, just throwing those orbs down range. Peps, I mentioned this, if they're not ready to play against the poke, maybe they should have banned it. Now we get to see, can they play against this poke or not?
And we're going to see Tread go back to the spawn. Will end up playing the Orisa. So Orisa head-to-head. I talked about, what do you see from FT gone, right? He's going to play the Brig with the Juno here to kick things off. I think the Sim also probably plays a little bit better here for VP, right? You think about some of these angles, right? Not exactly great for Tracer on defense. Maybe you don't want to play a Mei. So the Sim is definitely another good poke option as the cart gets to this first corner.
I think Mei's a brilliant choice, but if you want to get that poke in there, Sim orbs on the right clicks are pretty damn nice as well. Trinity already on half HP, has to be concerned. The Solar's damage output's been immense. I mean, look at that. He's just dashing ahead of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, just, nice spear land there from Vestola. It actually connects on a Cookie as Ken gets dangerously low here as they're just trying to keep Ken alive, but he just gets beamed in the side. That's Jaewoo actually using a TP there, gets to the opposite side of Ken, takes him out. As some of the players here from Peps are a bit split, but you're going to be able to kind of get them out back towards their choke. So you're going to be able to have most of them live. You do lose Ken early on, but this could be a very good hold for VP. We see a lot of teams put together some long holds for comps like these.
It might be too late to suggest this, but even up against what VP's running, if you have a pocket Widowmaker that you can trust, would actually play pretty one to what VP has. But for now, they're going to stick to what they have because Ultimate's coming online pretty soon. Zerian in trouble, has Orbital Ray though, has the timing on the Orbital Ray, but he's holding and Tread might die. It's barely healing him up, but it has indeed. Not for long though.
And that's an Ant Matrix use there by VP. You don't even have to use your Captive Sun. It's just the Terror Surge, and Vestola holds it for a very long time, gets a significant amount of damage out of it. With the Orbital Ray, it doesn't matter. Also, Tread takes a ton of damage moving up towards that corner. And then the Ant Matrix, just enough damage to put it over the top. Secure a fight win is... Ken on this Genji has not really found anything thus far.
Well, I know they needed engagement. I mean, playing off the Orbital Ray probably was that engagement tool, but now that they've lost it, Valley's up next. Can they really engage off that one, though? It's very difficult to push in. I'm not a big fan of Genji on this map anymore. I feel like it's so hard to get value sometimes, especially when you're up against such heavy poke and you're taking so much damage. And speaking of which, Captive Sun, here comes the damage.
Yeah, I think he's just wary of that overclock that was popped by Cookie, trying to find the shots here to finish off the Sojourn. Doesn't actually connect here. Okay, it does get enough damage to pop it, but doesn't actually take Cookie out. So, but you see, look at this. I mean, Jwoo behind, so much poke damage coming in for Peps. Looks like they don't really have any idea where to go as FD-God pops the rally. But as he pops the rally, they lose Ken right away. Ken finally gets his blade, but Avril, it's like a below a minute to go. And now you just lose him. You pop your rally, you get nothing for it. This has been a brutal offense here for Peps. Now you worry if Ken pops his blade, is he just going to get eaten up by the Terror Surge?
Yeah, I mean, the Terror Surge is definitely going to be a problem for him, but even then as well, you look at the fact that there's lamp available, TP to get things out. Here comes that Terror Surge. It's got Shockwave. Where is Ken, though? Ken's eating. Okay, Ken's the one that actually got Shockwave. Never mind. But where is Ken for the rest of this, for the cleanup? His team is around. Ken dies. There's still 3 up on for VP. They can just clean Vestola up. Get the cap.
They're keeping Vestola up, and they're going to use their Ant Matrix here. So Vestola going to get healed up. Oh, actually, a nice kill there from Cookie. If you don't get that kill on Vestola, he's going to get healed up via all the extra healing out of that Ant Matrix, and then round the corner and get it contested. They get a stagger here onto Fixa, and now that kill from Cookie, Avril, may have actually just kind of kept them in this map, and I know, quite frankly, the series, right? I know, you get full held there, you're in a really rough spot.
Ken definitely needed that opening. Get Shockwave down, give your team an advantage, play the 5 vs 3, finish off his solo and get the cap. And now on towards B. VP are going to stay on this comp for now. A lot of teams do start to swap off their poke once you get to B. Gala's still got close to a Captive Sun, so he's going to maintain that one. Spare into the rail from Shockwave. Beautiful combination.
Shockwave up on the high ground. He'll get 2 with the TP, make it 3. Gets behind Team Peps, and I think so. We talked about like in the last series, right? Who are you? Using the sim and the TPs. It just never looked comfortable. Here you're actually seeing though Jwoo putting his team in better positions, right? Getting them on flanks, getting off angles, right? Using the TP, how we've seen successful sim teams do in the past, where I think you see where a team like VP, right, can now start to work it in. It can be pretty effective.
That's really just surprising the enemy team where you suddenly have a couple players TP through, spare into a rail shot, and then suddenly Shockwave on an insane off angle. Can be hard to play against. Now VP off the back of that one will start farming out more ultimates. Wall coming up online very soon as well. Captive Sun, here comes Gala. Watch for the spare spin to eat it.
Oh, a big hit with the Captive Sun. Oh, Gala's going to get 2. The rally here used by FD-God. Not going to be able to keep anybody alive. You're going to stagger out. Tread at the end. That was a sick use of the Captive Sun. And now below a minute, VP in complete control on the defensive side of things. They'll have 4 ultimates coming in this fight.
Peps just can't push in comfortably at all. FD-God now moving over towards a Lucio. And he'll stay on it as well. It's all about the speed. They have a fast comp anyway. They want to get Tread in. He's got Terror Surge. They want to get Ken in. And here comes that wall. Stola holding ground in front of him. Low HP. Needs to be bailed out.
Yeah, this sim wall, though, is going to buy some time, buy some space here for VP. And, I mean, Ken has gotten, what, that 1 blade, right? We may not even see a second blade here. It's been very difficult for the Genji to find anything for Peps, as Peps will have to close this gap. It's going to be an overclock from Cookie. It's going to be an Ant Matrix here in response from Fixin. Shockwave also is going to hold on to this overclock, right? You're going to have this overclock here towards the end of the Amp Matrix to use. It's going to be the Orbital Ray here for Zerion. 14 Peps trying to keep him alive. Shockwave, though. 2 huge shots there. Going to get both supports. Tread ends up using the Terror Surge over on the objective, just giving himself a second fortify. But that is where the cart will stop for Pets. It looks like just one more player here. Just kind of lingering over towards the side. It is Ken. He will fall, but a great defense from VP.
Seemed like a bit of a Hail Mary left from Peps, playing the Lucio Jr., the double speed comp, really looking for value on the Orbital Ray. Guess what, though? You put Shockwave on the angle. He can just leap up there, or you TP him up there, play through a window as well. He's OCing through a window, and he's just deleting players through the healing of the Orbital Ray. Don't even care about it. Doesn't matter. You can't reach him. You can't shut him down. And the poke composition from VP, finding supremacy on this defense. They nearly full held, lost it at the end there, but then get a full complete, well, get a hold onto B instead, which is still very impressive and still does show that Peps are just struggling into this comp, which is why I was saying, as we had the opportunity, looking at where the bans were, looking at the map draft, heading into Circuit Royale, if they're not able to deal with this poke composition, the double flex support, they need a target ban it. They targeted Freya instead, and Shockwave says, doesn't matter, I'm happy to play this Soj.
Man, it's been a brutal map here for Peps. As I think you're looking at, like, you know, obviously, I think Ken played pretty well on the Tracer map number 1, right? But here on the Genji, very difficult, it feels like, to close the gap. 1-6 from Ken in the first half. 3,500 damage, just lagging a little bit behind the rest of the field, where we'll see how it looks like Pep's playing a little bit closer here on D. We'll see what VP decides to go with. Bestola most likely just going to go out there, check on the ball, and then we'll end up rolling back to the spawn. So potentially double flex support yet again. Yep, going to go with this pretty strong poke comp.
Plays a little bit differently on the attacking side. You have to be a little bit more shifting of your pylons rather than just finding the most broken spot on defense. With a VP as well, they can get into the backline very easy, accessing through a TP. Ken, though, he wants that first. Might be a little bit of trouble getting beamed down.
Oh, but look at this spot they're forced into, right? I mean, Cookie dangerously low, Ken as well as Vestola will take out FD God. Yeah, you're just going to be able to run these players down. So, okay, so you do play a little bit closer. You're going to give yourself another fight. But Avril, with that extra mobility, with the TP and the sim, right? Even when you collapse, like, VP can get out, they can put the sim, like, in the Sojourn behind you to create these off angles. Makes it very difficult for Peps, as they're gonna have probably one more shot at this.
Before the cap comes through, at least for sure. Then we're over towards B, and they only need a cap less than half, actually. You start to look at first ultimates as well after that fight. Garlet leading the way, plenty of healing, cap the Sun. Only one chance to either dodge or capture it with the spear spin, but with the tread down, forget about it. This won't even be a retake. This is a cap.
And you have to back up here for your Peps, right? You can't allow any of your other players to get staggered. 5 minutes plus on the clock, but you see where they have to back up out to here, Avril, and where the payload has to go. You can just play really close to the door here if you're VP, and I mean, it's very difficult for Peps to even make it out. And you see the different spots you can put. They get rid of the TP. They don't want anybody to come behind them. The sim turret's slowing them down. They're just going to have a mad dash here to the point here at the end for Peps. It looks like maybe it'll be either, you know, Ken to touch or FD God over on the side, as somebody will have to get there. Yeah, it'll be Ken who gets there to touch. It's going to be an orbital ray for bot. It's going to be, actually, it's going to be the orbital ray from Zerion, but it's going to be the captive Sun from Gala that comes on through. It's going to be a sim wall that comes in from Jwoo. Tread just spinning on the cart, just keeping it contested, as both teams are basically flip sides. As take a look, fix it up on the high ground, drops that Amp Matrix, but he falls, as this just seems like inevitable for Virtus Pro to end up taking it. Yep, yeah, you'll end up taking out FD God, and that will be it, as VP takes a pretty commanding 2-0 lead.
Unbelievably good coming through from VP. Exactly what we expected. You know, we knew that VP was going to be a strong team, looking like minimum third best team in EMEA right now, behind OWCS and Twisted Minds, and debating which of those are the best currently. And just need to be able to lock in a top 3 to hit the mid-season here if you are VP. And currently Peps is not putting up enough of a fight. Now, are Peps at least getting a couple of points in there? They are. they're not getting close enough to winning. That last Circuit Royale was a little one-sided despite the A-cap coming on in, and both sides, attack and defense. It was a story of poke composition, really just destroying Peps at range. Ken not able to do too much. You said at one point, just struggling to even build a second Dragon Blade because doesn't have an opportunity to find damage. He's just throwing shurikens down range, playing poke on Genji, which is not what you want to see. Meanwhile, you see how mobile Shockwave can end up being, able to get around the map so quickly off the slides, but also being TP'd into brilliant spots. Look at where the TP is on the high ground there. Shockwave gets to just off angle for most of that map on that defense, sometimes on the offense as well. And then the ult timing for the final push, not much you can do if you're Peps.
And they tried to even it up a little bit because we talked about how Shockwave was so good on the Freya in map number 1. They tried to even it up maybe by banning that Freya. And you can see by the stats here, it was not an even fight throughout this map. Just VP just dominating Team Peps. Where, look, if you're gonna use the ban on the Freya and like get a Shockwave on the Sojourn and think you can kind of go this head to head, where Cookie has a little bit of a better advantage. If Cookie doesn't play up to the par of Shockwave, and then you also get that type of game from Ken, it doesn't matter what anybody else does, right? There's like almost no path to victory for Peps, where you're going to need both damage dealers to step up in a big way.
It's a rough one, man. It's sort of hard to be able to see what... I was even suggesting at one point, maybe looking over towards the Widowmaker. You just have a lot of good targets here, not a lot of things to block it out. You're not going up against any shields. There's no Ram. There's no Sigma. You can shoot over the Orisa. I saw Lip pull out the Widowmaker just earlier on from Crazy Raccoon versus T1, and he made that thing work. So it is possible.
Well, I mean,
good enough the hero on this map in a certain matchup for sure. Because otherwise,
Peps just needs a Lip.
We're not seeing where the win condition there really is for Peps. Like Ken on the Genji, I'm not a Genji believer on the map anymore. I think maybe even a swap from Ken onto the Mei could have potentially been helpful, just to give them a little bit of buffer to play through the Mei wall, maybe isolate Vistola, lock out some of the angles so that your double flex DPS on the VP side isn't as effective. So something different to probably the Genji, which didn't really offer too much on that map.
Obviously not to like kind of downplay the how Peps is like individually and skilled, right? But it feels like VP is just like a better version of Peps, right? Like they kind of want to play the same the same type of comps. It's just that VP is just on a different level, where the map will be Suravasa. So that's the map pick for Peps. This is where I would remind everybody in the past, we've seen them come in with Soon. So potential Soon sighting here for Team Peps with kind of tournament on the line. I think last week Ken had mentioned in the interviews that the coaches had some more time. They were rotating around and they were going to kind of see how it goes as okay, we do have a sub though for VP as Ice Gnome will come in. So potentially a different look here for VP, trying to play a little bit more aggressive, where Suravasa is a map that we see a lot of like Winston play, Hazard potentially trying to skew more towards some of those dive tanks for high ground control.
Not too sure if Winston really is going to be that effective. Certainly, when I've looked at in other regions, it just seems like a really weak hero right now. Hazard has been, in my opinion, the best look for Ice Gnome so far. So that's probably number one. If you are Peps, you also have first ban. Might be an opportunity just to ban out the Hazard straight away and force Ice Gnome onto something else. Maybe bring it back over to a Brawl. Ice Gnome probably then has to play like a Ram or just play an Orisa that Visolo's going to play anyway, which might be a little bit awkward. For Team Peps, we didn't see a substitution. They did bring Soon in last week for this map, and then they won the map as well. 3-2 was close, but Peps actually got it. And Soon on the Tracer, Jwoo was also on Tracer on the other side, so it's not like Jwoo was just kind of missing. Soon played a Tracer into Jwoo, and Peps ended up winning that one. So if there's a chance for Peps, Suravasa rolling back the clock a little bit, they're going to trust Ken to try and get it done on the Tracer here, to try and shut down Ice Gnome on potentially the Hazard, unless it gets banned.
Yeah, I think leaving Ken in is the right decision here for Peps, and the bans do come through, and Peps does get rid of Hazard first, so great call there. And I think it's one that obviously makes sense when Ice Gnome comes in. And then the Bapgon here from VP. I wonder what else they decide to play here, potentially. Like, do you see a Wrecking Ball here, potentially? Like some type of comp like that, right? Like, because now without the Bap...
It's possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely harder to play the Brawl.
I'm definitely not sure about Ice Gnome's hero pool enough to say whether he's going to be able to bring out a ball. Definitely when you look at some of the other players in other regions, it's like, okay, well, here's Milgaru, Dongek, and Junbin. They're definitely balling out here. We know what's about to happen. When the BAP is gone, though, you know that VP definitely want to play more towards a dive. You're banning the BAP to get rid of the Lucio BAP and the Brig BAP, meaning really what are you going to play? Brig, Juno, if you want to go towards more of a brawl look, or it's going to be Kiriko and something else as well. Kiriko, Brig. None of that feels as good. I think without the BAP, you just don't have the strong backline to support your Orisa or your Ram. So despite the hazard being gone, we may still end up dragging this one into a bit of a dive or pseudo dive from the VP perspective. The question now becomes, is it really going to be the Winston for Ice Storm or not? And will that be a winning strategy for VP, or will that be something that Peps can really be able to exploit?
Well, we will see, as Peps needs to be perfect here from here on out, as VP obviously did not have a great performance yesterday, but we know they're a much better team than what we saw yesterday in their match. I am curious, though, what we see Ice Gnome play. I think, like we see in a lot of other regions, like you mentioned, the ball, definitely a viable option here. And for Peps, does this BAP ban kind of throw them off a little bit? Tread always starts things off here, Avril, on the Winston doing some backflips, so we'll see what he ends up deciding to go with in the end.
Well, given that it's Lucio Kiriko, I'm looking at that's a pretty comparable backline for a dive composition. He's gonna stay on the Orisa, so the tried and true. To be fair, this is what he carries on. This is what he's comfortable on. Gala starting out on the Illari, which might seem strange to some people, but on this middle point of this market for opening on Servasa, it's actually pretty viable for the Illari. You just don't want to see the Illari the entire way through, but to win point one, I think VP got a good comp on their hands.
And with Peps, right? You're kind of just playing this Sojourn into the Freya yet again, where Shockwave, you see already getting off to a great start, 50% and counting here towards the ultimate. That's not even like triggering the passive, is just the extra poke coming on through. A nice shot there from Cookie onto Gala, but that does not stop Gala from playing on this off angle on the Illari, as VP gets control of the point, and you just see them getting burst down, like just chunked down over time, Avril, as Peps, they're never able to really get a fight. They're just kind of like always in a area where they're just kind of standing there trading damage, and they're always going to be on the losing end.
And I like the Diva swap now because it's going to give Peps an opportunity to maybe get a bit more aggressive. You now have the capability to matrix a lot of that range damage. Bowler's online as well. That's an easy eat if you're a Diva. So for Peps, trying to play the Orisa into another poke composition where it's hard for them to close the gap, that was a problem they faced on Circle Royale. They don't want to repeat that mistake again.
Yeah, I even think with the Diva, I think the Diva's a nice swap. I still think it's going to be quite difficult. I mean, you see Shockwave kind of controlling this high ground. Cookie can't even like turn the corner and get some shots in, as Tread trying to use the defense matrix, pushes up to the high ground, at least gets Shockwave off that position. It's going to be a Kitsune rush here for Team Peps. As soon as it comes down, though, they end up losing FD God. It's going to be a bola shot into the back line. It connects with Tread, and Zerion puts down a decent amount of damage on them. They're going to lose Tread out of the mech. Zerion really low, 99 on the point. It's going to be VP. Even with the tank swap, they're still playing the Orisa to an extremely high level, and they take the first point.
And now Virtus Pro get to walk through, many ults in hand. The bowler shot expended there. First ultimate online. Pretty easy just to dump into a fight, value or not, because you get it back so quickly. And as we move through Gala, I think after this death, after using Captive Sun, we'll likely get for the swap. Maybe something more like a Brig instead, or...
Honestly, he may just stay.
On his side.
He might just stay. I mean, they might feel like they just have such an advantage, just, you know, a little, like, team gap, potentially, that you just stay on this. And if they're not going to punish you, like, you may as well just keep going with a Captive Sun here. It's going to be the sound barrier from FD God, nicely timed there, going to keep everybody alive, as players from VP, they try and hightail it, so they do get that sound barrier out. It's going to be an orbital ray. In response, Tread gets demeched yet again, so not able to keep Tread alive, and you see Kala just pushing on forward. This is why he's not going to swap, Avril.
Well, he didn't die, so he's not in spawn. He's definitely going to stay if he's alive. If he builds up another ultimate, then I guess he'll stay a little bit longer for VP now at first 20%, and they only have to use their 2 support ultimates. Traded for a support ultimate on the other side, so a pretty positive trade, Team Peps. So yet to find too much extra value. The bomb from Tread is not going to find a lot. It's just to keep you alive, to give you a second mech. That means the Terror Surge is going to be that much more valuable. However, there's decent escape options for Peps. Cookie up first.
Yeah, overclock here for Cookie. Everybody here from VP, just trying to get out of the way. Oh, Icenom loses the armor, doesn't want to pop the Terror Surge at that moment, try and get the extra Fortify. So you end up losing your Orisa. That's a brutal loss here at the start as Peps will work their way onto the point. Everybody from VP still kind of here lingering around. So you're going to have a few staggers here so Team Peps can build up some percentage.
Shockwave's just going to make his presence felt here. Right at the end, might even get a double. That's a dirty shot onto Ken. He's starting to even up the numbers a little bit. I don't think VP can flip it just based on that alone, but at the same time, Ikeson is back in. He has Terror Surge available with Jaywood. Maybe they can work together to get something done here. Numbers for Peps are starting to look a little bit brittle with Zerion down. Now it starts to feel possible.
Yes, they get like a spear onto Zerion and then the follow-up from Jaywood. Now you're going to have both supports back in the mix here for VP as Tread will end up losing the mech. He's going to use that self-destruct, so he's going to get a new mech right back, but you're not going to have Zerion in the fight just now. He's going to have to come back in and potentially drop this Kitsune rush. Now he's back in the fight, drops the rush over the point as Team Pep's getting closer to taking the lead. It's just very difficult for them to work their way onto the point. Nice stick there from Ken on the Shockwave, and I think the Kitsune rush is going to be enough to back VP up.
Yeah, nicely played by Peps to hold on to the point. They're going to make it competitive now, 1-1. On Suravasa, just a couple of extra cleanups, and VP will be back in spawn. No opportunity for Gala to use Captive Sun in that last fight as well. It started to look a little bit die with Isom and Jaywu finding extra picks. Zerion going down, but as the respawners come back in for Peps as well, they're able to clutch through. Shockwave now moving over towards the Soj.
Yeah, the Sojourn, I think, can just do a little bit more consistent damage, right? You're just trying to like pressure out that Diva constantly. We see it as well from Cookie, right? Able to connect with some like nice railgun shots onto Ice Gnome, take the armor away from the Orisa. As FD God needs to land a good beat here. You have to be wary of the Captive Sun. We kind of saw this interaction last time. Railgun shot dodged there by Gala. Just waiting for the right opportunity here. Use this Captive Sun as VP has control over the point. Yep, they'll end up going up using this Captive Sun. It's going to be the beat here. It's going to connect with everybody but Ken as trying to put some damage down onto FD God. The sound barrier keeps him up.
Cookie's turn now to try and find some bodies, but unfortunately shooting into the golden arm of Orisa. That's not what you want. Ice Storm, he's low enough that maybe a kill can still come on through. Zerion in trouble. The extra ultimate from Zerion on the rush would be pretty impactful here, but just can't get an opportunity to use it. VP, they've got the cap, they've got just enough kills, and there's nothing left for VP to really finish up. Well, there's plenty to finish off. There's nothing left for Peps to be able to come back with.
Well, look at this. I mean, FD God gonna chase Jayu all the way out. Yeah, he's got Cookie there as well, so looks like they just want to put that pressure onto the Tracer here of VP. Push him out, try and deny him from coming around on a flank because he gets a kill on his Zerion, prevents him from dropping that Kitsune rush. Kind of takes him out of it. A nice play here from Iceland getting into the backline. Oh, that's going to get Cookie and FD God. The Kitsune rush here used as well, Avril. And
set now.
Yeah, with all those players down, I don't know if you're going to be able to get a touch. You may end up giving up this point.
Oh, you do have a Tracer and a Lucio, so it's possible. Ken, I believe, stayed alive as well, so he needs to get in position to touch really, really, really soon. VP in the upper 90s, just about. No more ults to play through it. FD God, the first casualty. He decided to go for it. He'll sacrifice his life for the touch, but Tread needs to stay alive here. Still has a secondary mech on the self-destruct. Ken's going to try and bring things back around a little bit. 4 versus 4. VP slowing down in their ability to get kills. Can Ken find a little bit more for the team? Tread still just staying alive. Shockwave gone means VP can't stay in the fight. You would think so anyway. Still 3 alive.
Yeah, Cookie ends up falling. You're going to have that Isom trying to back up all the way to the spawn door. You lose Gala there. Ken with a huge pulse bomb early on. And then that's kind of where things fall apart. You just have Fix on the Brig. It's not enough healing to kind of keep everybody alive here for VP. But VP is going to make some changes in combination with this Brig. They're going to play the Juno. So this is a backline, Avril, that's seen a lot of success, especially in Diva.
And as I was saying, usually you play the Alari comp for that first point. You might just snowball with it a little bit if you can, but eventually you will swap off, and that time comes now. It's VP looking to finish off this 99% if they can get it done. OC for Shockwave. It's going to be the opening here. Tread's backed out already, so no positioning here. The cap might even just come through.
You just bully them all the way out. I mean, Tread is going to work his way onto the point. He's going to use that self-destruct, go high in the sky. You lose Zerion, but just that overclock there and the amount of pressure that Isom used to the spear spin gets to the corner, pushes them back, and then the overclock, you're able to just, put some damage down on a few players, and nothing that Peps can do at the time, and it is VP on match flash point here, just trekking across the map as Tread will match and play the Orisa here. So now you kind of like lose maybe a little bit value out of the Brig, right, on the VP side of things. I still think the Brig, though, is pretty useful, pretty impactful. I mean, the Rally also fantastic in a lot of these fights.
It's the fact that you no longer need the D.Va to push up against either the Freya or the double flex support lineup, most notably the single flex support of Gala Zalari. FD needs to be looking towards the sound barrier for this fight if his team's in trouble. Zerion's already low. They have a lot of ultimates played through. Peps might be able to just squeeze out the fight when they've already got the cap. Jwoo, he loses his pulse bomb, doesn't come out of the hands.
That's a nice kunai there from Zerion, puts him away as, yeah, like you mentioned, the pulse bomb just doesn't even come out. As the timing is just perfect. As Jwoo going to go over to the Genji here. It's going to be Rally used, but they're going to lose Gala here. So this is a huge fight for Peps as the Rally gets absolutely nothing here for VP.
Giant shot from Cookie. Terminates Gala there. Otherwise, Orbital Ray, I think, could have been a pretty decent tool for VP to push back in on as they wait for the main support to come back in. What do we have for VP? Waiting for Shockwave a little bit here as well. FD God still has beat in hand. As soon as Shockwave pulls trigger, FD God can respond. Virtus Pro, that they find themselves on point.
Orbital Ray here used in, to combat the sound barrier that comes through from Peps. The Orbital Ray will last a little bit longer, but you lose a lot of the damage, though. With Shockwave gone, you're going to lose Gala as well. As Avril, we are going to go to a final flash point here on Suravasa. So we'll see, just taking a stock look at what everybody's got, right? Kitsune Rush plus Terror Surge available here for Peps. It'll be Jwoo going back to the Tracer. So this is a huge first fight, I think, on this last point.
It's a double support swap as well. No perks available just yet for Fixer Regala. And that, round 5, 0.5, as you said, as Ancient Tex foretold as well. Last time we were here, Peps, they dragged it to 5 rounds and they won it on that 5th round. Can they do it again here? Decent amount of ultimates online for Peps, especially in opening fight. Kitsune Rush when VP have nothing to play through on the support side. It's going to come down to Shockwave. Waiting to see what this OC can bring to the table.
It's a pretty nice angle for an overclock, though. You see everybody pushed into that corner there for Team Peps, and Shockwave connects with it. One. That shot on Zerion is
cancel the rush.
Yes, yeah, the no rush comes on through, connects with it as soon as he's going to do it. So worst case scenario there for Peps. So that Kitsune Rush gets deleted by the headshot of Shockwave.
That's one of the most difficult ultimates to Ajax as well, because the timing is like frame perfect. The Kitsune Rush comes out extremely fast. To lose a Kitsune Rush on the same frame as like casting it and dying, that's so rare. It's unbelievably rare, man. That is brutal for Zerion, who just need to survive, hide behind cover a little bit longer. And now VP 40% alive, and Team Peps is struggling.
They're trying to take high ground here, Apple. They're trying to like take this high ground position and maybe set up Cookie here potentially with this overclock once he gets it, right? You put some pressure down onto Ice Gnome and then work your way down to the point. But you see this Ken trying to go on a flank. Fixa doing a nice job knowing exactly where he is, just booping him, just preventing him from going on this long flank. He does have a pulse bomb to work with, but all this is going on, VP just racking up percentage, Avril. They're going to get up to 90%, and Jwoo finds Cookie. You're not even going to get the overclock. Oh, this is brutal for Peps. It's going to be the sound barrier there. It does connect with 4, but Tread just gets absolutely deleted once that wears off here as Zerion gets pushed off the point, and that is VP. They got dominated yesterday, but today they show there is levels to this by taking out Team Peps.
Tier breaks within tier breaks in EMEA, Matt. You have the top tier teams, and they just look so damn good that VP can't even take a map off of Twisted Minds. But then you start moving down the pack here, and a VP that didn't look too hot with JWoo Sim starts to show that, you know what, we can play the sim when we're not up against one of the best sim teams in the world. You're up against Peps, and Peps just cannot match it. Circuit Royale, super one-sided. At least Suravasa, we got a little bit more action back and forth. You could argue that Virtus.pro maybe stayed on the support line a little bit too long as far as Yolari. It was winning for a while, but then Pep started to find momentum. You get to the end, and a heartbreak for Zerian losing his ultimate. Shockwave leading the way, and VP, they clean up. They don't allow Peps to win that one map they won last week. They make sure they shut this down, like 3-0.
Yeah, rough end to the stage 2 here for Peps, I would say, for them. I know Tread was definitely a standout, right? Bringing him in for Ice Gnome. I know once Ice Gnome departs for VP, but VP still in the mix here at EMEA, right? They're going to have a game against the Ultimates. That'll be really interesting. We'll see that one next week. But for now, let's go to the desk for their thoughts on this VP win.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, desk is back. Jake and Johnny breaking it all down for us. A 3-0 victory for VP. I'm pretty sure most people would have predicted that outcome. I was happy to see Peps being able to fight back, at least at Suravasa. Low-key going out on a high note. I mean, it's not really it's not really a high note if you don't win it, but you know, like...
It was more competitive there, you know, on control as well. I think when they were able to make it more of a game of like the death match of like who's scrappier in a team fight. FD Gods on the Lucio, like that is their strongest look as a team. But VP just making a statement victory here. There's levels to it on circuit. Just a massive outperformance from VP, and then across the board, I just felt as good as Team Peps have been at that comp, and that's been their best style. VP are just better on everything, right? VP just have not only a wider selection of heroes to really play well, but also even on Team Pep's best look, you're still in a tough spot. A team as good as VP, I mean, they may have fallen to third seed in this stage, but remember, this is a team that's competed on the world stage and looked very solid.
Yeah, I mean, they are the gatekeeper right to the top. They are the solid number 3 team. They are the team to beat if you want to go to Riyadh, with Twisted Mind as well as OWCS already having qualified for this one. It's VP that is in the way now for the Ultimates. I think the big takeaway here is, of course, that we did get to see JWoo on Symmetra yesterday against Twisted Minds. Average just touched on that as well. And that did not look great. But just like Avril said, that was against Twisted Minds. That was against Yubi, like the Symmetra player. Today, it worked well for them, but that was against Team Peps. However, the Ultimates, they are not a team who will be picking up that Symmetra. So I expect to see that coming out again in their match tomorrow.
Yeah, I think tomorrow's or match next week. Actually, next week.
Oh yeah, that's right. What is time?
We're not going live on Mondays. It's going to be really fun to see actually how they perform. I think that said though, like Virtus.pro, they've just shown that they're so solid, both when it comes to, you know, playing Lucio Kiri here, but also like on the Circuit Royale, for example, when they can play more of the poke heavy stuff. They pick these teams apart. I think you saw especially on Busan, for example, when Peps were trying to get some positioning on the map and like working their way up and trying to start a fight. Virtus.pro, they spread out, they hit from all angles, and they just pick Peps apart before the fights even get going. So Virtus.pro, they're so good when it comes to this poke heavy style already, and so I'm quite worried for the Ultimates moving forward. I think Virtus.pro, they're a super consistent team. Yes, they're not on par with the likes of Twisted Minds and OWCS right now, but they showed certainly this weekend that they have enough to take down a team like the Ultimates.
Yeah, I think
Nori
also.
Around?
Yeah, Nori was yelling.
Okay, I see how it is.
It's like, come on now, Kibbles. No, Nori, we're talking Overwatch. That's really important. I think also something to look at here and to talk about that should give everyone a lot of hope for this team is the fact that Ice Gnome is being subbed in, obviously, to play that Hazard, but then he's also able to have a very serviceable Orisa. So you can't just ban them out like them swapping Vestola and Ice Gnome back and forth. That doesn't mean that you now can just like ban them out.
Yeah, but also when it comes to the bans, right? The fact that the enemy team has to ban Hazard, right? Then that actually frees up Virtus.pro to ban something like support as well. So it actually works in their favor as well, Jake.
Yeah, you could get baited to like target ban Ice Gnome. I mean, I am worried for the Ultimates about exactly that comp. I think the Lucio Kiri Hazard style with the Ice Gnome in is actually going to match up insanely well against the Ultimates who want to run these greedy double flex support backlines. And, you know, if you're just like full sending it into the backline over and over again, VP have looked good, especially in that regular season match against Twisted Minds. They look really good on that style, and it's not easy to survive, especially playing the greedier heroes that I think the Ultimates would rather play. So that's going to be definitely a big match to watch next week.
Now, a player of the match for this one is Shockwave. Johnny, glaze away.
Oh, I've glazed Shockwave so much already.
You say that about every player, like you just keep on glazing.
Okay,
them.
well, it just so happens that Kevster and Shockwave are like two of the players I glaze the most. But it really is true. I mean, I think this guy is one of the best hit scans in the region, and I think showed on Freya, especially on the first map today, that, you know, picked up the slack a little bit. I talked about Shockwave yesterday, actually, where I didn't glaze Shockwave, and I said that, you know, I was hoping Shockwave would find a few more picks on the Freya. Well, he certainly showed up on the Freya in the first map and then cleaned up.
Well, yesterday he was also forced to play Torp in the end.
I mean,
I think in desperation mode, so that doesn't count.
His flexibility on the hit scan rolls is really valuable right now, where at first we thought, you know, a couple weeks ago, okay, the meta is shifting towards Cassidy, more and more teams playing Cassidy, but right now it's been very even. Like Cassidy, Freya, Sojourn, all being played, all seeing time, you know, even getting banned. So some teams really thinking, okay, like one of the other options might be a lot stronger on a certain map or in a certain matchup. And with Shockwave being so good across all three, I think that's a big asset to VP, where historically their flexibility hasn't been at the highest level, where they were like in past seasons focused on Pistol and the Optic. I have Eisnam in the mix, you got Shockwave, Jwoo, tons of flexibility there. This is a team that has diversified a lot to rise to the moment in the EMEA.
Yeah, and they are moving on in the lower bracket now, keeping themselves alive with just one team in the way of making it to the mid-season tournament, or rather mid-season championship, and that is going to be the ultimates. But there is an entire week that both of these teams can put work into and reiterate on the compositions we've seen from them, not just in stage 2, but also just in their first few playoffs games.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting bracket here to wrap up next weekend. And even though some of the stakes is already determined, you know, some of the tickets already secured for the Midseason Championship, we're going to have really competitive matches when it brings down to, you know, comes down to the prize pool and stuff like that. So I can't wait for next weekend.
Yeah, and now that we had to say goodbye to Gen.G and Peps here in the EMEA region, we are moving over to all things NA, where we also will be ridding ourselves of two more teams in the bracket here in the playoffs. Space Station Gaming and Sakura are up next. However, first things first, the stakes are really high also in our Battle of the Bots bracket. That's right, we went full playoff styles in this one as well. Today, or rather in this first break, we will be seeing our graphics integrator Bradley's team going up against director Andy's team. I'm very partial to Andy's team. I think that he's my pick yesterday. His team called Hey Guys. Very cool name. Good job, Andy. But he's sporting Symmetra, Sigma, Moira. I have a lot of faith.
That is good.
I'm
sticking with my
Bastion, Roadhog, Zen, my Focus Fire Please team that I predicted, by the way, before the tournament began. I think this team is going all the way. I think this is going to be our final champion. The Roadhog aimbot bot is a demon, all right? It is a menace on the server. You gotta put some respect on that guy.
The Moira bot goes hard, is all I'm saying. Well, I'm very excited to see the outcome of this one. Let's see what both of these bot teams have in store for us. Go AI, I guess. And we're going to see you after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
change our sight. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. Here,
Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lambda.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Cuffer. He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Hello, welcome back.
I knew it.
Okay.
I was anticipating Nori.
Yeah, he was patiently waiting. He's like, oh, you're in a break? Can I? Yeah, so we are getting ready. Big cat being big. We are getting ready. He is a
huge cat.
massive cat. Yeah, and he loves to be part of the show. So let's let him, okay? Because we're heading into all things NA, 2 elimination matches here as well. It's gonna be good. And just like EMEA, we have drops enabled for this one too. So make sure to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account and start earning. We got all them shinies for this one. Yeah, sell
You
us.
asked me
I did.
what ring I would like, so now I'm asking you two. What ring would you want?
Ooh. That's a good question.
Can I say none?
Yeah, they're a bit gaudy. Like I'm not.
Yeah, this is not my style, man.
If it's just by color scheme,
You guys,
Johnny's so offended. Johnny's so offended by me.
you guys can't be real. That's crazy, actually.
I love that we,
Four rings
made
with
him
different
pick.
colors, and you were just like, no, I don't want any of them.
You
That's
asked me
just
what
like
my favorite
crazy.
color is, Johnny.
That's crazy.
There's, I guess
style,
I
it's
would.
just
I like a nice pink orange, you know. So I don't know if that's not.
All right, well maybe we can get those drops for stage 3. Who knows?
Yeah,
God
maybe
damn it,
I
Jake.
Well, either way, we have drops if you want them. or not. I don't
you
know.
want.
You got to be locked in to get the drops, man. This
That's
this
true.
weekend has gone fast, man. The
That's
teams
true.
have been on
This might go fast too.
Don't worry. We still have plenty of time. If we're taking a look at that playoffs bracket, this is just day 2 out of 4 days overall. We are in our elimination portion right now, looking at the lower bracket after we saw the upper bracket being played out yesterday, or the first round of it anyway. GK and TL moved on, and Nightmare and SSG fell down.
Oh boy, this is
I gotta keep it a buck with you guys.
Please do.
These are some tough games. I think SSG looking pretty competitive with GK is like a really big deal, I think, in terms of like where that puts them in the region, how competitive that makes them for a top 3 spot. And Sakura and Extinction, man, those are scary foes to be meeting in the lower bracket first round.
It really is a top 4. There's a bit of a gap here, I think.
Yep, a little bit of a gap. Well, the matches are going to happen regardless, so buckle in. And this is the prize pool for all things in Stage 2. Of course, it's not just money on the line, but also the invite to the Midseason Championship. Now,
I feel like we disrespect money too much here. We just talk about the Mid-Season Championship invite all the time, but then it's just like, hey, by the way, there's money on the line.
That's why
You can win actual cash that you can use in real life to purchase stuff.
true.
Ring,
We
got the
forget
money
that sometimes.
phone.
Well, no one has disrespected the money, but obviously the teams want to earn more money, hence they want to qualify for the LAN event. Big brain plays. But either way, there's really just one more slot up for grabs in the NA region as well, right? So it's all, for all the marbles, what we're going to see being played today.
I mean, that's the thing, right? These 4 teams, only one can survive and be the last to qual. And honestly, with Nightmare and SSG, Nightmare may be flagging a little bit here in playoffs, but like still a solid team with a great performance. And honestly, the competition's looking more and more stacked. I'm pretty excited to see like the teams that qual out of China. Like I know there's like, it feels like that China #1 seed is always a very impressive, serious team. And I'm just hoping to see more of that domestic talent in China come to compete here on the world stage and see if there's any new names that can make like, especially the 2nd and 3rd seed, stronger foes. Because frankly, China has been kind of carried by the top team for a couple
there's going to be
events.
You know, it's going to be way.
You know, there's going to be one, but
there,
that's what I'm saying. I want to see more. I want to see the depth, and I think we will get that because of having 16 teams playing on land. It's going to be kind of crazy. There's actually a lot of room for teams to come in here and make their claim to fame and show that they're a competitor.
It's looking like it's going to be Team CC and Rock as well to round out the top 3 from China. And I mean, they got some well-known players on there, Faraway, Gaga, Pineapple. Like we saw them in Champions Clash, of course, and then Rock Esports as well, Belosria, Lengsa, Jinmu, Taejong. Like we've heard of these names before, so
we heard of
they
these
show up for the
before?
Mid-Season Championship.
Did you just call the players things?
Well, I just listed a bunch of players that, if you weren't familiar with the Chinese region, those players are playing right there, and there's a decent chance to see them in the Mid-Season Championship.
I think Rock could be an interesting squad. I think, I'm surprised they didn't qual to the last event and the Champions Clash, because I think that team maybe could punch above what people expect for the region and could show exactly what I was talking about, right? More competitiveness. Be exciting to see, man. All these global teams from around the world, teams we don't get to see compete a lot. Awesome to have them there.
Absolutely. But for now, let's shift our focus to the NA region. This is the schedule for today. While Snorri is trying to eat my watch. Stop it. Good sir. Ouch. Right. SSG and Sakura are going up against going up against each other. And afterwards, we have Extinction. Nori, stop it. Going up against Nightmare. Yeah. I mean, I'm not expecting the most close games here, but I think it's very important for both Nightmare and SSG to look as dominant as humanly possible, since they had a really rough start to the playoffs. And generally, SSG, at least, they had a rough start to their stage, so they definitely want to continue on an upward trajectory, which they did in the regular season.
Yeah, they're locked in now. SSG looking great, playing some of the slower compositions here at hand, but I'm curious what you think here, Jake, because Sakura, they've specialized on like the fast pace, like Lucio, Kiri, we're gonna go in, we're gonna be aggressive. Surely in the playoffs, you just gotta like double down. You're just like, we know Space Station, they're gonna play, the more up-to-date, slower style. We just gotta full send it anyway.
Let's chat about Sakura first, though.
I I do think it's the right look for them to go with bringing that pace. I think Peace on the Genji has been quite strong for this roster, and then X10 has been following up in some important moments as well. The challenge for them, like you said, is going to be continuing those longer fights, right? If SSG can stall things out, if somebody like Sugar Free can create space and slow down some of these hits on the flanks, that's going to be trouble for Sakura. So this is a team that I think really needs to rely on the team play in this type of a match and keep the pressure on SSG. And I mean, in the end, SSG has looked vulnerable, right? They may have looked good yesterday. They may be heating up for playoffs, which is a bit scary. But you can also say, like, look at this stage. They look maybe more beatable than we've ever seen Space Station. And so maybe the time is right.
They have played very recently in week 5. Actually, they faced off against each other, and while SSG did take that match, there was one map that Sakura won, and that was a beatdown, like an absolute stomp. Like X10 and both as well as Peace had a phenomenal game, a really on game that day. So I hope to see more of that. Now, Space Station Gaming, again, tough start to their season, but also very stiff competition early on in their schedule. But they ramped it up, and they did look good yesterday against the most dominant team we have in the region.
I mean, SSG, they're just hitting it at the perfect time. Like, they look fantastic, and everyone's chiming in as well. Seeker on the Sojourn, just looking fantastic on this role. Sugar Free always performs as well, but they've really figured out their backline as well, and now they're playing all the right compositions, and they look really comfortable. Yes, of course, they naturally struggled playing like this Lucio, Kiri, Winston kind of composition against what GK were pulling out. But I think that's to be expected. I still think SSG, they played really well. Did they win the series? No, they didn't. But it was a really close match, a great showing as the best team in the region. So I feel really good about SSG. I'd say as we look towards this match as a whole, I would say the good thing for Sakura maybe is that SSG look really comfortable and sometimes prefer to play more of that dive-heavy stuff, right? Like going to Dorado, for example, picking Ilios as the first map, which Sakura did win the last time, right? So for Sakura, if anything, maybe you hope that SSG double down on more of the dive stuff, because that would mean that you're kind of like leveling the playing field and there's less of an uphill battle because you don't have to break down these slower brig compositions that SSG could bring. So you're hoping for a dive matchup here if you're a Sakura in my mind.
Oof. I'm
the story here.
I'm here for the 9%, though.
I think it's fair. I think there is a shot for Sakura, like you said. I do also think, somebody like Seeker is going to be crucially important in a matchup like this. The ability of the hit scan to, like, the gulf between, on the one hand, just getting instantly smoked by the dive and doing nothing in the fight is very reasonable in this type of a comp matchup. Between that and being able to survive and grab a pick or two, it's night and day. It's going to change everything. So a lot of pressure on Seeker. If Sakura do bring those high-paced dives, I want to see how he handles it.
A lot of pressure on both of these teams, obviously, as this is an elimination match, and with their backs against the wall, let's see what both of these teams will be pulling out of their sleeves. For all the action, we're now going to hand it over to Jack and Rose.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zoe, Jake and Johnny, of course, on the desk. Space Station Gaming versus Sakura. Johnny wanting a dive matchup, or at least hoping, for Sakura at least, hoping they want a dive matchup. Because Space Station Gaming, we know they want to rock out on Control, on Ilios, on Oasis, with a dive Winston, Wrecking Ball, etc. How do you feel about that? Do you think Sakura really want it?
I don't know about that, because I feel like on some level, yes, the dive would be super good to see from Space Station. I think that is one of their best compositions, but I also think that if it's going to be the Wrecking Ball, that can be quite exploitable. We've seen teams fall into this trap, but I think Team Liquid is one of those teams, right, Jack? You see the Wrecking Ball, and there's really easy ways to be able to play into it. But I think, looking at these bans, if there was going to be one way that Sakura would be able to beat the Winston dive, it would have been with the Hazard, and Jack, it's been banned out.
Yep, no Hazard and no BAP on the other side. So yeah, that does lead me to believe that Space Station will be playing a little bit of Winston, a little bit of Wrecking Ball. Now Sakura, they've had a fairly decent run up into the playoffs. Obviously, they came into the playoffs at sixth seed for Extinction. Last time they faced off against each other, Sakura did take a map off of Space Station. It was Control. It was Ilios, so it wasn't here, but same kind of style you can play on both maps. So we'll see what Clear wants to play, because we know if they're going to pivot to a dive, it's going to be D.Va. Kellen, though, Orisa time. So this is also a pick that yesterday, Rose, we were both quite impressed with. It actually did a lot better against Geeky than their dive did.
I'm definitely excited to see Kellen on the Orisa, but I think this is where, going back to your point really quick, Sakura did win on the control map, but it was with the Hazard versus the Winston dive. Now that that's banned out, I think it makes a lot of sense to see Clear just kind of take up the D.Va instead to play this dive. But versus the Orisa, that could be quite hard. There's not really a good diveable target for Sakura to go after, and so I think that's another reason why this Orisa ends up being smart. Good to see the flexibility there from Kellen, but also really good to counter the dive.
You can't really be hanging around. Diving one target is perfect, right? With the D.Va, Tracer, X10 can land a couple of bolts, but you're going to get chewed up. Like, as soon as your Matrix is at half, like, depleted, like, Kellen's just going to continue to shoot you until your mech gets destroyed. And that's exactly what happened there. Sakura do end up losing this first cap as Space Station in control, and this high ground for Seeker is going to be quite prominent. But, of course, X10 has been the star for Sakura. Opens these fights up 9 times out of 10, but once again, Clear just getting dominated.
It goes back to what you were just saying about being able to burst through all of the defense matrix, and once that resource is out of the way, then the rest of the mech is easy to clean up. And unfortunately, without the D.Va, you don't necessarily have that same initiative presence that you would to be able to actually execute on the dive, because you need your tank to be able to follow through on that. Clear is back. I think that's the one nice thing about the D.Va, is you can come back into these fights faster with those boosters. But where's the collapse? Everybody's playing around this environment so well on Space Station Gaming.
Clear's going to go down again. Yeah. 3 times in a row. The 3-peat for Clear there. Losing mech first up. X10 throughout the bolus, but yeah, nothing. And this should be an easy clean up for Sugar Free now. Not even over here, and just looks like cool, calm, collected Sugar Free. Or go for it. Cinema, she's going to run.
Oh.
Not quite. Sugar Free gets him out, and that's Space Station on last fight, and they've got ults. They've already used that pulse bomb.
That is wild to me. A lot of these fights have just been won off the back of Space Station being able to get the D.Va out of mech, killed, and then they just roll into the next elimination. But it's been enough of a stagger that Sakura has not had a clean fight with this. They're able to initiate now with this Kitsune Rush, but it's going to be quite a brawl here, Jack. Every ultimate's going to get used.
No, there's the dive target. It's going to be Seeker in the back line. Pulse bomb does go a little bit wide, and the sound barrier has been deployed from Space Station, so an additional bit of safety there, a security blanket, if you will. Cinnabar ends up going down. They trade for Bliss, so no Lucio's on the board, but this Terror Surge is going to be a nightmare to get away from now, and Seeker is still alive and kicking on the high ground. Snipes Clear away, dashes back down to the stairs too. Seeker is on one today.
Oh my goodness. I got excited about the Kellen Orisa, but let's get excited for a second about this Seeker Sojourn. I think for a while when Freya was that new DPS, so shiny, everybody wanted to play her, and I think there are a couple of teams that are kind of still stuck in that mentality. But Seeker's been one of those players liked to play this Freya, but this Sojourn, this pivot that Seeker has made us look so good. Even going back to yesterday, Seeker was popping off when those overclocks were active.
Yeah, look at that. 8 and 1 for your boy Seeker.
Disgusting.
Only 2 deaths for the whole team on the side of Space Station. And they're going to downtown or city center, even. Downtown city, I mean, all the control.
Yeah, there's a downtown on like every single control.
There's a downtown, there's a city center, there's a gardens. Yeah, I can't wait for the next control map to have every single one of those. A downtown, city center, and a garden.
Okay, 6 rounds actually. So we get like
God,
the
no, please.
extra spice.
Remember first to 3 control in ranked? That was pain.
That was
never again,
so
please.
hard.
All right, Clear. It's going to have a bit of an easier time against the Wrecking Ball here. Being able to protect the backline with the defense matrix, of course, and Kelling just getting bullied at the moment, but you are Wrecking Ball, so you're able to get out of most situations.
I kind of, again, don't like the Wrecking Ball here. I'm just really not a Wrecking Ball believer in this particular patch. But if Kellen can make it work, maybe this is the time to do it. But I think you just leave your team so vulnerable with the Wrecking Ball, just like that, with he's being able to pick up Bliss.
Yeah, really nice kill. I was X10 connecting a bolt, and then Pete's just following up with a couple of pulse pistol shots. Kellen's going to switch. There it is. Okay.
Thank you.
Heard you. I think I heard you, Rose.
I think that he should know better by now, actually. Now the Orisa makes way more sense. It worked out so well on Gardens, and there isn't necessarily the same type of control since they didn't capture the point first. But you're still able to play together as a unit, and I think just having the Orisa to soak up a lot of these bolt shots here from the Freya, and maybe even eat the boulder shot too, like, definitely feels better.
Ooh. Wow, there's 2 instant kills. Cinnabar and Peace paying incredibly far up. Sakura lose 2, and killing clear here is going to be fairly easy as well. Like, it's not going to be a big ring around the rosy, exchanging defensive cooldowns with another Orisa. You can just chase the D.Va away until she runs out of Matrix, and then it's an easy kill. So Sakura at least gets 61%, but Space Station, they get a flip.
And the flip comes at the perfect time, because I think with 61%, you've still bought yourself time. Like, let's say Sakura wins off the back of a big ultimate fight, then Space Station can come in and they still have a chance to recontest as a good regrouped unit of 5. But right now, I think Space Station have quite a few things that they can throw at this, like matching the rush.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. Here comes Z's, but Peace is already dead. And Cinnabar's going to get chased down again. Surely Lucio doesn't fall? No. Z comes in, clutch with a headshot onto Sugarfree. Self-destruct launched in the sky. Clear gets a free remake, but Kellen is still alive on the point. You got to focus the Orisa, but with his Terror Surge coming up, that's another defensive ability to use to stay alive and keep this point ticking in your favor. Seeker, with this railgun, this overclock, not finding too much purchase whatsoever, and Z finds another kill. Terror Surge comes in, but just in the nick of time. Cinnabar lays down the sound barrier. Sakura, they've got the sustain to win that fight.
They had to use everything in the tank, though, in order to do that, but I think the best part is that they were able to get out so many other ultimates from Space Station as well. Terror Surge is gone. Seekers also had to reset there, try and use the Widowmaker to at least get out of spawn, and now goes back over to the Sojourn. But this is kind of what we were talking about before. 60% was good enough to make sure the Space Station get a really good final attempt at this, but at what cost? The pulse spawn from Sugarfree is going to have to open this up for them. Otherwise, Sakura, they tie up this map.
Yeah, they're closing in on OT. It was Cinnabar and Peace getting picked first last time around. Focus fire now onto Clear. Little spear spin looking at Z, but Clear's mech is extremely low. Kellen almost body blocking Z there. Stopping the heals, connecting with Clear. Postbone gets flung out by Peace. There's the bowler shot as well, but CJ does just blink away from it. A nice little headshot on the Lucio, but Peace and Cinnabar come up with a kill and an assist. Oh, Bliss though, kind of dunking on Peace a little bit. Stays alive on the point. Another bolt does end up connecting. A double bolt, in fact, from X10. Gets the 2-tap on Bliss. But Space Station get a flip. There's no support, though, on the point for Space Station, so Sugarfree has to play safe.
There is going to be a contest, and that's going to be good enough for Space Station to at least buy some time for the rest of their compatriots to come back. But Sakura have this rush, so it's going to be a tough fight for Space Station. They've got to walk right into that.
They're going to easily be able to match it, though, with CJ's rush also. And then Bliss is so close to the sound barrier. Bliss is going to have to win this map for them here with this beats. They haven't flipped either, but Peace already finds a kill on to Seeker. Post bomb for Sugarfree, and now he can play aggressive with his overhealth, looking directly at the Lucio. Doesn't manage to get the kill, but Kellen helps clean on up. Sugarfree waiting for the blink of the Kiriko to maybe go in and land this post bomb, but a D-Mech onto Clear is going to be enough for him now to get a free one. It does end up pancaking on the floor, but forces Z to reposition again, but Z repositions straight in front of Kennen and picks up the kill. But Sugarfree is still alive, and with CJ coming back as well, TP's in, offered a sailing towards Sugarfree as he keeps the Tracer in the fight. A Suzu from Z to keep Cinnabar on the point and keep this fight going. But Bliss and CJ come up with a final couple of kills. This overclock from Seeker should just be the final nail in the coffin as Clear comes back on the ball for some desperation touch.
Becomes the Christmas ornament in the middle of the city center. Fortunately, not quite the right time for the holiday, but good enough here for Space Station to get the first map win of the series. Jack, I don't know, maybe Sakura do want to see that dive. That wrecking ball, not quite the pick I think that Kellen should have made on that second round.
It definitely felt a little bit better. Like the D.Va has a better matchup into the Orisa. Now Hazard can be played by Space Station, but honestly, Rose, I think as the series progresses, and especially Space Station yesterday, how they played against Geekay, I think they're just going to pivot towards more Orisa maps and more Orisa comps. Like, I really do. They had the most effect against Kike using that Orisa. When they did play dive, it looked okay. Like it's kind of good, but nothing compared to Kellen's Orisa right now, which is, I'm going to be honest with you, very weird to say. Like, Kellen, the Orisa player, like, no, like, he's a dive player through and through, but honestly, it's working for them.
Yeah, that really doesn't sound right when you say it vocally like that, but I think it really does make the most sense in this particular meta. I think the desk has touched on this a lot in terms of where the meta has shifted. We've already seen the impact of what the tank choices and meta swaps have looked like for Korea, APAC, in EMEA even just a couple of matches ago, and now we're really seeing the full effect hit North America. So I hope to see more of this Orisa from Kellen as well. I think it really just has been the best look for Space Station so far. And honestly, after quite a lackluster dive performance from them at the Champions Clash of all things, like when they were labeled a dive team.
Right. More Orisa, please. SSG. And even Jake saying on the desk, like, Seeker's going to be a big impact in this game. Very nice round one. Looked really clean on the Sojourn. Doesn't have to, like, go to the Freya, which he did look fairly weak on compared to the rest of North America DPS, like the hitscan players. And then Sugar Free, the most consistent Tracer player on any team, it feels like, at this point. Dude's putting out numbers every single series. Winner, of course, does end up going through and facing either Nightmare or Extinction, which is our later series today. But Space Station starting off this with a nice little 2-0. You can't ask for much more than that. Sakura did end up taking Ilios last time they faced. But as we look at the map pool, Rose, where do we go? Because New Junk City was the big map that they took off Geekay yesterday. So I don't think Sakura want to go there.
Probably not, because I think New York City is also a very good Orisa map. So I think if you are trying to bank on saving the Orisa ban for later, I think you just want to make sure that you're taking the best things out of the pool and then saving the Orisa for either kind of like the last ditch effort ban, or yeah, just making a map choice that you don't need to use the ban for anyway. But it looks like we're going to King's Row, and I do think that this map is one of the best in the pool to provide flexibility, where you can like play the Diva, or you can play a Winston, or like the Hazard is incredibly good, especially on the second part of this map. So if Sakura do want to lean into the Hazard, the ban is off the table, and King's Row is a great map for it.
I think every point is actually pretty decent for Hazard. Second definitely feels really good because you can get up to those high grounds pretty easy. But even first, like, we see a very slow style of Hazard play, especially on first attack, where you take top right and then you just swing around and just, you know, violent leap over, jump over the high ground, just push everybody off and then push them to the point where you can kind of descend on them. Yeah, I think Space Station, they're going to kind of shrug their shoulders this one and go, okay, well, where do Sakura put their ban? If they want to ban the Orisa, fine. Like, we'll just play Hazard. Like, we're chill. And I think it's going to be up to players like X10 to really step up big. But stepping up big against something like Seeker or Sugar Free is just going to be so hard. There are a couple of nice little kills, like a limbs, like great, but there wasn't anything to write home about, at least not for now. Looks like Sakura are banning the Orisa, and SSG are going to take X10's Freya away.
Wow. I mean, these are bans that make so much sense across the board. The Orisa was such a pain point on OWCS, and I think the Freya, if you were really looking at a dive that executes well with the Hazard, you got to take away, if you can't take away the Hazard, you got to take away the other piece of that puzzle, and I think that is X10's Freya. So now you're kind of stuck in this weird spot. Like, a Tracer with the Hazard is fine, but is X10 gonna be okay playing something like a Sojourn with this? You don't get nearly the same verticality.
Ooh, Arna on the defense for CJ. Okay. I like this a lot, actually. Hazard play for Clear. I mean, this is an obvious pick for Clear too, another character. He's been basically just ping-ponging back and forth between the Hazard and the Diva whenever the other one gets kind of banned, but mainly the Hazard.
Right, and so I think this is what we always expected after the Hazard has gotten unbanned. You can go ahead and play that. There's a lot less fear to be able to play it into the Orisa, and you already know what your Hazard versus Winston matchup is going to look like. That's a matchup you already won in their previous series for Stage 2, so it's something that they should feel quite confident in. But there is this X factor now of having X10 on the Sojourn instead of this Freya that we usually see paired alongside this Hazard. So wonder how much practice they've actually got with this. Or you would, I think, have to assume at some point the Frey is going to get banned out.
Wow, Kellen almost got instantly deleted there. In fact, it's going to get jumped on again. And this is what Clear is going to have to be cautious of as well. This Ana, the hazard, it's not good into the... Sorry, the hazard is not insane into the Ana. It's okay, but these Byronades, these sleep darts can really put a dent in the armor. And yeah, CJ picking up a kill onto X10, helping with the kill onto Clear 2. They did end up losing Kellen, but should be a fairly easy regroup. They're not going to lose high ground at least.
As long as you don't lose someone else here, I think there's plenty of time for Kellen to come back. And look at that, he's already coming underneath the archway. But there's this, impactful Tracer duel, I was gonna say. But Space Station have done a great job of just kind of taking these solo fights and making them way easier. And you're so right about this CJ value. What a perfect spot. How it's gonna be so difficult for anybody to go actually contest him in that window.
Hey, Kellen just being a giant ult battery as well at this point. They got Nano. They're a 99, so they probably just want to go pretty quick here. They probably just want to Nano Kellen, get him in, and just win the fight again. Get these really early picks. Zia's already used that Suzu and the TP. Like, the Swift Step was used instantly on top of X10, and yeah, fight over. Sugar Free with a 3-piece.
Ooh, Peace does actually get CJ finally dislodged from that high ground, but really holds on to that nano boost, which I think could be quite critical in this next fight. I think using the nano boost here early would have been a surefire way to win the fight, but you also have already been winning the fights anyway. Nice to have the nano boost now that you can use as a countermeasure against this rush from Z.
Well, Kellic has already killed Cinnabar, and the nano makes him pretty indestructible. Double kill for the Winston. Might go down, but it's all good. Damage is done, and if they get a kill onto Clear as well, that'll be more for the better. Although Seeker is ended up getting warded off. Good stick, though, from Sugar Free. Always the band-aid that Space Station need if they're ever in dire straits. Sakura are going to be able to get a bit of time on point, but Kellen's got the Primal Rage. Like, you can just jump back in, you can give 2 ticks.
And we still see Sugar Free actually jostling this point, too, so it's not even that you're giving up all of this area for free.
It's really nice from Seeker there. Yeah, just re-entering with the overclock. Downpour doesn't end up connecting with the Sojourn, but good sleep from CJ. Stops Clear from capitalizing on anybody that's stuck. This might just be a full hold as well, Rose. Not quite the fuller hold. They've got 1 tick, but 60 seconds to go, and Bliss still has that sound barrier to match Cinnabar's.
Well, now that just means that Sakura is going to have to do the actual fuller hold here and make sure that Space Station doesn't get any percentage. But I think you're right. This could be a full hold for Space Station with the sound barrier to be able to match Cinnabar's. I think the only thing that could really throw a wrench in the work is going to be X10's overclock. But how much value is it going to get when you actually have to try to create some space with this?
Oh, good kill.
That's a great start.
Insane stuff. Oh, 3-man sound barrier for Bliss. Yeah, looking a little sad, honestly, if you're Bliss. That was a really nice initial headshot from X10, and then Peace is there with the follow-up. Good pick, and Sakura will end up getting that cap.
Right in the nick of time, but I think that the critical key to success was just getting CJ dislodged from that window. Without that Ana, you didn't have the healing. You really forced Bliss into this position of needing to use that sound barrier reactively rather than trying to help engage into the fight. And I think that left so much room there for X10, because you saw like the sound barrier was barely able to actually add any overhealth to keep somebody alive. It only bought seconds rather than maybe like, yeah, it almost felt like it bought milliseconds versus seconds.
Ooh. Trying to hold this car underneath the archway here, but yeah, it's not working out. They're not going in quick enough, and they've already found a kill onto Seeker. Pele was moving for a brief moment there. Kellen dodging out of the way of the downpour, looking at Cinnabar again. CJ falls to the backline of Sakura. Payload still going, so indecisiveness it feels like here from Space Station. Not really knowing when to go in, and they just let the payload slip past them.
Yeah, that was a weird hold, wasn't it? You would kind of assume that you would have wanted to contest the cart there, but nobody was stopping that cart from moving, and Kellen is still in the back line while the cart is moving swiftly towards that second objective. At least Kellen
luckily, it does end up getting Primal. Yeah, he did end up getting stuck there by Peace, but they couldn't actually finish off the Winston. So in fact, he's bought them a lot of time. If he did go down there, that would have been pretty bad, but it's like okay at this point. Like, it's all good. We got a minute. We can still hold second, but they have to be fearful of this rush.
Yeah, at least Bliss, like a crazy fast sound barrier generation, because that's actually something that could come up, but ooh, and losing Kellen, that's brutal.
Yeah, Peace recalls at 2 HP, and here comes the sound barrier. They want to fight this one despite the man advantage here for Sakura. Nice stick from Sugar Free again. A lot of damage onto Clear, but holds up the arm. That spike guard absorbing a lot of that. Nice nade. Oh, the nade from CJ there was juicy. All right, Cinema dead, and now Kellen is back in the mix. And with Seeker, with this overclock, this is going to be a really hard fought effort for Sakura to stay in this fight and hold position. Looks like Space Station want to just punish as many people as humanly possible now, pushing Sakura all the way back to choke.
Oh, especially because they're going to actually get the isolation onto Clear. So if that is somebody that you get picked apart before this final fight, big. I mean, Space Station definitely could stop the cart here now.
Yep, overtime, they're going to get a touch, but here comes the wrap here from Space Station. They're going to use that downpour. Sound barrier comes in, but only hits 2 for Cinema. A good sleep onto Clear into the back line as CJ keeps himself alive. Now just backing away, a little bit tentative to step up, fearing maybe Cinema comes back in. But the Nano's been deployed, and Seeker will hold down the point as Clear was taking an unfortunate nap. And there is where the point will hold just before that second. That is a tough spot to even hold on to if you're Sakura, but Space Station, very clear win condition in their minds now.
Super achievable goal as well. I think especially if you can start to generate some momentum and you also cap that first point with a little bit more time, that might be enough to just push you over the edge and have that ultimate economy as well to try to get yourself over that finish line. Oh my god, Bliss didn't die in that first... okay, Bliss and Sugar Free both didn't die.
As well. That is
holy,
easy, actually.
15-0 is nuts.
Nice work from Sugar Free.
He's doing a lot better today. I felt like Sugar Free yesterday was a little bit quiet in the first couple of maps, and then they were able to turn it around off the back of some really nice pulse bombs and just insane tracer play. I feel like Sugar Free woke up that second half of the series and has clearly carried that through today.
There was definitely the better tracer play in the matchup versus GK in my mode. And with GK as well, that series was always going to be very difficult. Of course, with how good Lethal has been throughout this stage, you're expecting GK to win that, but even the Death touched on it. Space Station have leveled up. They've gone from, you know, barely taking maps off of top tier teams to looking actually really competitive on all 3 maps on in that upper bracket semifinals against GK. The score might have been the same, but the feeling definitely was not. It felt like a stronger Space Station week after week. All right, Kellen's on the hazard now. Gonna match Clit. In fact, it's gonna be a complete mirror on both sides. No honor for CJ.
I like this though, because this is actually a hero we haven't seen Kellen play too often, but I think if you're going to try something new, now is the right time to do it. You're already up in the series. You have a very achievable goal. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out for this first push, but I love seeing Kellen trying to take some risks here in terms of just new takes.
You know, so how his walls end up comparing to Clear? It's really hard to play Winston on this point as well. If you're diving in onto the high ground, Clear's just waiting for you basically to violently like burst damage, put the wall behind you. Could be really hard. Hazard, kind of the same thing, but Hazard has got the spike guard, so you're able to survive a little bit longer with the damage reduction.
Oh, this backline's gonna have to watch out for Peace though. But maybe you just sound play front to back after getting Clear out of the way.
There's he ends up going down. Just a 3-man hit squad on the high ground. Should be an easy kill on Cinnabar too. There's the first point.
That was so fast. This is like kind of the win condition we were talking about. Just having enough time in the bank where you've got 5 minutes now to make it through the streets phase. That should be plenty. Get a full slate of ultimates up, overwhelm that way, and win out the long game. But also, if you can continue to get these first picks where a lot of Space Station's focus is going on to Clear, I think that's also a very easy way for you to try to win these fights.
Sakura not even attempting to hold it at the gate, feeling maybe Space Station have the upper hand here. CJ so close to this rush too. Z ends up using theirs, but they end up losing X10 pretty early on. 4v4 though, as Seeker goes down to a spike guard, a volley of needles there thrown towards him. But now guess who's on the sidelines? It's Sugar Free, and there's no Suzu. A free pulse bomb for the Tracer. Does go wide, but forces everybody back after CJ uses the rush. So space created, and now the push can continue on the streets. As it looks like Peace is trying to challenge Sugar Free on this off angle, but is losing this 1v1.
It does have a pulse bomb, but overclock first for Seeker.
Forces basically everybody to reposition as well. Cinnabar is 1 HP. Yeah, there's no way Cinnabar gets out. That's a very big mistake from Sakura. Losing their Lucio like that and how close they are to that ult, it's disastrous. And with 3.5 minutes to go, these kills aren't coming quick enough for Space Station. They're going to push it even more, I'd imagine. They might just beat into them, honestly, Rose.
Oh, I think so. I mean, at this point, too, they just have to regroup, and this is the last attempt. I'm actually a little bit nervous about somebody being able to come in and get the touch here.
Touch. Oh, Peace ends up going down, but a 0.19 meters. Touch does come in. Sound barrier connects for Bliss. And now this fight is looking a whole lot scarier. And there it is, Space Station Gaming. They're going to cap that second point up, and that will be 2-0 in this series. Sakura 1 map away from getting eliminated.
That was a very, very good push from Space Station. I think this is the level of confidence we also really want to see from this team. They're looking good today. Really, really good today.
Yeah, looking like they've shored up a lot of problems that they had at the start of the stage. Feeling a lot more confident in themselves. Seeker back on the Soj, and Sugar Free just looking clean. And the backline as well, dependable. Of course, CJ playing the Kiriko here, playing the Ana, having that flexibility to go over to something like that when you're against a hazard. It's nice. It's really good to have that pocket pick. I think Ana definitely has her place in the meta. Kiriko a little bit more versatile, but you saw how much trouble the Ana was giving Clear on the attack. It was a tough point to take. Good stuff from Space Station so far. Sakura, it just doesn't feel like they got the same gumption in them right now, Rose. Of course, Space Station being a very good team, but still, it doesn't feel like X10's having the impact she normally does.
I'm in agreement with you there. I think this has been quite a quiet series for the DPS, but I kind of wonder how much of that is just like not really being informed with the aim versus how much trouble Space Station as a whole has been giving the team. I think especially when you have to go like let's take Peace for example. Having to go up against a Tracer that is as proficient as Sugar Free, that's a very difficult duel to take. And it's not that I think there's like a huge DPS gap there, but I think there's enough that I think you would start to maybe doubt yourself a little bit, like, oh no, I have to go up against like the Sugar Free of all people, who has really been able to make a statement in other competitive avenues of Overwatch, like the Overwatch League, on the international stage. It's really tough, and Seeker too, I think, has a legacy behind him that can also be tough to compete with.
They did end up going to Kings Row in their series previous, and it ended in a similar fashion, a little 2-1. Runasapi and Dorado were the other two maps in the series. And we're going back to Runasapi. I mean, this was SSG, I believe, getting a full cap on this one against Sakura. So Sakura's still confident in their own map pool and find solace in the fact that they can at least choose. And Runasapi is going to be the battleground again. I mean, at least you've also got tape on the series previous, so you can refer back to that and how Space Station played it. But yeah, this feels like almost the same series again, except for that Dorado map.
But I think for Runasapi, there were a lot of really big highlights for me. I mean, Sakura, it wasn't like they got fully stomped there. Yes, there was a full cap from Space Station, but Sakura actually did walk away with 71 meters on that map, which is nothing to scoff at. Sure. Like, it's not like a huge differential. He didn't go like 0 to,
they got checkpoint.
110. Yeah. So there's some good spots there. And especially for if you want to play the Hazard, I think this is one of the best maps left in the pool for you to be able to play the Hazard, and especially versus something like the Orisa. I think that's really a matchup that you want to try your hand at.
Yeah, I can imagine those are the tanks we're going to see. I think Kellen's just going to swap back, go Orisa again. If it goes Winston, sure, but it feels like it's just going to be a 3-0. That is the feeling I have right now. I mean, the audience also kind of, I don't know if they agreed on the score line. I think there would be a little, like maybe a 3-1, maybe a 3-0, but 91% of the audience thinking SSG are going to beat Sakura here. And then the opponent does end up facing Nightmare in that lower bracket semis, so, or a quarter, semis? Yeah, semis. Yeah, it is semis. This is
I was like, I actually don't know what you would use there to describe that lower bracket match, but it's like the lower bracket finals. And yeah, it is very exciting for the team that is able to make it further, because then you do have that one final match to be able to make it to the mid-season. But
yeah,
for Sakura,
the winner of that semis is going to make it to mid-season. Yeah, so
right.
Everything is on the table here. I think Nightmare, they're gunning for it. They are second seed coming into this. They end up losing to Liquid. They only lost one series against Geek in the regular season. Like, Space Station, if they do win and Nightmare is their opponent, like, that is going to be just a banger. Like, full 5 maps, you've got to imagine. Here's the bans, though. Sakura taking Ana off the table, and no Genji. SSG taking that one away. So, honestly, I don't mind that at all. Sugar-free Seeker, they're just going to play Soja Tracer again. That's it. I mean, X-Can can play the Freya, and that's probably what she'll do. Taking the Ana away does indicate to me hazard play from Clear.
Yeah, I think the only decision difference I want to see is Cinnabar not picking Moira to start out this map. I totally forgot that was a hero that actually got played in that series. So yeah, I don't want to see the Moira, but I think on-ad ban doesn't hurt Sakura very much. That's certainly targeted at CJ. But maybe if we saw like Lucio Kiriko to kick things off, I think Runasapi starts to look a little bit better. And not having to play into the Ana as well, it does make that Hazard duel even better.
Yeah, Cinnabar has been caught out though a couple of times. A bit too far up, a bit too aggro, trying to help out. Maybe Peace on the Tracer, but they've been tagged a lot of the time by a nade or just by a shot from Seeker, and it's easy to kind of follow up on that one. Let's load on in though to Runasapi. Space Station Gaming 1 map away from taking the series and find themselves in that lowest semis. Maybe against Nightmare or Extinction, which will be the series after this. And then the winner of that semis goes to the Midseason Championship. A lot on the line here for a team like Sakura, who a lot of people expected to do fairly well this stage. And I think 5th place was about where everybody would put them. And also on top of that, like a team that everybody also looked at said, hey, this team can upset another. And actually, I kind of forgot to mention this. I was thinking, okay, yeah, it has to make sense. But Clear on the Malga, this makes even more sense to me. Banning the Ana, stopping the Malga getting free value with that anti-nade. So that does make a lot of sense. And another fallback for Clear has been Malga, but Kellen's going to lock Orisa, which is honestly no easy feat for the Malga here. You take a lot of spam and you don't have a lot of armor.
Yeah, I think this is a really tough matchup to take, because I think even without the Ana in the mix, like Malga, it just like even without shields, it's such a big ult battery. For somebody like Seeker that's going to continue to play the Sojourn, Clear is cowering in a corner, just kind of waiting for that cardiac overdrive to come back online and to get healed up.
Yeah, that is the big CD you're playing around, whereas Kellen can play around a couple. He can play around that Fortify and the Spear Spin. 2 very big, like, sustained CDs. Seeker finds 2, though, off the rip. Double railgun kill. Make that a triple, in fact. Yeah, this looks like vintage Seeker right now for Space Station.
Looks amazing. I think the Sojourn pick has been so night and day versus playing the Freya, but I appreciate that he tried the Freya and is now making the pivot. And I think the Sojourn, especially on Runasapi, is just an incredible pick. You think about the angles that you can take. It's so much easier to utilize that power slide, especially versus something like the Tracer, who cannot as easily clear the distance between you and the Genji. So I think Seeker with another overclock soon too. Ooh, this might be checkpoint.
Yeah, I really like this early rush window as well from Z. Z's already dead, and Seeker now hunting for the Tracer. Oh, Pieces DNA just all over the floor there. There's nothing left of him after that, unfortunately. That is checkpoint in, honestly, record time, like 8:20. That is an insanely quick checkpoint.
They're schmoving. This push bot is not stopping for anything right now. There was a Kitsune rushes there from Sakura. They still have this bullet shot. But like everybody's playing so spread out. I think you're using that bullet shot to actually just solo at a target at this point. Helen is quite low though.
He's got the gold to save him. All right, there's the kill though. Oh, what a tag. That air shot from X10 looks sick. Hits Seeker straight in the face. Although Space Station, the thing is, now it's like, okay, the tug of war. Well, we've got checkpoint already, and now we reset to the mid. We got Sound Barrier, we got Terror Surge. You're only just going to tap your payload or your barrier before it gets moving, and then the fight's going to come.
But it's not 0 meters. Every little bit counts now. But the sound barrier, though, at least you can match that. But ooh, everybody's so low. I don't know if I would want to use a sound barrier here.
Yeah, you don't at all. Peace is trying to force Bliss to use theirs. Oh, that is not a sound barrier you want to see. They have to come up with kills right here, right now. Oh, dear. And Bliss is going to save theirs, too. Peace at least kills Seeker, I suppose, but... yeah, not a pretty sound barrier there from X10. Tried and maybe thought they could win that fight, but with Kellen just rotating CDs, it's so hard to focus him down. You're looking at killing the Orisa last, but yeah, not happening. And now Space Station have double support ults.
I saw the vision. You use the sound barrier, keep Clear alive, then you get the cage, and hopefully you can have enough overhealth to cycle into that. But the fact that Clear didn't get any of that and died before the sound barrier hit is brutal. Now you just kind of have no choice except to play into this double support ult. How do you beat this?
Yeah, Clear got dominated there. X10 is on the flank right now. Seeker finally turning to look at her. And delivers a free railgun. Little right click finishes off the Freya. And yeah, that sound barrier advantage is just too great. Nice stick from Sugar Free too, connecting with Clear in the cage. They are chasing Peace away, knowing that at least one player from Sakura is behind them.
Oh, but think about where this push bot's about to move to. The beautiful straightaways and verticals for this Sojourn.
Seeker Giga Chad ignoring the Tracer that's shooting him in the back of the head. Just looking at Clear at the moment, getting up on the high ground, run out of overclock. But it's all good because you got 100 plus meters already to 8. And with a 5-minute left in the time bank, Sakura needs to come up with something. They need a miracle fight right now, but Clear is just taking so much damage. Good stick onto Sugar Free there, but instantly healed up. That 12 HP, not quite reduced to 0. And Seeker again shuts down X10. Rose, this is going to be a full cap.
Sure is. Sure looking like it. Oh, I mean, even the pulse bomb from Peace, maybe that would have stopped the bot, but now you have the bullet shot. That's kind of it. Space Station goes spawn camp. Sugar Free's close to pulse, and there's the rush.
There's the rush. As soon as CJ gets the rush, it instantly deploys it. Clear is dead, and yeah. Unfortunately here for Sakura, their chances of making it through to the Midseason Championships weren't to be. A full cap from Space Station to end the series. A 3-0 on top of that. They go into lower bracket semi-final.
What a statement from Space Station. Truly have seen the glow up throughout this stage and finally showing us some new looks that I think bode really, really well for their chances to make it into another international LAN. So congratulations to them. Commiserations to Sakura. I think this is a super tough opponent for them to have faced in this lower bracket, but I think you could have said the same about any of the teams that were in that top 4, but they should be proud of making it this far. They don't have to play promotion and relegation. They're gonna be able to stay here for stage number 3, and I'm excited to see how they level up too.
Yeah, they'll definitely be back. I mean, they're going to make it through to OWCS like stage 3 for sure. Like, there's just no way. The team has been very consistent over their course, over their stay in stage 2. Hopefully the team end up staying together as well. It's been a fun squad to kind of cover. But on the flip side of things, like Space Station, this is their chance to level up. Like, they need this one more series, one more, to make it to that mid-season invitational. Rose, it's going to be Nightmare Extinction, their opponent. But we're going to jump over to the desk. They can break it down and set us up for the next one.
Thank you so much to the two of you. Yeah, a dominant showing from SSG 3-0. They came in confident today with a very clear idea and a very clear identity, something that they had to find throughout stage 2. They did come in obviously with Kellen at the helm of things. They were eager to play that dive, but that just wouldn't fly in this region, Johnny.
Yeah, it wouldn't fly in this region at the start anyway in stage 2. They have integrated a lot more Orisa as time kind of like went on here, and I think you saw today that Kellen was just like fantastic on the Orisa as a whole. But really, I thought it was just like a gap between these two teams, right? Because yes, at some point, you know, Sakura, they got some momentum on this stage especially, but it felt like it was mostly on the back of Kellan playing the wrecking ball and that not really working out for SSG. I even felt, you know, when Clear did play the Diva, that SSG, they just had a great time exposing some of the members from Sakura. Here on King's Row, they targeted Cinnabar a lot, and Cinnabar just had a terrible time on the Lucio, because constantly whenever Cinnabar did step up, SSG said, right, we're gonna pounce on the Lucio, that's our dive target. And when it wasn't Cinnabar, it was them exposing Peace in the Tracer matchup, or other members like Clear, for example, just exposing these members, right? So SSG, it was just like a clear gap between these two teams in my mind.
Yeah, I thought the individual performances from SSG were pretty much just overwhelming. I mean, I think this is a series that was always going to be very favored for SSG, and they got the sort of show of force that I think they were hoping for here, where this matchup for them, maybe they always knew they were going to win it, but it was about showing how strong of a threat they are, about, you know, holding back in terms of any kind of strategy or map picks that you would have had to deploy in a closer series, and preparing, of course, to likely face Nightmare for the chance to qualify for the playoff. And I think that that's really where this team's mind is at. And I mean, we're looking at a scenario where SSG has really hit their stride, and it was a very weak stage overall for them, where they looked very vulnerable, and like maybe they would be that team of the top 4 to drop down in the playoffs. But right now, they're looking like a pretty scary opponent.
They do indeed, and a lot of that is in part to their sharpshooters like Sugarfree yesterday already on Tracer Genji. Like, he just absolutely popped off, did the same thing again today. So that was a very tall order for Peace to be able to keep up with the likes of Sugarfree.
Yeah, not only Peace though. Like, I think that obviously Sugarfree has, you know, the dominance when it came to the Tracer matchup, but also I think you saw here, especially on a map like Oasis, like SSG just have a great understanding of what buttons to push. Like, when do we pressure Clear, for example, and just kill that Diva mech immediately with our Tracer Sojourn? When do we, you know, get a pick on the Tracer? That's obviously key as well. And when do we dive aggressively? When do we push tempo with the ultimates we have? And we saw it on King's Row, for example. Seeker pops the overclock. You know, you utilize that tempo to your advantage and dive in, and Sugarfree just cleans up. Whatever the task may be in the upcoming fight, Sugarfree is always on it.
He is indeed. Let's take a look at our bracket. This is honestly very, very exciting for me personally, or for everyone watching really, so I can't just claim that for myself. Because if Nightmare were to move on and face SSG, we're going to get a rematch of that regular season week 1 match, and both of these teams having very different trajectories, right? Nightmare has been trending, I don't want to say downward, because they're still an absolute force to be reckoned with, but the meta has certainly, the meta certainly has not done them many favors in the recent, like, let's say 1 or 2 weeks. Whereas SSG, they started to find their groove, find their stride in this meta, and find their identity here. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they stack up this time around. Last time it was Nightmare taking it 3-1, and SSG suffered a brutal loss there. So I'm sure they're coming into that with revenge, but I am getting ahead of myself. We of course still have to figure out if it is Nightmare moving on, or if Extinction can ruin the day for them. That's our match coming up next after a quick break, but first things first, we also have Battle of the Bots. This one is gonna be between Ops Goats. There we go. Had to peek. So our ever so favorite Ops Chantal will be rocking Genji Orisa Baptiste, and she will be going up against our server admins. What a name. What a team name. Server
I'm an Ops Goats believer
strong.
in this one, guys. You getting your channel points betting advice from me, but I'm feeling pretty good about that. Genji Orisa Bap, that looks fire to me.
I like the name server admins, so I'm just going with server admins.
It's
yeah, like when someone, I'm server admin guy, so I just took over the server. I
it's like Ash carry me, comp.
Yeah, it's Ash, Ryan, and Mercy. I think the only
Loki is good.
As a bot?
Yeah. I mean, he just has a hammer. He just swings. He does big damage. He could, like, low-key kind of, but I feel like Orisa Genji, it's gonna be tough.
It is going to be a tough battle. Let's see who's going to come out on top, as that's going to go down in the break. Make sure to bet your channel points on that one. Let us know who you think is going to have the upper hand. And after that, we will be back with our last match of the day. Another elimination match on the docket. Something. I don't know.
It's coming up.
Break. It's coming up. That's right.
Stay tuned.
Woo!
Wanted.
Continuing damage increase. I get the idea.
Want to control the POVs you watch on the official OWCS broadcast? Choose and switch between the mainstream and up to 4-player POVs, or watch them all at once. Join the chat and earn drops. Watch it on your mobile. Or cast it to the big screen with Chromecast. Watch it, control it, face it.
Watch it, control it, face it. That's right. You can have up to 4 POVs and check out your favorite players during their matches. High stakes matches, lots of POVs is really what you want to have there. Johnny, who are you following in our next match?
Chronic on Freya, no doubt about it. That's what I'm going for. Number one pick.
You just want one singular POV.
Yeah,
you might as well just watch our
the
stream
big
then.
screen. But even if I just want the big screen on Chronic, okay? You know, because here on the actual broadcast, you know, like we have to juggle all the perspectives, you have to go free cam, you have to cover our bases, here's the objective, stuff like that. If you just go and face it and you're like, I just want to watch Chronic 100% of the time on Freya. That's great, you know, unless Freya gets banned. But that's what you're going to get. You can do that.
You can. Yeah, you can do a lot of things, so make sure to check it out. Also, speaking of people doing things, Ops the GOAT, you know, taking down them admins. That was a closer match than we expected, Jake. 99
the
to
shadow,
100.
the comeback, man.
Yeah.
The Bobs. You know, for me, I was impressed. I didn't think the Mercy Ryan Ash had it in them, but they made it quite competitive. I'm a little worried next round. I pred the. I pred Focus Fire Please to win it all, but I'm a little worried that Ob's Goats comp seems kind of good against Roadhogs and Bastion. The Genji might do a lot. Please, Focus Fire Please. This is the hardest match. If you win this one, you win it all.
Yeah, you're going through. Jake is calling it right now. So yeah, let us know in chat as well how your channel point betting is going at this point as we're moving on to our last match of the day. It's going to be Extinction going up against Nightmare. We saw Nightmare yesterday, so let's chat about Extinction first. I think one big clear win condition for them has got to be Zomba having a really, really good game. When Zomba is on that Tracer, they're looking good.
Yeah, this team has been a revelation, Jake. I really think that they play like good fundamental Overwatch. Like they play the good compositions that make sense in the meta. They get good ultimate value. They play consistently. Don't get picked too much often. Like Wub is just a consistent hitscan player in this region. Then you have a player like Zomba, who just like has been a revelation here on the Tracer and had a really good stage overall. You know, can take over some maps, like we seen on Runa Sabri, for example, become the home of Zomba after they beat Nightmare on this match. And so I really think that Extinction, you know, this is a team that's leveled up. They progressed throughout the stage 2, and I've been really impressed with what they brought so far. You know, obviously it's going to be an uphill match against Nightmare here today, but I like what they've been doing so far.
Yeah, for looking at Nightmare here though, Jake, the takeaway from yesterday was that they're not feeling quite as hot as they did earlier in the stage, just due to that meta shift, since Chronic on Freya was obviously like a big part of their success. Also, if we're looking at the backline, right, Juno Brig, now it's more like Brig Baptiste, so slowing things down a little more. So that is not quite as in Nightmare's wheelhouse as it previously was.
Yeah, I think seeing Rhino come into the lineup here is interesting. I wonder if that means we'll be starting on like an Ilios or something to play some more of those dive tanks, because Painkiller looked quite solid on the Orisa. You know, I think as good as Nightmare is, as strong as the stages they've had, Extinction is a team that could pose a threat to them, right? You think about individual death matching. I feel like this meta has shifted more and more towards the Tracer, which is certainly Zomba's best, and I think the strat that they're going to be most comfortable on. So for Nightmare, you might have had a very good regular season, but right in the end, you're still facing elimination right now, right? It's still do or die here. And as much as like in theory we favor them based on their performance thus far, I feel like Extinction is one of those squads that could always clutch up against you, that you really need to be just putting on a very big game to secure this against. And I mean, there's a world here for Extinction. I do think Nightmare's a favorite, but I think there's an open door here, and especially in a meta that's so individualistic, so much death matching going on.
Right. I mean, we are talking about the number 2 seed in the region going up against a number 6. They barely avoided relegation. So while, yes, Extinction has obviously had a lot of bright spots throughout the stage, they're not considered a favorite. It will be an uphill battle, even if Nightmare looked weakened just yesterday or towards the end of this stage. I'm sure they're eager to take this one home and qualify for the Midseason Championship. They're just 2 matches away from doing so. So for all the action, let's send it over to my very favorites, Nekra, and Jack is there as well.
Yeah. I knew she was going to dunk on me at some point. I was just waiting.
Love you, Zoe. But also love you, Jack. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm finally.
I got you.
Get some love on the broadcast. Nightmare versus Extinction Rose. A bit of a flub yesterday. If you can remember yesterday, Nightmare versus Liquid, that new Junk City was over in like what felt like 30 seconds. Like there was no fight from Nightmare at all on that map. It looked like their weakest map so far in stage 2. It was strange, honestly. I thought that, you know, we're going to go to a map 5. We're going to be close. These other maps have been fairly damn close between the two teams. Like Circuit Royale was taken by Nightmare. They looked pretty good. Hollywood was like, okay. New Junk City, no, they just kind of flopped. And now you think about the last time they faced Rose, the Extinction versus Nightmare, that went to a map 5. That was Nightmare stumbling on Watchpoint Gibraltar, playing like Mercy, Lifeweaver, and it was a very strange series. But can Extinction now kick them while they're down? Can they take that lower semi spot?
That's a great question, and I can't wait to see the answer to that, because I think you're so on the nose in terms of where if you're gonna beat Nightmare, I think you have to beat them while they're down. But that's also kind of why it's very interesting to me that we see Rhino in this roster, because maybe yesterday, like after that wet noodle last map of that match, maybe Rhino is.
It wasn't
kind
even
of
a noodle.
Right spot.
It was still dough, Rose. It wasn't a noodle yet.
Yeah, you might be right about that one. Yeah, it was like wet flour. I think not even dough. It was so bad. I felt like Nightmare just had all of the fight taken out of them. But that's why, like, yeah, maybe Rhino is really that new thing that they need to kind of breathe some life back into the team. And we see him on this Winston.
Good map to bring him in, to be fair. Painkiller, of course. Ideally wants to play more of a Ram, like a Brawl Star, like a Rissa kind of thing. Whereas Rhino, dive. Winston, perfect for this map. Good initial pick as well. Should be a fairly easy point take. And you got to be wary of this man right here on your screen, Chronic. Johnny was saying, like, if you want to watch one POV on the Face It POV thing, then it's going to be Chronic's on the Freya. It's been one of the best, if not the best, in the region so far. Zomba on the Tracer does end up finding 2 kills, but taking this point, especially with the Tori so low, is going to be a tough ask. It's going to be a quick regroup here from Nightmare with Rocket spawning in a couple of seconds.
And I think you're okay with continuing to delay this point flip. Like, keep contesting it. I think you're also starting to build up to some things that might be able to do that. But now that Lucamino's down, I think you just have to cycle through. And actually, Nightmare just give up the point completely.
Yeah, nice work from Zomba. Chronic does end up getting manually hacked and taken down by Zomba, but a little overextension there. Wub on the Sombra is going to be fairly annoying to Chronic. Zomba still going at it. Kills Rhino too. Okay, Zomba is on an absolute heater right now. Point is going to be taken, or at least contested for the time being. It's a little bit of support or combat right now with Lep and Lucamino versus Nemwhite and Scuffed. Here come the tanks, however. yeah, Hattori's going to make sure the point doesn't get flipped.
And Hattori is also going to take this forward positioning, actually using that violent leap to make sure that there's a little bit more access to the back. But the Kitsune Rush gets laid down and matched by Extinction. But take a look at where these fights are happening. I feel like neither team is really able to make use of these rushes very well.
Yeah, they're on the opposite sides of the point right now, so everybody decides, well, we're just going to play on our side of the map. Here comes the sound barrier. Chronic sent, well, pretty damn low on the Freya, but that overhealth making sure he stays alive. But now, unfortunately, you're against a Rhino, one angry Winston. Here's the point flip onto the noses of Extinction, but Zomba and Wup still come up with kills. Zomba right now is honestly dominating on this Tracer. Nightmare don't have an answer to it.
It's been very tricky to weave past this Tracer, and I think Zomba, high impact in terms of just being super pesky in that backline, but also forcing out a lot of really important skills. Like, you know, Rocket has to use the recall a little bit sooner, even Chronic, just using that verticality jump to make sure that you can get out of that Tracer's sightlines. This has been tough, and Zomba really coming up big. Another Pulse Bomb soon up to.
Oh, sound barrier. Does end up connecting with 3. Leb's going to be able to keep himself alive as well. Nice little boot there onto the Lucio and the Tracer, but still being chased by Nenwai. Oh, dearie me. That surely wasn't a boop off the edge, no, but Hattori does end up going down to Chronic. 99% nearing, though, for Extinction. Chronic finds a double. Okay, now the Freya is online for Nightmare. Scuff should die here, too. There it is. Okay, point flip for Nightmare incoming.
Nightmare take it back just when overtime starts to wick away, and Extinction, though, they're gonna make this a really tough fight for Nightmare. Like, you gotta win 2 fights in a row right now if you're Nightmare. You barely have this Kitsune version Pulse Bomb ready, and there's so many things that Extinction can throw at you first. Like, oh my gosh, the Bola Shot and Pulse Bomb. Could you imagine if that combination hits?
Well, they're gonna start off with the rush first. Suzu pretty early there from Scuff are playing in the rush. That cooldown will be up in no time. Forcing out Lucamino is going to be nice, but Zomba has to deal with the Winston now, so ends up backing up. And there's the rush on the point to extend this lead a little bit more for Nightmare. Still, Zomba focusing out Lucamino, trying to force them to make a mistake. Looks like Lucio might be the next on the menu though, but Lep does manage to jump over the wall. Zomba again forcing the swift step, doing a lot for his team right now, distracting the backline pretty much. And you can see already seeing his efforts with Chronic going down. Suzu, oh, what a stick! Whoa, hang on a second. Lucamino, swift step away, drops the pulse bomb to the floor. That gets one ultimate out of the way for Nightmare. Now Rocket's got a pulse bomb in his own hands, but the point for Extinction gets flipped, and here comes the sound barrier.
Ooh, the sound barrier is so good because it's going to give them enough survivability to go after this backline in earnest. But Rhino actually finding Zomba, that was kind of the big thorn in their side.
Oh,
and
what a,
just gives Nightmare the fight.
Oh, what a shot! Oh, he's such a beast. Tags Nenwai from across the map, but still gets taken down by Wup. Wup finds a double kill, in fact. Rhino going down at a kind of a pivotal time as well for Nightmare. So close to this ult too. Lep is going to get chunked down to half HP. Has to use the sound barrier to connect with 3 players to get back into the point in time. But Wup still managing to land take aim shots on the front line. Rocket falls and Nightmare, they're going to lose this first round. That's a good round for Extinction. 100-94. Zomba doing a lot of the legwork there on the Tracer. It's been so tough for the Kiriko and the Lucio to keep themselves alive. Nightmare's backline is struggling.
They're really struggling. I mean, like, Zomba has just been such a powerhouse, but I think especially Wup coming up big in that last fight, I think you have to worry about both these DPS. Lep, like, not really as easily able to step up to the plate when you know that you're getting tagged by that Tracer as well as that Freya. I look at this, though. Lep actually didn't.
Oh, he's deathless. All right, well.
Yeah, he didn't die, which is crazy.
Yeah, didn't die.
But it is still harder for him to actually get the AoE effect because you don't want to get taken out by one of those DPS. But you know what? Back to your point about like kind of a huge round for Extinction to take. I think there are 2 rounds on Ilios that you look at being better for the Winston. I think Well is one of them and Lighthouse is the other. Ruin's maybe not so easy. So you got 1 round out of the way. Maybe you get this momentum swing and you take Lighthouse too.
Ooh, Tori sending to the skies there. Nice kill on Chronic though. DPS down for Nightmare. Kicking them while they're down right now are Extinction. Surely Extinction are on the kryptonite to Nightmare. Surely that can't be the case. Nice start though. Momentum shifting, Rose.
Absolutely. I mean, even Winston comes back in, but you actually see
die.
Rhino get stuck on the wall. Oh, that's so bad.
Winston's so deadly into the Hazard. I mean, the Hazard. The other way around, sorry. The Hazard is so deadly into the Winston. Jump onto high ground, get walled, and the burst damage from this shotgun is... It can't be understated, and Winston's got a rather large head hitbox.
Infused with light.
Makes it so much easier for this Hazard to land the shots, but I think also when you force out the bubbles, you're not using those bubbles to help out the rest of your team. Trying to just get a nice pick though, but yeah, maybe this is turning the tides too back in Nightmare's favor.
Okay, yeah. Playmakers. A lot of them on Nightmare's squad, and can't be understated how good Chronic has been over the last couple of weeks.
Hey there.
Really good on the Freya, and especially when you're playing from this defensive position, you've got so much better sight lines. You can actually see the pivot that Chronic is taking with that POV to make sure that you've got poolside lockdown, the main choke as well. But I love where Extinction are actually approaching this from. I mean, look at Hattori, just beautiful access to the top of this lighthouse.
Both rushes on the point. Luca Mignone almost getting one-tapped. Downpour available for Hattori, looking for the Lucio. Tries to go for the insta-kill, but yeah, Nemwai's sound barrier. It couldn't have come at a better time. And that bowler shot from Chronic ends up like just standing on top of like 4 people. Oh well, the trades are better here for Nightmare, luckily, and they just continue to hold.
The boulder shot, though, I think it's nice that you've got that burst damage, but I think the ability of it to bring people together just is also quite impactful. You even saw there being able to kind of nail down those targets and group them up makes it easier for these big takedowns. I think now Nightmare are really starting to get the hang of it. Maybe you get bamboozled on that first round, but oh wow.
Uh-oh.
Force out the sound barrier.
Yeah, you see the Freya using the updraft there, and Hattori knows that is the time to go. A lot of mobility on the Freya, but upwards mobility only on that one skill. Nice point take. All right, Zombie gets another kill. Decent flip. Not too much invested.
Yeah, it's
Good
going to
stagger
be...
kills as well.
Oh, yeah, I mean, with Lucamino down, it's just going to help you match the percentage and then some. And then look at what they have next. You've got the pulse bomb, and then you also have the bullet shot again. It's almost sneaking around. Because if you land this pulse bomb onto a backliner, like, wow.
The stick. Dude, it's spicy with it on the Tracer. I remember Jake saying a long time ago, Rose, about how Zombo was basically in the training grounds before Overwatch, during Overwatch League, right, playing against some of the best Tracers to ever touch the game, the Korean players that were in North America playing on the server. So he's been chilling, you know, like one of the craziest Tracer players on ladder, always top 10 every single rank season. And you need that big impact Tracer player. You do every single meta, it feels like. Very rare is Tracer not in that meta. All right, Rocket does end up landing the post bomb onto Hattori, but a good, nicely timed Suzu does end up saving the tank for the moment, but Chronic from downtown hits a nice bowler shot.
And this is going to help keep Nightmare in this, because as they start to even up the player count, they're able to take back control of this point, and they maybe start to look at, like, can Lep get this sound barrier up? I think there's been enough time bought that Lep should be able to get this up pretty nicely for the final fight, and then I think maybe looking at, like, the Primal Rage, that might be another good thing to kind of help keep Nightmare in this, but it's tough when Hattori is the downpour. You can lock everybody down, and also very easier, I guess, to Ajax this sound barrier too.
High ground control for Hattori again. It's going to be hard for Rhino to kind of match this. Both Lucios hoping they can get sound barrier on time, but Lep is inching closer. Nemwai's getting pressured out too. Hattori now having to put herself on the point to make sure they trigger OT. A nice little downpour onto Rocket though. And Lep Ajaxed! And Lep Ajaxed as well. Hattori dashes and violent leaps on top of the Lucio. And Nemwai gets the sound barrier off, so Extinction are in a good spot to take this map. A Primal Rage on the point is the only tool they have left to keep themselves in it, but Extinction shut them out as they take the first map, 2-0.
I really think the downpour might have been the thing that would force the Ajax out of the sound barrier, but I can't believe that happened regardless. And what a perfectly timed downpour there from Hattori. Nails the Tracer, and then after that, just having that barrier advantage was so good. So, like, wow, Extinction winning the first map was pretty competitive between both rounds, but yeah, maybe this is an underpowered Nightmare versus what we saw through the regular stage.
I want to replay on that. I want to replay.
I don't know
that. That was a
what
really
happened.
tough spot for. I think Lev was trying to like get to the rest of his team near the Mega Health Pack, and then obviously the Violent Leap from Hattori came in. Rocket got one tapped out of recall as well from that downpour. Hattori saw the recall happening, hit downpour, so the Tracer doesn't really have time to react, because when you're in like the recall animation, right, you're like zipping back through time kind of thing. You end up where you were however many seconds ago, and then the downpour then hits straight afterwards. So you've got no real, you maybe have like 2 frames to like look baby and get out of there. Here we go.
Oh,
1 HP,
no.
tries to hit it. Nicely placed shot from Hattori too. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, Hattori won that map, won that round for them at the very end there. That insta-kill onto Rocket with that downpour, and then hitting Lep as soon as he hits the sound barrier, getting the Ajax. Beautiful stuff from Hattori.
I think Hattori has also been one of the best hazards we've had. Even crossing regions between playing in EMEA as well as playing in North America, I think it's just been really awesome to see how Hattori has traveled through so many different teams and also continues to have this very leadership presence. You need that when you're playing this tank role, and having clutch moments like that too really helps to glue the team together. I think everybody on Extinction had bright moments, like Nenwai having the barrier advantage, Scuff being able to lay down some great Kitsune rushes, having some prime Suzus, big pop-offs from Wup and Zomba respectively. Great stuff from them to start off this series.
Oh wow, Heater too, look at that, 28 to 28 deaths. Okay, pretty damn close. Healing done a little bit more though for Extinction, 17k to 15k from Nightmare. A little bit more aggro on the side of Nightmare, you got to imagine. Yeah, all right. Suravasa, watch point you brought to Runasabi King's Row, if you caught all that. That was the series prior when they faced off. So Circuit Royale, okay. So as we near onto Circuit, where do you expect Nightmare to go? Because I've got a good feeling it's going to be Peacekeeper back in again, or Painkiller back in again. We're not going to see Rhino for too much, unless we go to like a pure dive map.
But I mean, this makes sense, right? Because Nightmare won Circuit Royale yesterday versus Team Liquid. That was the one map that they took off the series. So I think we saw Painkiller play Orisa and Diva, and it makes so much sense that Painkiller is going to come in to take the tank role this time. Rhino, very good on those main tanks, but I think Painkiller really bringing it up in terms of the Orisa and Diva gameplay. But then do you kind of think maybe that we do see an Orisa ban? I think that would be very, very smart for Extinction to take, because then you just play Hazard into the Diva.
Could do.
I like that.
I would say the
Hazard.
The only problem with that is that Sigma is still there. We've not seen a crazy amount of Sigma just because of how this map has evolved. But we do have an MVM coming in for Zomba. Okay, we've seen this in previous series as well. Zomba coming, stepping out for the more like slower maps, like Circuit Royale definitely being one of them. So NVM in, Zomba out. So small substitutions on either side. And yeah, going back to kind of the Sigma point, it would be a decent matchup into those tanks though, is the only problem. Like the fallback, but then it's like, well, Painkiller on Sigma, something we've not really seen too much. Like, we'll see, because they also, Nightmare don't have to ban out the BAP. They could come in and be like, okay, we're going to ban BAP because maybe Extinction, like BAP Life Weaver, maybe they've been practicing it a whole bunch. We'll have to see. 85% win rate on this game type as well. Their best game type so far this stage.
It's been very good for Nightmare, and I think a lot of that comes down to just kind of the different compositions that they play. Like the Orisa has looked very good. I think Freya as well. When you're able to play the slower maps, I think it certainly helps out. But I kind of wonder how many of that is also like, I don't think they played much Gibraltar. So yeah, really helping them set up for success there and not having to play the dive.
Yeah, they also picked it against Geek as well, so that does also make sense. Okay, 90% to 10 on the side of Extinction. I'm curious, any value bettors in there? Any value predictors? I like that, going for the Extinction at 10%. That's a large channel point return. But this does track. I mean, we had the same thing last series, right, with Space Station, about 91% to 9%. You're expecting Nightmare to come in with the win, but I wonder how much people predicted betting, you know, Nightmare's just the better team. They went 6-1 and not maybe thinking too much into it about the series yesterday. Yeah. That last map on New Junk City, that is a desk slam of the game because it wasn't close. Like, it was just a roll. And I even saw like a Ply tweet like, yeah, this is the worst map I think I've ever seen of all time, like from the team. And I'd agree with him, especially in this stage. It didn't look good. It didn't look clean. But Circuit Royale, very different pacing, very different style of play. So I'm wondering how Extinction kind of deal with this. They've got MVM in, no more Zomba, but we're not going to really play Tracer anyway, or maybe even the Genji, so it's okay.
I think it's really easy to ban out Zomba. I feel like for the most part, we've seen Zomba really lean into the Tracer and the Genji. So I think if you see, so I think it's, yeah, very easy to say like, okay, well, if we're Nightmare, we just ban out the Tracer and then what? I think it's so much easier to play against the Genji or playing around at least one of those heroes. So I still want to see an Orisa ban. I think that would still make the most sense on Circuit, because then
I think Orisa's actually not bad, or Freya.
True, but I like Chronic's odds of being able to play. You know, actually, no, you're right, because I think I've had this issue with Chronic before, where Chronic is so Freya pilled, rightfully so, like truly the best Freya in North America. But can Chronic actually show us anything else when that Freya is actually banned? We've seen some Cassidy when the Freya has been banned and it's looked okay. But yeah, it really remains to be seen, I guess, where these bans go.
Don't forget, Season 17 is only a few days away, actually, next week. It's going to be a good time. So make sure you jump on. And also, Stadium, 3 more heroes added. Zen, finally. Sigma and Junkrat 2. It's going to be a good time. And also, one thing I'm looking forward to is the map voting. Finally, we get to choose King's Row every single time we play. Not quite. It's going to give us a small selection. It's not going to give us the whole roster of maps, but that's going to be really good in ranked. I'm looking forward to that. I played a fair amount of ranked this season, but I want to play some more next. I'm going to be grinding my heart out. And 2 new mythics, and obviously the hero trial as well. So yeah, make sure you jump on for Season 17. It's going to be a good time. Arcadey themed, which is even cooler. But back to the game at hand. Nightmare come in, and they're going to ban the BAP again. So same thing we saw yesterday, Rose, banning the Baptiste on this map. Don't want to play against the BAP Lifeweaver. And Extinction, banning the Freya.
You don't want to play against the BAP Brig either. I think that's been one of the hardest backlines to break as the meta has started to evolve over Stage 2. So I think the BAP ban is very good. I think that's going to leave us in a really interesting spot where Baptiste was banned yesterday, so we saw kind of like a Kiriko Lucio. We also saw some Alari Juno, which was also quite interesting. I know you're a big fan of the Alari, so maybe we do end up seeing that again. But I think that, wow, Brig Juno is also fine here. As you see, leave, Ramatra also just, Notorious Ramatra has looked great, so that makes sense.
We're playing the Brawl. No Freya means NVM and Wub are going to have a better time on the DPS. I like the MVM pickup here as well. Coming in, playing the Mei. Just playing pure Brawl. That's it. Nightmare with Painkiller also on the ramp. And I wonder if we're going to get a little bit tank roulette. You know, I wouldn't.
I think so.
I don't think. We'll see if Luke me no 6 on this Ana for long, but I wouldn't mind the Ana. Especially on like an a super aggressive attack. I don't think it's bad at all. Chronic obviously going to switch, go to Sojourn, okay, then rock on the Genji. Yeah, I really like this Ana. It does threaten Extinction quite considerably, and even with the wall, like, the Ana just does so much with the anti-nade. It's like, we want to play up, yeah, sure, but you're going to bank that nade off of the wall, and you're going to be able to heal Painkiller plus anti-Hattori. So, Extinction have to put respect on Lucamino's name, man.
I think the nades are also really great to make these swings that we always hear the teams talk about on Circuit, especially around this first corner. You want to wait for some of those important skills to be up, like the wall, but look at the nade having to force people back.
Really nice kill there. Took a while for MVM to get healed. And yeah, Lucamino even with the nades, they're great. The sleep darts too. Even if the Ram is blocking, you put him to sleep. There's a small frame where obviously you're kind of waking back up as the tank. You can't put your arms back up, so you're getting like full damage pelted towards you, you know? So it's a pretty big tool at dealing with the Ramatra. This might be a very quick take. NVM now on the Genji, but had to dash to touch, but instantly dealt with by the Pulsar torpedoes. They do end up trading Rocket for it, but the support and the backline for Nightmare are in such a good spot. Like, the sidelines are so nice that, yeah, you could just poke Scuff out, and Scuff can't peek because you're going to get shot by the Ana, you're going to get shot by the Sojourn, and this is going to be first point.
Oh no. Yeah, poor Turret can't do anything. You get slept, you get like just absolutely yeah, smashed in by the other Ramatra, and I think really nice .1 take here for Nightmare. And almost to a nano. Like, Lucamina's gonna have that in such short time. Really easy to apply here onto the Ramatra, and you just get to keep this aggressive pace. That's gonna net you the Annihilation as well for Painkiller.
Yeah, you're just rolling those ultimates. Nano, the Ram, Annihilation, straight after that. Oh, whoops, Daisy. Well, they nano the Juno. All good. Pulsar torpedoes are going to do a lot of damage, though. That was definitely a misclick. Wanted to go on the Ramatra there, but it's all good. Lev got a kill for it. So we're chilling. That was perfectly placed. Said
yeah.
Lev.
Right. Honestly, I actually kind of don't hate it because now Lev is going to have Orbital Ray.
Yeah, I guess you did extra damage, I suppose. Yeah.
It's kind of funny that Juno
they won the fight,
the last one that gets the actual ultimate up, though, you know?
Now they got Blade. And they got Annihilation. And they got Overclock. They're going to try and force Extinction to back up here just with this OC. Good nade into the front line. And that Orbital Ray couldn't even affect Totori if they even wanted it to. Good snipe out of the skies, though, from Werbu. Clock's Chronic Anua, and that will be maybe even a double kill there, but Rocket with the blade is just too good. This Orbital Ray from Leppy was playing perfectly inside of it. That was just coating the point. Easy push from Nightmare so far with this Ana comp, and that is 4 minutes and 50 seconds in the time bank going on to last.
Yeah, woof. That is a lot of time. It's actually been so funny to watch Circuit Royale over the last couple of days, because normally we see a lot of teams struggle to actually get this payload to the final point. And even just yesterday, I think we saw a cap. We saw a full cap from Nightmare. They might do it again. They had a lot of time going into that third point, in which they're going to have similarly. How did Lucamino die there, though? Why was he so far forward?
Dude wanted to get the nade, probably. Oh, hello, there's like 3 people there. Ravenous Vortex kind of annoying for MVM, but has deflect, so it's all good. A small chill out session here for Nightmare. Just want to put their feet up for a little bit. Wait for Lucamino.
Relax by the pool. We gotta wait for some of these ultimates to get out of Extinction's pockets. I like the pressure that Painkiller is putting on Hitori, because ideally you're getting out Annihilation and maybe even forcing out the sound barrier here. So I think that's really where this nano from Lucamino comes in handy. You can apply that to Painkiller this time around, get the Ramatra a little bit more juiced up, and go from there.
Good nano. Really nice nano actually onto Rocket. Was going to get almost insta-killed by NVM there. But you can't step up. Even if you've got the blade, like, good luck. Sound barrier comes in for Nemwai, and now the int into the back line can continue for Extinction. Annihilation, sound barrier used, as well as the blade. A heavy ult investment for the squad. But Nightmare didn't have too much their name either, so a fairly even neutral fight coming up next. Looks like Lucamino actually switching over to the Lucio, considering maybe they need a bit more speed.
Especially if you have to match that on Extinction, I think that being able to at least weave the Lucio in there makes the swing so much faster. But yeah, I mean, the nano boost getting applied to Rocket actually a little bit closer to the blade, but the ray advantage is huge here for Scuffed.
Yeah. I think if you're Nightmare, though, you're pretty happy with that. It's like, okay, we didn't really spend too long fighting or skirmishing or anything. Extinction pulled the ult pretty early. They are going on the hunt, though. Lucamino? Yeah, they're not going to overextend too far. They could get cut off. Lucamino does get out.
No, spot on. I mean, you got out 3 ultimates in the fight before, and then you got out the Ray, and now you're the one that's going to have that big ult pick.
They are completely split, and Wub couldn't be playing any closer to Painkiller. Was basically holding his hand. All right, Chronic with a double. Yeah, that's an overextension there by Extinction. You're thinking then why maybe MVM can get the kill onto Lucamino, but I thought they were able to get out there alive, but not. Apparently not. There's the team kill for Nightmare, and look at the ults they got coming up now.
I think you had to actually hold that close though if you were Extinction, because any further back the payload starts to move and then you don't have nearly the nice setup that you do now here, being able to take this high ground while still having the ability to go contest that cart. And there is a lot that Extinction's gonna have to fight against.
Can he get the triple tap? No, he cannot. Uh-oh. Wub doesn't manage to take down Rockets. And unfortunately for him, his teammates are falling rather quickly. They trade Painkiller. And actually, Lucamino dies too. Okay, they managed to hold on somehow. Chronic's still on this high ground. I wonder if they're going to try and force him off, surely. Yeah, Chronic recognizes that fact and actually just gets out of there. But that 4-minute, 50-second time bank, pretty light in the bank now. Only a minute to go, but classically for Circuit Royale, this map finishes in OT.
Yeah, but Ray advantage here for Nightmare looks good. It's a little bit tougher because Hattori does have the Annihilation with Sound Barrier, and that is just a lot of damage to chew through.
Yeah, all right, nice beat, nice Ray for Lep. Late Blade here for Rocket. And Annihilation is kind of ripping and tearing through him, but he does get the reset off of MVM, looking for someone else. Dashes back to the rest of his team, though. Doesn't want to overextend, especially with this Annihilation taking everybody down. Looks like Painkiller is going to do the dirty work, though, and just to the spawn as Scuff falls just to those little bees that he's firing out of his staff. 25 seconds to go. Rocket's still in the front line. They take down Hattori. This should be a full cap now for Nightmare with time left in the bank. MVM on the Tracer to get a final touch. Doesn't get there in time. Looking good for Nightmare. Yeah, just the support ult advantage was too much. Even with the Blade and the beat and the Annihilation. The Annihilation, a decent tool against the beat. It ticks everybody, but it's just Nightmare picking up kills. A late Blade with the Ray Rose. It's too strong.
It is so strong. I think just having the Ray advantage was just like truly a big deal there for Nightmare. And then the fact that you got the Sound Barrier too, cherry on top. So Nightmare, they finish off the map again. Okay, bro is just built different.
Bro is immortal.
I'm so impressed.
How? Lep just never dies.
Maybe just going into the training camp or something. I don't know. I aspire to have that type of Lucio skill.
I will have the highest KD of all time in OWCS. 12, 20, and 0. Yeah, as a Juno as well, which, okay, you're not like playing super aggro, but you're getting focused a lot.
You're squishy.
As the Juno player. So, yeah, and you're also pretty squishy. Like, she's got survivability, but like, you're squishy. Like, you're going to get like one tapped at some point, but I don't know. Lep's just invincible, I guess.
I don't know. She has like such a low room for error as well in terms of the skills that can actually get you out of the way. So it's very impressive. Lep has been, very good today. Maybe going back to that first map, also deathless after that first round. Bonkers.
Yeah, exactly. All right, gates have opened. Extinction. No May to be seen. NVM on the Genji. Looks like they want to go over the top, see what's up.
Ana for Lucamino, though? On the defense, I'm a little bit nervous about this pick. I feel like it's a little bit better on the attack, just because it does help you to take these initiations. But I guess, like, on the defense, it helps you stave off the attack, so... but if Genji gets back there and you're not able to sleep dart it, then I think you're really screwed as the Ana.
Yeah, a lot less room for error. But you can just hold these chokes, which is kind of annoying for Extinction. Just like as soon as Story walks up, use the shield, you just throw a nade in. And then Lep does enough healing as well by themselves to sustain Lucamino in the dive. Then White and Rocket end up trading.
The fact that Painkiller got that pick is really big, but I think now when you're starting to get everybody so low, this is easy for Extinction to clean up.
Yeah, nice pulsar torpedoes from Scuff. A lot of damage, pulsar torpedoes, especially for someone like a Genji to follow up on. So yeah, if you can land like multiple connections, you can just jump on people and insta-bin them. Now they're going to get another touch.
Oh, are they?
going to be...
It's not a clean one.
Yeah. Rocky gets there in time. He's still got recall. Ooh. One way. Okay, there you go. Painkiller's on the point now. Has got shield down as well. They didn't force Rocket out, but it's hard to, especially when they have recall.
This is a better defense now for Nightmare too, because Lucamino has this nano.
Yep, Nano available. Ray coming up as well, but Ray for Scuffed already online. Nano boost with the overclock. One taps coming their way, and in fact, yeah, they can't even play the Ray at all. Scuffed a little bit too scared, and rightfully so. Chronic with the one tap. Annihilations for both Ramatras as they look at each other on the point, but Netwhy was trying to hide behind the payload away from the Annihilation. Got donked on the head by the Pulsar torpedoes as the thrilling the thrilling Ramatra 1v1s. It's almost like 1v1. They do nothing to each other as they just annihilate in front of each other's faces. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go for Extinction. They got beat, they got Blade, they got Overclock.
Holy hold though. Like, there was the perfect timing there for some of those ultimates from Nightmare, but now they're the ones that have the Ray advantage.
Wow, but a double tap on Leb. You can see see Nightmare there wanting to go early. They want to Ray, so Extinction are forced to use ults. And they're able to actually stop Wub from doing any more damage. And now the Blade from MVM is going to have to be the difference maker for Extinction. Ends up triple slashing Lucamino there as the nade did end up hitting him, but taken out by Painkiller. 1 punch, 2 kills. Satori and MVM dead. Nightmare looking to full hold.
They are looking very good to do that too. I mean, we're going to get a lot of charge here if Lucamino is able to build up to this nano boost. That's going to bolster your defenses even more so. And we see Extinction and make this pivot over to the May.
T-posing.
Hoping that you can actually play this a little bit closer together and allow those May freezes to help you out.
That bug is still in the game. It's so funny. The Ramatra's just T-posing. And just firing out of his face at the start. Lucamino in a power position as well, like you were mentioning before. Look at him go! Dude, it's so stupid. Okay, now he uses the Nemesis form, so he should be fine now. Well, that's a really good anti-nade from over the top, and the Nano Boost available too. This is going to be an absolute bowl over. 5 seconds to go, and this is going to be where Extinction are held as Nightmare hold them on that first point. They tie up the series.
Very different look this time around. Circuit Royale was decisively Nightmare's map, and now we have to look forward to what's next for the rest of the series. I wonder if we're going to see any more of the slow style of play. I don't think that a lot of the maps that are left in the pool do lend themselves to that unless we're looking at hybrid, but I don't know if I like the odds of Extinction having to play that slow game plan again. When Nightmare have access to this Ana, big things are possible.
Yeah, it feels like Control being one of the only maps that Extinction can take. Feels kind of bad for Rhino though. Comes in, ends up losing a map. Obviously subbed out, but that is the way of Control. That is the way of Control. It does happen. Tends to be a lot of the teams that are more underrated in the series do take Control, and then a little throw.
That map was still close though.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't a blowout by any stretch of the imagination. No, Hattori did really carry them over the finish line at the very end. It was a very, very good map from Extinction.
But this was even better for Nightmare. Full control on the attack, even just being able to hold enough ultimates to make sure that they could bully their way through and capture the whole map. And I think that also just kind of sets the tone for the side swap. You look at this, I think, as Extinction, you go, oh my god, like, I know we have to take it 1 point at a time, but we actually have to finish the map now. That's a very tall order on a map like this. Still, stats for damage look pretty even across the board, but I think Nightmare, with the survivability and just being able to make sure that those kills are very clean with the Sojourn, spot on.
Yeah.
That fold.
I mean, the death total and the KDA difference there does kind of paint the full picture. 5 and 3 to 1.3. Nightmare's map, like, they feel pretty good. Like, you just got to brush off what happened yesterday, especially on that new Junk City. Liquid are an extremely good team. A lower bracket run could be in their sights. Of course, the winner of the semi-finals, the one after this one, next week, does book their tickets to the Midseason Championship, and their opponent will be SSG. Nightmare have beaten them once. Can they do it again? They do obviously have to first get through Extinction. But with how we look at the rest of the series, maybe we do go to a hybrid Rose. King's Row has been a favorite of a lot of teams. You've seen a sprinkling of Midtown. It's actually going to be a push picked up for Extinction.
I like this though because if you were able to win on if you were able to win on Ilios, sorry, I was like, wait, it's either Ilios or Oasis. That's kind of been the favorite of either of these teams. But if you're able to win on Ilios at the very beginning of the series, then it kind of makes a lot of sense that stick to your guns, stick to the game plan. Runasapi feels like it does match the pace of that quite well. So let's see. Let's see where the bands go. I think that's really going to be very telling.
I don't think there's going to be any Ana here from Nightmare, so I don't think Extinction have to support ban, or at least Ana ban. I don't think that's really a possibility for them. We'll have a small substitution though. Zomba back in. Okay, Tracer time for Extinction as NVM takes a back seat. No more Mei, no more Genji for NVM, just Zomba back to his old tricks.
And let's not forget that when Extinction and Nightmare played each other during the Stage 2 regular season, this is one of the maps that Extinction won. They won Runasapi 93.95 meters to 21.93. So this was like, it was like a very decisive map win on their behalf as well.
So any kind of map that you take off of Nightmare, like, I think, yeah, it's just a confidence builder. You're like, okay, we've won against them before, like, let's just do this again. But I don't know. It did feel like that series was weird because it felt, especially after that Gibraltar game, it was like, okay, Nightmare don't really. It's not that they don't know what they're doing, but they didn't have already a handle on the series. It didn't feel like they had a handle on the game. It was like, okay, wow, we just messed up royally here, and maybe a little bit flustered, and ended up losing the next one and bringing that to a map number 5. They do have a very decent win rate on push, though. Look at that, 80%, just below their escorts. So Extinction, one of their better modes too, though. 50% win rate on it.
It's tough because I think a lot of these mode win percentages are very reflective of just how well the team did overall in the entire stage. And like Nightmare came out pretty much on top. Like what a great stage they had, and I think Extinction very comfortably in that middle of the pack. But we're actually going to see some very different bands to what we saw from the first time Extinction or Nightmare played on this. Before it was Lucio and Mauga. And Mauga was a little bit more like highly rated in the meta, but now it's the Orisa and Symmetra band. And Orisa, what a great call. I mean, that's what Hitori used to find that success.
Yeah, Nightmare picked this map last time as well, and they banned first. So that's worth keeping in mind. This time, it is Extinction picking it because they won against Nightmare on this map. Symmetra, though, yeah, it's been a big hero recently. Well, I will say that, and I don't know if anybody saw the clip of Who Are You teleporting off of the map in EMEA on Runasapi, actually, funnily enough. But a pretty hero that is becoming more and more popular. So Extinction, a little less threat to Hitori on the tank, and Nightmare banning the Orisa. So where do you think Nightmare go tank-wise?
So I think with the Orisa ban, maybe we're going to see a little bit more Hazard come out from Painkiller. It doesn't look like we're getting a substitution, so I think Hazard is a good call. You could also still play Mauga if you really want to on this map, but especially because you don't have to play into the Orisa. So do you like your chances now playing Mauga into an opposing Hazard if you're a Nightmare?
I think you do. I think with the Mauga matchup versus the Hazard, like, they play obviously very differently. Like the Mauga just wants to kind of stay in the front line and shoot the other tank. The Hazard wants to try and get like pick-offs with their DPS. I think the Mauga wouldn't be too bad either. Painkiller definitely one of the better ones when it was pure Mauga. Now we got every now and then. It does feel a little nicer. Little palate cleanse after what was one of the more insane metas of all time. Yeah, stage 1.
Yeah, I think Mauga makes some sense here. I could also just see Hazards getting mirrored on both sides. But, ooh, okay, this is actually something I was not expecting. Hitori to pick up the Mauga and then ram for Painkiller. Okay, now we get the rock, paper, scissors tanks.
Maybe. Kiriko, Lucio for NY and Scuff, and then Lucamino on the bat. Don't mind this. Okay. Mango versus the Hazard. No Freyas either. Wob and Zomba on Tracer, same with Rocket and Chronic.
I don't think that Freya makes sense on this map. For the most part, there's not really a lot of high ground for you to play on, and I think that the Sojourn just allows you to get better angles with the power slide. You can already kind of see where a lot of this fighting is starting to take place, and most of it's going to be around that health pack, but wow, the Tracers are just going at each other.
Yeah, that is an extreme investment there from Nightmare, sending Rocket and Lep after Zomba. Can't nail the front line quick enough, though. It's Painkiller dies to Hitori.
And the Immortality Field had to get deployed too, but just not enough of that area of effect to save Painkiller's life, or maybe you just kind of whiffed it by a couple of millimeters. But that's a good push start here for Extinction. It's still going to be a pretty moot fight on both sides. Lucamino is not close enough to the Amplification Matrix yet. But wow, they're under so much threat. I mean, Zomba's going nuts in that back line.
Yeah, he's really, again, just trying to make Lep and Lucamino's life rather hard. Yeah, Lucamino's going to die. Like, you sure you've got Lamp deployed? You have Regenerative Burst in like half a second. Yeah, and Zomba blink, smack, repeat as Lucamino ends up going down. This has been the main threat to Nightmare, was on control and continues to be so. Zomba's Tracer.
Wow, and with the Pulse Bomb available too, just throws that out immediately.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, Lep misses Painkiller with the sound barrier.
It's a little unfortunate. They trade for Tori though, but here comes the rush from Extinction. They've really won this checkpoint like bad. Window, and Nenwai is caught on the wrong side of the map. Ends up getting taken down by Lucamino. Well, the supports, at least Lep, just trying to do a lot of the heavy lifting right now. Trying to kite away from the damage, but chasing down a Zomba in the end. The bot has been taken. Very big investment from Lep and Lucamino. Because now Nemway has sound barrier, and they have this overclock as well, Rose.
Overclock is such a big deal, but I think Chronic can match that, so I kind of like Nightmare's chances, actually. Maybe you even use the overclock first. It allows you to catch up on some of this meterage that you're behind with. Yeah, so there it goes.
Oh, yikes. Oh, okay. My word, Nemwai almost got sniped out of the air there. Chronic still kills a couple. Yeah, Nemwai's... It didn't even feel like the sound barrier was effective at all there from Nemwai, sadly.
Chronic just too.
And that was almost an Ajax.
Oh, don't say we can't get another one. What is
almost,
with BNC9s and you and Ajaxes? I swear.
I love it.
What a dangerous combination to have on broadcast. But that's going to be the lead for Nightmare. Slow roll with the Pulse Bomb into the Annihilation. Nightmare can go ahead and cycle through both of those ults. But the cage here from Hitori.
Yeah, that's going to be the big difference maker. Probably don't even need it now either. Really nice stuff. Just a neutral fight win for Extinction with nothing invested at all. And they don't even give up checkpoint.
Yeah, now with the bot being able to move pretty quickly back over to the midpoint, you start to make up for a little bit of that meterage, and then you go in with the cage. Like, no sound barrier here. Immortality Field is only going to save you for a brief moment. So if Tori can even grab like 1 or 2 people, I actually think it's pretty good. But you don't want to be stuck in the cage with Painkiller. I think the cage versus the Annihilation is not bueno.
Goodbye, team. Everybody is trapped in that small corridor. And then Wub just hitting the collapse through everybody. They got checkpoint, Rose.
Yeah.
Lep dies. I mean, this is really bad for Nightmare right now. Hitori needs to be able to stay alive, though. Nope, not quite. Painkiller and Rocket end up getting 2 kills on each. They got checkpoint, though. That's all they really needed. Man,
absolutely.
So
oh,
it's just like everywhere all at once, just chasing down Lep to the... He's chasing Lep from like one country to the next, to the next, then dude, it's just... Yeah, Zomba is just everywhere.
But at least Lep is dead, you know, like Extinction did it. Left staying alive first. Well, deathless. Oh, cage?
Solo cage on Painkiller. I mean, that cage got instantly destroyed. Nice reactive window actually there by Lucamino, helping destroy the cage. And this sound barrier is going to be good for 5 for Nightmare. Okay, a bit of an overheat there, I feel like, from Extinction. Thought maybe they managed to catch out Painkiller alone. but it's actually bit them in the arse. They're gonna get checkpoint and the lead on top of that as well.
I think that cage was too early, and just having the amplification matrix, like you said, to be able to pop that cage so that there was no value, then there's nothing else to follow it up either. So I think a positioning mistake, but now like the sound barrier being a little late too.
Zomba down. Look at this. Nedwai. Oh, they get out of there, but Sconic's just on your high ground. Oh no, this is going from bad to worse for Extinction right now. Oh dear. Chronic with a quad kill and 4.5 minutes and almost 100 meters for Nightmare.
No ults on the board though for either team, so it's just gonna have to be another pretty raw fight. But Chronic can keep putting up numbers like this, and Rocket's already in the backline trying to contest the spawns.
Oh. Good kill from Zomba though, but still 104 meters. So okay, we're good. We can lose this fight. We can just go again, reset in the mid. Yeah, that's exactly what they're gonna do.
You're getting the good contests, so at least that's going to stall off a little bit of time. But now we're going to get a couple more ultimates up. Like, Zomba's got Pulse, but with the amplification matrix from Lucamino... actually, I don't know how impactful that's going to be. At the midpoint, maybe you're able to play around the corner with that ult, but really all lies here, I think, on the DPS of Extinction with this Pulse and the overclock soon here for WUB.
And Lucamino doesn't want to get his head stomped on there, so dodges Hattori. This window, I'd imagine, from Lucamino, I mean, you could save it for Cage, in all honesty. I don't think that would be a bad option whatsoever. Painkiller going disastrously low. Has to pop the Nemesis form. Okay, you have to pop window now, because Painkiller's just too low. All right. That's a nice little force there from Extinction. Oh, and a railgun from WUB. Catches Rockets. And now can unleash this overclock. Okay, Painkiller's at least playing around this little shield here, trying to check WUB, but unlikely to stay alive for too much longer. So they do end up trading a support ult there for a railgun and an overclock, but with only 2 minutes to go, Rose, and 40 meters to catch up on, it's going to be hard.
That's really not that much meterage, though, when you think about it. I mean, you're already moving the barricade again. Extinction have the ultimate advantage. I actually think that this is a winnable fight with the cage, as long as the cage doesn't get used too early. The amplification matrix is gone. You know, the cage can only save so many people here from the sound barrier either.
Lep is waiting for this cage as well to be deployed to throw in that sound barrier. Annihilation is going to help Painkiller stay alive, and they're just contesting the point currently. Here's the beats. Okay, it hits 5, and now if Hattori wants to use the cage, they have to deal with the overhealth. They're chasing down WUB, and there's the cage, but what effect does it have? Well, I'll tell you. 0. Hattori is going to go down, and that Annihilation was basically used to its full effect. I don't think that Painkiller missed a single server tick of that Annihilation. And that's Extinction falling. But almost the final hurdle. They close to getting the lead, Bros, but yet so far.
Really bad fight for them to lose as well, because they started things off quite good with the kid, like having the cage and the pulse bomb available. But I think the fact that the Nightmare, we saw them kind of pull the trigger first on a lot of these ultimates, having the Annihilation and then the sound barrier to back you up, it just was not enough. Like, that cage came down way too late after the damage had already been done. So now we're back in this midpoint. Now Nightmare have even more ultimates to use. This is looking quite rough here for Extinction to try to make up this lost time now.
Nice little flank from Chronic, but needs to land the headshots right now, as Lucamino has already gone down. There's a minute to go. Hattori taking a lot of the damage from Chronic right now, but yeah, undecided where Chronic kind of wanted to play. Although, to be fair, with Lucamino also dead, it was very tough to stay in the fight with just Lucio heals. But here comes the great reset with a 45-second time bank to go.
Still going to be tough here for Extinction. They've got to win 2 team fights in a row decisively in order to take the victory. Nightmare have held on to those other ultimates. So if Lucamino and Lep don't get caught out by this Tracer, then it does look good, but I look at the threat that they're under. The amplification matrix gets popped so early.
It's a nice spot. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much to shoot at anymore, but it's all good because they've stolen the bot. They are just running away with it to mid, and Extinction need to catch it at some point. They've got high ground, but high ground is not good enough.
Oh, especially when it's now going back over the midpoint and
Bro,
everybody else is gonna
I
have to
mean,
chase.
this is ridiculous. Okay, Hattori is on the point, but everybody now is so split, so it's easy for the DPS of Nightmare to pick people off.
Wait.
Although saying that, Wub and Scuff end up coming out with big kills. This bot steal not working out like Nightmare intended.
And now you're getting back into the territory where Extinction, the shoe is on the other foot. They've got the cage again, the overclock. They're gonna have this rush, and yes, they're gonna have to play on the cart, but could you imagine Nightmare actually walking into a Malga cage? Lep is gonna have to have the biggest sound barrier of his life, and that's if he gets it online in time. And we're still
say, he needs it first.
But,
He's 10% away. There's a lot of ults for Nightmare. They just need to stall out. Rush is going to get used first here from Extinction, and Wub is just going to hopefully just knock people over with this overclock. Nice little cage there in the front line. Lep 1% away from the sound barrier, but needs it. 1%. Lep needs 1% for the beat. He hits 3, but is it enough? Lucamino right now is the one to touch. Wub ends up going down, but the trickling health bars of Nightmare, they're going to fall over. As Hattori plants her flag on this point, and Extinction come back on push and find themselves in match point situation.
Woohoo! They won before, they win again, and now staring down the barrel of being able to continue their run through this lower bracket. Are Nightmare boomed? That's a tough
Don't
map
say that.
loss.
Not yet.
But it is a tough loss.
They had the perfect plan there at the very end. We've stolen the bot. We can pick up these clean kills. Like, people are isolated, but then one comes up with a double, and actually Extinction weren't all over the place. It was Nightmare that were completely split. That is an incredible fight to come back from. 100 plus meters to like 60. Not quite like Avril Theorem territory, but definitely a point where you're feeling confident in you just winning the war of attrition.
I think it's tough because there were a couple of fights there that maybe were a little bit unexpected in terms of who we thought might be able to win in terms of the ultimate advantage. But I think that's just like how speaks volumes how close this matchup really, really is. I mean, the map here came down to the wire.
Oh,
and
that was the longest 99% sound barrier I've ever seen from Lep. Like, he was on 99% what felt like an eternity. He just needed one Cheerio to land, like one lick of healing. And like you mentioned, Rose, that cage, if they just cage one person, if they get that kill, like, that might just be the win. And that beat didn't come in quick enough. They tried to go for this flank, like, wrap around sound barrier, only hit 3. A very close game, 31 to 31 deaths, similar KDAs as well. Unbelievable stuff.
Just a
Extinction.
all over.
They're a match point.
Oh my god. Yeah, the closeness cannot be understated. It's truly going back to the very first map, how close a lot of those stats were. And now, like, Nightmare, I think they have a good shot here to pick a map that's going to tie it up. But I worry if the last map that we have in this series is going to be Flashpoint. Because I think, like, Extinction wins that. I think they win under the chaos. I think they're able to grab the edge there where they're moving on things just a little bit quicker than Nightmare is.
Well, they're going to have to play it if they end up wanting to win, right? Because they have to go to map 5. So at some point, it's like we have to play Flashpoint. It's, do we pick it now? Do we pick it later? Do we get a favorable map to us? The new Junk City yesterday, I've referenced it a couple of times against Liquid, was not pretty. They went to King's Row as their final map against Extinction last time they played. So it's now Nightmare's choice where they want to go. They get priority ban, of course, but if Extinction win it, the value predictors, by the way, with the 10% is kind of crazy. Extinction one map away from eliminating Nightmare in this lower bracket and facing SSG for a potential spot at the Midseason Championships. We're going to give the players a couple of minutes here. We're going to jump to a break. Map number 4 after this.
last, I'm alive! Now we play in my world. Selecting upgrades to match new user. I think a level up is in order. How did you get in here? Don't touch that! Hey, this is not part of my programming. Class dismissed. Overdrive activated. Final upgrades inbound. You have unlocked the privilege to annihilate. Leaving so soon. Game over.
Teams, maybe after this match. Extinction right now on match point against Nightmare. The second seed, maybe facing elimination from the 6th seed Extinction, who scraped into the playoffs, and they didn't even get an extra life either. They were straight down in the lower bracket with 1 life. We're going to Hollywood. Nightmare's choice. They're going to ban Tracer as Extinction ban Lucio.
The Tracer ban certainly going to be targeted at Zomba. I feel like Zomba has been such a big issue in the last couple of maps. Being able to play the Tracer on 1st and 3rd. Now you take a look at Hollywood. Imagine the flank routes you get a chance to shut down here. You force Zomba to have to play something else, likely going to be the Genji. And that's a little bit easier, I think, to plan around rather than this Tracer that has so many pesky flank routes.
Back onto the Orissas as well. And then Scuffed and then White on the BAP and the Brigade there. Yeah, Zomba on the Genji. Definitely nothing to be worried about. But Tracer, definitely their preferred hero. Like, the Tracer we already saw on, like, Control is just so good. Nightmare probably going to run the same thing. Although with Chronic on the Cassidy, I like this. I like that we're seeing a lot more Cass. I think it's definitely been warranted with how much Freya we've had. And with Freya receiving these like small little changes here and there, Cass has really reared his head again and been a bit of an overachiever in terms of like damage numbers and stats too. Like Cassidy's have been really good, especially someone like Lethal, you know?
Yes, I think with the Orisa too, it just plays a lot better since you can play close. And with something like the Mag Grenade, imagine you tag one of those Genjis. It's way easier to be able to take them out. And I love that Nightmare playing together as a unit. You see them come out of the attacking spawn and immediately start to make the swing around the backside. But they're also biding their time, you know? Things might change. Where we see the defense sit from, looks like it's going to be Cafe for now. But if you do end up going to the backup point, the Nightmare is able to match you there.
Scuff's playing in a pretty aggressive spot for the BAP. Oh dear.
Wow.
Chronic in the little corridor. The lamp deployed there around the corner is just so annoying to play against. And you could see like Scuff trying to peek up, just trying to do damage, heal the rest of his team. But you pop the lamp around the corner and like, you can't kill it if you're the defenders. And so you're just left, but you have to run down the stairs, but you're just going to get donked a few times in the head. Yeah, Chronic on the Casty. Pretty good. So that was almost inevitable. Nightmare do end up taking the point to get the payload going with a decent time back.
Yeah, I was like still kind of taken aback by Nunwide dying there because Scuffed had the regenerative burst and then still had that, I think, the immortality field. So I wonder if it just came out just a split second too late or the regenerative burst wasn't enough healing to get through Chronic. And we already see Chronic with the high noon. So I think the damage output has been pretty immense from both of these Cassidys.
Dude, what is Lep? Oh my god, Leppy! What is happening over there? Lep was like super low, got lamped, and then Chronic tried to come in for the save. Lep having to use the rally to almost just survive. That seems like a bit of a fumble there for Nightmare on high ground.
I wonder what else you would be saving it for. So I think maybe Nightmare really thought they would be able to win the fight. Look at all of the other ults that they have coming online. But I think the fact that they were so out of position and that got punished by Extinction, it does make the use of the rally look a lot worse than maybe what it could have been. Now you don't have that online for something like the Blade. I mean, the fact that Zomba has that online already, Extinction has their choice here of what they want to use, and it's going to be windowed first.
Uh-oh. No land for you. Fortunately, though, Lucamino does manage to get back to it. I like that as the Orisa just pulling the bat out of his ohm lamp. Nice little blade there from Zomba. Here comes the rally as well. They're going to keep this fight going. It's rather split at this current moment in time. Here comes the later Terror Surge. High Noon from around the corner. And NY and Scuffed, and as well as Zomba, pay their lives for overstaying near that choke point. And now the high ground can be taken again by Nightmare.
And look at this. I mean, high ground control, but on top of that, you might have Blade and Rally that you can use together. And all of a sudden, it doesn't look so bad. Love used it as early as he did. The Rocket can pull the trigger first here with the Blade, and that might be good enough to be able to get Nightmare over the second point. But look at the wraparound Web is taking. Really good space. Also, just the flank route here. Nice angles to get the back line. Oh, whip shot from... I think that was like max range.
Yeah, it was. Very aggressive land there from Lucamino. Yeah, easy cleanup. There's just no chance you actually end up surviving there. A lot of slashes onto the Brig. That'll do it. That'll be Nightmare capping this second point.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking maybe there could be a touch, but I think everybody is already spawned too far away. But look at how much space it's created here for Nightmare now. Rally for Lep. You're going to have the window from Lucamino and a little bit too, so the rally buys you enough time to get that online and just be able to round these couple of corners with this is pretty wide open territory. It's going to feel nice to be able to have that space creation. But we already see Extinction drop down to the low here to try to fight this out. Oh, I think this is very
look at Lep's
exploitable.
positioning currently too.
Yeah.
Extremely far up, potentially trying to bait people in. Does end up getting speared away. But end up reclaiming that space and can basically just pop the rally if Extinction try and overextend. Or that window though, a very tough thing to deal with in this straightaway. And yeah, no rally used here from Lep. Lep's already killed 2 people, so gonna want to back off.
Oh, wow.
Good flick shots.
Great shots there from Wub. Now you can really see the strength of the Cassidy in this particular composition arrangement. Play close to the Orisa, and you're also able to have those mag grenades for something like the Genji. But Nightmare still in, I think, a pretty good spot to try to close this out. They also had 3 minutes left on the bank, and Terror Surge active here for Painkiller.
Yeah, looking for somebody. High Noon. Oh, nice eat actually on the spear. There's the Terror Surge, and there's the rally deployed by Nenwai. Terror Surge coming through from Hattori as well, but this High Noon from Chronic is going to line a lot of people up. Good spear, though, however, from the Orisa. Just end up cancelling that High Noon, and watch would have been a death sentence for at least 2 players. Chronic landing a long-range headshot on Scuffed, but fight's already done, I'm afraid.
And the deflect there too from Zomba is going to help make sure that Extinction can dig their heels into the sand. And that's another minute that's going to be eaten off the clock. Nightmare kind of threw some of their best ultimates into that last fight. And so now they've got to look at the Blade and this amplification matrix that are not quite ready to go. And now 2 minutes here. Zomba can also just go ahead and use the Blade first. But this is going to be very telling. If Extinction with this here, then they're looking really good to get the hold.
Oh, Zomba dashing around the corner real quick to try and take out the lab. Defensive use of the window. You take that trade, though, if you're Extinction, because now you have a window of your own. And it's a very hard spot to kind of survive against if you're trying to push up. Window onto the left-hand side, and yeah, Wub just shooting through it. Easy as you like as he kills Lucamino. Everybody's split now for Nightmare, so a couple of staggered deaths. This time bank is slowly whittling away. A good defense from Extinction so far.
Excellent. You've got the Terror Surge with the rally. You're actually going to force Nightmare into a position where they actually want a little bit of speed. Because the Lucio's off the board, it's going to force Lucamino to go over to the Juno if you want to have that Hyper Ring to get you around these corners. It has been a little tough because I think you do need the Juno now to try to close the gap. And with only 1 minute and 15 left, like, you're really starting to run out of time to try to get these ultimates out of Extinction.
Well, here comes the Blade from Rocket straight to the backline. He's already got a reset. Oh, deflect. Yeah, Wub didn't turn around in time, and actually looks like he cancelled his High Noon. Rocket the Surgeon in and out. Very quick and clean. Nice Terror Surge too, and a bash as well. Hits 2 people. Lep with an unbelievable bash. Painkiller used the Terror Surge, dragged everybody in. Lep hit the 2-person bash so they couldn't escape that damage. Very well executed from Nightmare. They invest a lot into that fight, but they have to. Overtime approaching, but Extinction have got nothing left either.
I would just like use the Doomfist tech to try to get out of spawn because they know that things are dire. And Zomba going down here, that's going to be a great opening for Nightmare.
Flag control's really nice from Extinction, but Wub just can't get these kills. Turi's the last person left on the point, so this will be a full cap. Okay, well, I guess Scuff's there as well. Scuff's in the back line, but 14 seconds in the time back there for Nightmare. Importantly, over 0, so at least they get a free attack if Extinction finished with a minute or more.
Extinction would have loved to get that down to overtime. Because then you have like it's still a difficult win condition, but there's a clear win condition there. You just finished with over a minute, but yeah, 14 seconds, good enough. And the Juno pick, like, it just really did work out perfectly. You didn't need it necessarily for anything else other than just to get that earlier swing. As you saw the Hyper Ring go down, and Nightmare just kind of pushed past that Orisa shield and are able to really capitalize on that area control that Juno provided. Even Lucamino actually going over to the Kiriko just to be able to swift step back into the fight after the Juno gets taken out. Sealed the deal there for Nightmare, so really great heads-up play to pick that hero choice.
Man, Lep's KD must be crazy this series. 14 and 4 on the attack.
Lep's been crushing it.
Looking good for Nightmare. Yeah, that line looks really good for Nightmare. A team everybody thought would probably be, what, 3rd or 4th? I think a lot of people pegged Geekay, Team Liquid, maybe Space Station, and then Nightmare, or Space Station and Nightmare kind of jostling for that 3rd, 4th spot. Nightmare had a fantastic regular season. Caught Liquid on more of a down swing and took that series 3-0. But now Extinction catching them on a weird little trough in their gameplay and taking that Runasapi. Extinction's still on match point. It feels like a map 5 is inevitable, but if there's anything that we know about Extinction is that they got a little secret sauce in them.
They've got that clutch factor, and I think that's where things get a little scary to try to go to that map 5, but Nightmare right now, they're really just hoping that they can have yet another statement. Like we saw on Circuit Royale, they would love to see a full hold.
Rocket's got a dash. Should be able to get out. There we go. All right, nice little hold. Only losing Chronic. Oh, and Lep. Oh, that's kind of frustrating there for Lucamino.
I mean, the amplification matrix, though, is quite nice. The fact that you got that
a lot of healing damage.
Early, yeah. It's not just Lep putting up those big numbers, but Lucamino's got to be a little bit cautious. There's been some good target damage going to that back line.
All right, without the Lucios, does mean Lep made it back in time. Oh, through the window, yeah. Wordland does land a body shot onto the Baptiste, but Lucamino had the lamp up, so there wasn't a threat really there. And now Hattori trying to create space in the back line. Solo kills Lucamino. Chronic sent to the sky, but that Terror Surge brings everybody in that staircase together, and that blade is just going to be it. I mean, that just the final, nail of the coffin there for Rocket. Terror Surge, blade in that small corridor. That's a Genji's dream of resets. 2 minutes to go, but Extinction have got that combo themselves. They just have to get through this rally.
You also have to find the positioning to use it. And it is a little bit tough when you're playing around this exposed space. But if you're able to maybe even get back to this small Overwatch with the staircase. Yeah.
They're completely split right now. Scuffed is in choke. Blade, Terror Surge come out. Oh, Hattori insta-kills the backline. Okay, Painkiller overextending there to try and kill Scuffed, and the kill only just came through. So initially there, I thought maybe Scuffed and Extinction going to have a tough time finishing this point, but it took so long for Painkiller to get that kill. Extinction just jump on the opportunity to take an easy fight.
And playing around that staircase, like that fight looks very different, I think, if you actually play around the point. but you get stuck there, and Hattori steals the thunder from Zomba with the Terra Surge kills. Works out in the end. The Extinction now looking at this High Noon from Wub, who played on the cart. You can also kind of force Nightmare to have to cower on the high ground. But it is a little bit harder, I think, from Extinction from this point, because you trying to match the high ground. Yeah, you gotta get ready with those bashes.
Peekaboo. Oh! Well, I've got a whip shot off of the high ground. Well, there's the Terror Surge. Oh, Painkiller.
What?
Woo! Okay, Painkiller. A little 5k, little ace for the Orisa. Okay.
An Orisa ace. How often do we see that, Jack?
Not often. That was a beautiful Terror Surge.
Wow.
Nice whip shot from Lep 2. Boops Wub off of the high ground as he's using the high noon. Window in cafe of all places. Okay. You really don't want to fight in there. Nightmare is just going to retreat back to the mini health pack and actually use a window of their own. And oh man, Hattori just got bullied there. Spear spin into the corner.
Wow, it does not look like it's going to be a full hold, but it sure looks like it's going to be a close hold. You got the blade now. Really, Extinction have struggled. Cafe control looks great here for Nightmare. Rocket with the blade can kind of start to play a little bit closer to the spawn as well. And there's still this split approach from Extinction. A couple of people actually going over to the staircase to try to take out some of this high ground.
This is a devious hold right now from Nightmare. Good double kill with the blade from Rocket. Triple there with the neutral Genji kill as Nightmare are holding as far forward as humanly possible. And it's working. Terror Surge doesn't get deployed by Hattori, but everybody from Nightmare is fine. Like, their health bars were pretty damn high when Hattori unleashed that ult. And now there's a minute and 30, and this payload is barely moved for this choke.
There has to be a little bit of a retreat here from Nightmare because they don't have all 5 members. Like, Camino is still walking back from spawn. But yeah, you get the Terror Surge out, and now I think things look even easier here for Nightmare. You got your own Terror Surge, the rally to be able to also make sure that that's easier. Look.
Rally bash. The bash was tanked there by Hattori, who went golden. Looks like just a reset here for Nightmare. Happy to just build up a little bit of overhealth and then go for another engage. As Zomba duels out. High Noon from Chronic on the high ground. Wub on the low. And again taken out by Painkiller. This is going from bad to worse. From Extinction, they're throwing in these ults. I wouldn't say haphazardly, but they are just straight up losing these fights. But they're hardly getting picks.
Oh, Hattori's gonna get staggered. Wow, yeah, I mean, the delayed kill there is really rough because look at where the payload just stopped. Now Extinction have less than 30 seconds to regroup. Hattori has just respawned, and you still need to somehow manage to get Zomba into a position to use this blade. But Nightmare, they've got high ground control. They're gonna have this window you've got to walk into if you're Extinction. And Zomba can help to close the gap a little bit here. Being able to wall dash up, but it's like they see this. Nightmare are ready. They know that this blade is active.
There's a window from Luke Camino. Can imagine that's on the high ground, so Chronic's going to make full use of it. Terror Surge to bring everybody together. Blade from Zomba instantly shut down, and Rocket's just going to carve them up. Nightmare bringing us to a map number 5 versus Extinction. Maybe Runusapi was a little hiccup, Rose, because that was nothing but a nightmare for Extinction.
This has been such a back and forth series. It has not looked close when we've got to clear attack and defending sides, looking at both Escort and Hybrid. But when it comes down to this final map type, Jack, I don't know. I think this is a toss-up. I think it really could be either team. If Extinction can have those clutch moments like they have had on Runasapi as well as Control, then it's going to be Extinction's game. But if Nightmare can keep their composure and keep finding these first picks, it's their series. I cannot believe it all comes down to this, a map 5.
Yeah, I mean, and it's probably gonna, I'm hazarding a guess, it's probably New Junk City, because that's the map that Nightmare did not look good on yesterday. I mean, sure, they could go back in the VOD and see what they did wrong, but like, it was a flattening of epic proportions. This Hollywood, though, let's talk about this real quick. Impressive performance from Nightmare. Really nice ult combos, whether it's the Terror Surge, the Blade, or like the Terror Surge into like a rally at the very end here. It was a nice bash from Lep, just stunning multiple people, and aggression, and not fearing anything either. And I think maybe that's what happened to Nightmare yesterday. Maybe they were a bit like hesitating, like, oh, it's Liquid, the name value is crazy, and not really trying to push Liquid to their limits. They weren't playing their own game, but this very much felt like it with how close these holds were, especially on this second point.
I think that something that's also been quite defining is when you take a look at Nightmare, they're not afraid to use ultimates when they're also down a player. I think it has not worked out very well for Extinction, but when Nightmare's done it, they looked amazing. Yeah, this was not close. Hollywood was absolute beatdown.
64 deaths is an insane number. Only and to be fair, Nightmare was not 30 deaths, 94 across the board for a Hollywood that didn't even go into extra rounds, which is kind of wild, actually. A high kill game. Yeah. Now we go to no surprise, New Junk City. I mean, now Nightmare have just got to kind of forget what happened yesterday against Team Liquid, right? That recurring nightmare cannot crop up again. And Extinction are going to try and pounce on this. This is their opportunity to be the underdogs. No pressure coming into this playoffs rose. They were 2-5 in the regular season. -6 map diff. Like, a team that, you know, okay, we took Nightmare to a map number 5. Like, that was kind of crazy, but everybody chalked that up as well. Nightmare just kind of dropped the bag. Weird comps on Gibraltar, etc. Like, it's whatever. Like, no, this won't happen again. Nightmare was 6-1. Like, it's okay. But now Extinction have a real opportunity to turn that narrative on its head. However, if you look at the mode win percentage, 16% win rate for Extinction going to this mode, which is you don't have to be a statistician to realize that's not that high.
No, that is probably one of the worst win percentages that we've seen out of our top 6 teams for map type. So this would be the upset of the century, like of epic proportions. If Extinction win this, I think they should feel very, very, very good about going ahead and taking that matchup versus Space Station. But for now, this is the final hurdle. One of these teams is going home, no shot of being able to make it to the mid-season. And New Junk City, what a way to end it on. Yeah, Nightmare yesterday, like, take stock of what happened. We had an Orisa and a Kiriko ban here for New Junk City. It was a 0-3 flattening. They played like Freya Ramatra. It was also kind of a weird comp for New Junk City. I didn't
no
like
substitutions either. Just want to point that out now. So we're not seeing NVM or anything like that. Not seeing Rhino. Here's the bracket for you too. Winner here advances, like you said, Rose, to face SSG. That GKTL game is going to be a slapper as well in the upper finals. Obviously, both teams have already qualified for mid-season, but a lot of prize money on the line. That Stage 2 Championship, obviously, is going to be a nice little trophy to have on the Liquipedia. Let's have a look at the bans. Orisa for Extinction, and then Sombra for Nightmare.
Oh, the Orisa ban. It's all happening all over again, Jack. There's no Orisa on the table. Does that mean we're stuck with this painkiller Ramatra? It worked out well on circuit, but I don't know about this.
It's going to have to be, I think.
Tea leaves like lining up here.
A little ram. Yeah, how did tea leaves line up like that? I'm not sure. I have no idea.
My magic ball told me.
Okay, your magic. Okay, well, you just inventing things now, are we?
Yeah.
Magic 8 Ball is the only thing I trust. Now, if you think about Extinction, how, like, especially how the stage has kind of progressed as well, I don't think Sombra is actually a bad ban whatsoever. It's been Wub has been playing it every now and then, and I think Sombra has had really good effect against something like a ram, like anything that involves like you going in, even like a hazard, like anything that's a little bit vulnerable, no shield to kind of play around, Sombra has been a rather big pain. Now the ultimate from Sombra, the EMP, it takes a little while to charge up, but like you're getting at least one big EMP fight per point normally. If you're like dealing a lot of damage, if you can get kind of shut down, the Sombra becomes a little bit of a paperweight. But you get one big EMP fight per point, and you're like, okay, you're pretty confident in taking them because of how quickly the points tick up. And sure, you got Lucio to get back, but I think it's a really smart ban from Nightmare, and it's something that they've struggled against as well. Don't forget as well to connect your Twitch account to your Battle.net account to earn some drops for this playoffs. Obviously, you should by now have the top run of playoffs drops, but next weekend there'll be some more as well. A nice little gold theme. Black and gold, it never gets old.
The desk didn't seem too jazzed about these, but I really like the icon and the name. I like the second nameplate too.
Yeah, look also the Mythic shop with the black and gold variants of the Mythic skins. True. Look at the Genji one that I think Rocket was running. I think it looks clean. Black and gold never gets old. Like it's such a classic color combination. It is all I'm saying. So yeah, make sure you link your Twitch account as we boot up into this map number 5, Extinction and Nightmare. It feels like Nightmare have one kryptonite, and it is Extinction. It is wild we're going here again. The audience were voting that Nightmare were going to win this one, 90% to 10% for Extinction. But where do we find ourselves? New Junk City, as Nightmare and Extinction fight for that semi-finals lower bracket spot against SSG. Only one can come out on top as we load on in.
No Orisa on the table, and we will not be able to see the Sombra either. So that's going to leave our teams to have to try to find a different look. And is it going to come down to Amalgam Mirror?
Might be. I mean, ram into the Amalgam Mirror, especially on like a control map, I like it. I think this is a good pickup here for Extinction. Banning that Orisa. A lot harder to play the Malga into the Orisa with all the damage and all the neutral. You saw what happened on Runasapi, of course. It did end up going Extinction's way, but still a tough matchup. So unlock these gates. Lucamino and Lep on Kiri Lucio. It's going to be almost a complete mirror here, but Zomba, of course, on the Tracer. Has been the X factor in this series so far. We'll see if he can keep it up.
So much clutch potential. All of those pulse bombs, I think just the annoyance in the backline, it's going to force out a lot of those very important skills from these supports. No Swift Step from the Kiriko, no Suzu. It's going to make it even easier for Extinction to be able to get the drop. But whoa, was that a collat?
Oh, nice. That was a nice little collat from Chronic. Okay. Now he's feeling himself. Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's happening. Jack, no. Oh, maybe Nightmare can actually get the clutch and follow through on this map 5 this time around. But we do need the taxi, I think. Yeah, Lep going back to just make sure that it's going to be a full team of 5. They gotta make sure that they can keep this up. You know, 25%. It's just a little bit. Gotta hope that snowballs into the first flashpoint capture. It's already looking a lot better, but yeah, Chronic has got to have these clutch moments too. So let's see if he can keep going with the Sojourn.
Already forced the Swift Step from Scuffed. Not under too much pressure though. Oh, late Suzu, unable to save Wub. This is looking pretty dire for Extinction on this first point. Rocket couldn't even see Hattori there. Hattori does end up getting the kill. Not sure how you can see Hattori. Mauga's a pretty big character model. Final attempt here, though, from Extinction. Pretty good character to have on the point, though. This Mauga, very self-sustaining, and Hattori and Nenwai are going to come up with rather clutch double kill there as Nightmare's supports fall.
And look at all the healing that Nenwai and Scuffed are going to get from this. So Hattori back up to full. You've got a taxi coming through from Nenwai, and now the defense here for Extinction. Someone with a pulse bomb. I mean, careful where that Tracer comes from. Gotta watch all of your angles, because you know that Tracer is going to be hunting Lep or Lucamino for this.
Really early rush there, right onto the point as well, so Extinction going to have a tough time fighting into this one. although they do end up using themselves. And now Chronic with the overclock. Sound barrier from NY trying to check the Sojourn. Chronic's in trouble though. 50 HP, but the blade from Rocket is going to punish the overextensions from Extinction. They try to int on into Chronic. They got the kill, but can't deal with Rocket. A nice blade, a triple kill for the Genji as Nightmare claimed the point.
Yeah, there's a couple percent left, but no way Extinction is going to be able to come in and touch this. So, should be a flashpoint. But wait, oh, Zumba actually comes in the nick of time there to at least trigger the overtime. But is there enough
Get another touch.
gas left?
There is one more touch, and Notori does have the cage, but Wub ends up going down. A nice little pulse bomb, caging Kain though, from Painkiller. Now Hattori just has to deal with it. Looks like Rocket tried to jump in there, try and finish off Hattori, but Hattori is just so tanky on this point. They've got a good angle on the Mauka as Chronic's just kind of picking people off one by one, but Extinction control the point right now.
But it's just Hattori left to stall this out before the inevitable Nightmare clean up Hattori, and then they take the flashpoint. Now there's no chance for any other touchers. So it's going to be that first flashpoint going over to Nightmare. They had to use everything but that final clutch. Leaves them with the first approach here to the second flashpoint. They get this set up immediately.
They definitely get a better position. What about OC though? This overclock. Oh, what? Okay, and Lukamina and Rocket already dead. Good little push from Extinction. Lep tried to get an off angle initially, but yeah, Extinction put him in the grave.
And that's just the big difference there of Extinction playing as full team of 5. They were all able to get value from that cardiac overdrive. And look at Hattori just kind of holding that front line. Now first actual capture goes over to Extinction. Wub can set up on the high ground with this overclock, and I love that he held on to this now for this next engage from Nightmare.
Yeah, he's going to pop it as soon as Nightmare trying to make their entrance. There's even a rush too, so I wonder what Nightmare's game plan is here. They end up trading their Sojourns, but this is a large investment Extinction that you need to win. Lukamino dies, okay, good stead. If you didn't win that, that's a large investment for almost nothing. But now Nightmare, now they get their chance. Extinction do get a team kill. They're going to have Cage soon. They're going to have the beat as well.
And depending on how long it takes Nightmare, I mean, Extinction might just be in Last Fate territory. They've got to get the regroup and Pulse Bomb. Zomba's had some time here to now actually set up for it. But Rocket sees Zomba. You cannot let this Tracer get the best of you.
Oh, straight to the backline there for Rocket.
Whoa, what?
Zomba's seeing ghosts. The shutdown there from Zomba. She's a little smack on the head. Chronic's found one with the overclock, but can't deal with this Tracer. The movement's almost too good, but Chronic with a 180 shot to the dome, delivering some budget brain surgery there to Zomba. Hattori does end up killing Painkiller, but it's 1 HP, so ends up just exiting stage right.
If you get some healing, though, this is not really that much progress to give up. Tori gets to come back in with a cage, sound barrier as well. It might be like a Venn diagram of pain here. Like Painkiller's got one up pretty soon too, but Nightmare give it up. They give up this flashpoint.
Chronic kills Zomba again with a headshot with the railgun. Sound barrier's going to come in for NY. This cage is going to lock everybody in place, but another cage coming in from Painkiller, and no one is shooting Chronic right now. Eventually, does end up going down to Scuffed. But Painkiller is alive on the point, and with your Mauga up, it's very hard to finish these fights. As soon as you get the cardiac overdrives going, it's just so difficult. There's just so much additional healing from everybody that getting someone shut down is just very hard. There is a rush on the point deployed from Scuffed, and in fact, being able to keep themselves alive. Actually, a Somber kills Lep with the help of Scuffed, and Scuffed finds a double. Extinction have turned this point around completely.
Wow, the Kitsune Russia looked like a lot to throw in, but if it's going to be a flashpoint, that is well worth your investment. And Scuffed, I think, actually picked up a triple. There was a lot going on there, but Scuffed having those clutch moments, it's this team. I don't know what it is. I want to know what they eat for breakfast, but like, I want to have these types of moments in my games. The station is going to have double DPS ults for the next flashpoint. And while Nightmare are able to beat them there, I don't think that matters anymore. Like, they had this setup on the last flashpoint, and Extinction still won because of their positioning mistakes.
Pulse bomb dodged by Chronic. This overclock doing a lot of damage to Painkiller right now. It's taken 4 direct shots. Yep, and there's Satori with a finish off. Good kiting from Wub too. Oh, it's going to go down to Lucamino, but Lucamino is the lone warrior right now for Nightmare. Oh, actually styled on.
Oh, what a big pick onto the Tracer, but unfortunately...
They got to chase this kill. Oh, there's the Swift Step. Nice work. Yeah. And in fact, Rose, this is going to be a quick re-engage from Nightmare. Lucamino gets in, gets a double kill, gets out, gets the point, hits the rush. Hattori pops the cardiac overdrive, but this Blade's it, really. Oh, yeah, you can't win this fight. Rocket is looking clean with these Blades as well. Target acquisition. He's like the Terminator.
Yes, except that one time, maybe a little bit before in this map, but every other time that Rocket's been able to come up big with these Blades, it has been such a showstopper. Never mind not having that sound barrier online as well made it easier for Nightmare to be able to win out that fight, but looking good to roll into the next one. They also have the sound barrier match net-wise now. I think the only big thing here is going to be this overclock from Chronic. And he's going to pop it now. Buys a lot of time.
They just back up completely. Chronic does end up going pretty low, but here's the rush from Scuff to put themselves on the point. Now Chronic hasn't really got anything in this fight to go off of. He's got a bit of positioning, sure. A lot of heads to shoot, but this sound barrier from NY is going to make sure Extinction win this fight with ease.
They seek the flashpoint away, and Lep just doesn't have enough time to actually use his own sound barrier. So Extinction only use the double support ults. It's still a lot, but when you've got Cage and you have the pulse spam to throw in on top of that, Extinction now, I mean, it's coming down to the wire. Just as close as some of these other maps have been on these more chaotic ones.
Good beat. Cage though from Hattori. Oh, Cage jacks.
No one
caught in that whatsoever. And they just cycle to points. Painkiller's got a Cage also. Pulse from Zomba hits the ground, and here's the Cage. Hattori decimated in the front line. And now they can just swallow them up for breakfast. Extinction bullied off of the point as that Cage from Hattori goes wide on what was initially a good engage.
Oh, look at how many dash resets Rocket was able to get too. Such good damage that there's going to be another Blade. And also chasing that pick. Huge. Zomba's now not going to be able to be the one to touch and trigger the overtime. It has to be Hattori.
They do actually end up killing Lucamino, so Rose, this is not over just yet. Hang on a second, Wub's also got the railgun, the overclock. Blade's gonna get pulled here from Rocket, but he needs to find kills. Chronic ends up killing Scuff with a neutral railgun shot, and another one too from Chronic. If it's not Rocket, it's Chronic. Every single fight. Chronic with a double kill. That looks winnable there for Extinction. Hattori with a late touch, and then Wub with the OC. But now Nightmare one flashpoint away from taking the series.
And hopefully rewriting their history on these last couple of flashpoints. They would love to be able to have that match versus Space Station. And I think that one's going to be an absolute barn burner. But right now, Extinction, they do have a good shot at this next flashpoint. It's going to be this Kitsune Rush from Lucamino first, but there might be a matched one on Extinction.
I think it was 1 HP there. Yeah, I don't think you use it. Nope, if you're Scuffed at this point, you want to back off. You're happy that Lucamino invested. They're going to get the first
they
point cap here. They end up using it, but Zomba's already dead. This feels like a massive overextension from Extinction right now. A good shot from Chronic too. Sniped Wub out of the sky. Oh dearie me. The point wasn't even capped either, so I guess that's something, but... Oh, Nightmare. They handily deal with Scuff's rush. They didn't end up going for a full reset as 5. They thought they could win a 4v5 with the rush advantage.
That was a mistake. Now you don't have the rush. You're starting. I think that was a panic. And you're really starting to falter under the pressure if you're Extinction. Chronic gets to use the overclock here with no downside.
Well, does end up getting caged, unfortunately, but yeah, sound barrier from Lep saves the day for Nightmare. Point was being capped there for a brief moment as Zomba was going for the touch. A sound barrier for Extinction ends the life of Painkiller, who doesn't have as many mobility tools as the double slide Sojourn, but Lucamino still picks up a kill on the sidelines of Scuffed, and Lucamino has rush. They can stay in this fight for practically eternity. Lucamino kills 3, kills the backline, and then final kunai to kill Hattori. Extinction find the cap, but a quick flip from Nightmare will tick them up near OT.
This is starting to slip away from them. Extinction are going to have to go for a very quick regroup, but when they come back, it's just the pulse bomb and the overclock where the onus is on Nightmare. They can set the pace 10 seconds away, and Nightmare are going to be able to go on through this lower bracket. And Rocket's got a Blade.
Nenoi had to amp in the backline as well on their own. Blade's going to get popped. Kiriko in the sight of Rocket. He forces cooldowns, and now he can just chew everybody up. This is it. This is Nightmare clutching up in the final hour. A 3-1 against Extinction on this final map. That nightmare they had yesterday, the flattening against Team Liquid. It's merely history as Nightmare get their chance to make it to the Midseason Championships as Space Station await them in the lower semis.
What a good effort from Extinction, though. It really did come down to that final map, and that is because of how hard Extinction fought throughout this entire series. There were a couple maps where Nightmare did not make it close, looking really at that Hollywood as well as that Circuit Royale. But everything else, when you're put under that pressure, I feel like that's how you create diamonds. And Extinction almost got there at the end of the day, but I think fumbled at that last hurdle with that Kitsune rush just a little too early. But wow, major credit to them. That was a hard-fought battle there for Nightmare.
For the 6th seed to come in like that and take them all this way, that's twice now they've taken Nightmare to a map number 5, but it is Nightmare punching their ticket to that lower semis now. Space Station await them. There's a spot on the line as well. That game is going to be a big one. We're going to wrap up the day though with Zoe, Jake and Johnny.
Thank you so much, Rose and Jack. We are back here at the desk to break it all down. And what a close match. What a series. Extinction just turning out to be somehow Nightmare's kryptonite. It's not fatal, but it's doing damage. Yes, they have caught Nightmare on a bit of a downswing, but I think we should not take anything away from the way that Extinction actually played this one. Jack just said it himself, right? This is the number 6 seed. They barely managed to avoid relegation this very stage. And for them to play it so close to one of the most dominant teams we have in the region, just nothing but respect. And they did so with good, honest Overwatch too. There was no cheese, there was no weirdness. It was a very straightforward match.
Yeah, I was impressed with Extinction's performance. I thought Zomba's Tracer was really strong. And I mean, they came out here on this opening map and really put on a show on Ilios, proved that this was going to be a very contested series. Nightmare, though, I mean, they had the consistency throughout, though. Even in the maps they lost, they were still fighting well. And I think Rocket's Genji was another big part of that. We've seen tons of Rocket on the Tracer, and we know how good he is on it. But I think his Genji has really taken another step forward in this season. And that came to be particularly important in this series.
Yeah, the damage duo from Nightmare just crazy there on the final map. Both the Rocket and Chronic coming up huge for their team. Great clutches. But then also Painkiller, a great Ramatra play as well. Got subbed in after the first map loss where Rhino couldn't quite get the map win. And Painkiller had another great performance, but Hittori as well. Great Orisa play, but also some of the Mauga stumps on New Junk City, a big equalizer in this kind of brawl composition as well. It was just both teams really throwing stuff at the wall. I think I was really impressed by Extinction, and me and Jake going into the series, we were watch out for Extinction. They're playing well. They're picking at the right time, and I think it's been even though it's a disappointing loss here against Nightmare, I think it's been a good stage for them. They've improved, they're staying alive, they're not playing in promotion relegation, and I think they can take this experience with them into stage 3. I think they've grown quite a bit, and the future is bright with some of their players stepping up, like Zomba, for example.
It is indeed. But Nightmare are clutching it out when it matters the most, keeping themselves alive in the stage 2 playoffs. It was every individual who had to pull their weight, and then some. Chronic, one of the players that stood out for us in this very series, be that on Sojourn, be that on Cassidy. Chronic is a sharp shooter and has always been.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's no secret that Chronic's a huge part of this team's success all stage long. He's been amazing. The Sojourn, the Freya, whatever he wants to play, he looks insane on it, and showing the flexibility. I really feel talking about peaking at the right time, there were some like many clutch fights that could have gone the other way, especially here on New Junk City. And Chronic, I felt like, was the difference maker more often than not. It was this guy, right? Just somehow popping off on the hit scan. I mean, this shot right here is absolutely unreal, by the way. You start hitting those, it's like, okay, I think we might win this one, guys.
The mid-airs, just like, yep, just gonna pop them out of the air. Yep, look good.
Yeah, they're good. They are good. They are alive in the bracket. After quite a beatdown they suffered yesterday, they managed to keep their heads in the game. Let's see where we're at with our brackets after 2 days of play. Any surprises for you here?
Let's go.
The top four. It was close, but you know what? These top 4 teams, they've earned the right to be here, and only one of them is not going to be able to qualify, move on to the LAN, and that's where I think it's a scary spot down SSG Nightmare. That's a big one.
It's a nail-biter.
Like, they looked beatable today, but how much was that Extinction playing up and actually putting up a really good series? How much was it Nightmare maybe stumbling a bit in the playoffs? SSG on the flip side, I mean, just no holes in their game. I mean, an absolute beatdown of a match in their first lower match.
It's gonna be an awesome match next weekend.
It will be indeed. 4 more matches to go until we close out our series. We, of course, have 2 more tickets to the Midseason Championship and a whole lot of pocket money that needs to be distributed amongst the worthy.
This is stacked. I mean, this
every match is big. Every match
There's
is
only
big.
great teams left. Yeah,
we had to wait a little bit to get to the spicier weekend, of playoffs. But this is where, I think the top 2 teams in both regions are going to be extremely contested. I think those matches could go down to the wire, could be very close. And even those teams fighting for the ticket to EWC, is this the chance for the Ultimates to get redemption? I feel like it's a long shot for them, but you never know.
I can't wait. It's gonna be cinema. Either way, like win or lose, it's gonna be cinema.
They have a whole week. They have a whole week to add to the strat book. I'm extremely excited to see what each of these teams are cooking up for us. But that's it from us today. Jake, Johnny, it's been an absolute joy as per usual. And to everyone watching, thank you so much for joining us. I know that it's been a lot of esports action going around this very weekend, so thank you so much for tuning in to our show. But whilst we're done, we're not quite done with Overwatch, because if you stick around, you can join us in raiding OC. Our featured co-streamer of the day. Drops are also enabled, of course, on OC stream, so make sure to share the love and joy and say hi to OC from us, and also make sure, of course, to come back next weekend for the conclusion of the Stage 2 playoffs in both the NA and EMEA region. Have a good night, guys.